Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Harry Potter could remember everything. The Gift That Became a Curse Part 2. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter could remember every single thing he had ever seen, heard, smelled, tasted, or touched? His eidetic memory makes him incredibly intelligent and powerful, but it also means he can never escape the painful memories of his past. What begins as a gift soon becomes a curse, and Harry must learn to use his extraordinary memory to change his destiny. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. 3 months had passed since I spoke with Master Wei. 3 months since I realized that I was becoming the very thing I'd grown up despising. Master Wei had helped me understand why I became the way I did. I was afraid. Fear begets anger, anger begets hate, and hate often leads to violence. My fear of the Dursleys caused me to hate them so much that when I learned to use my powers, I became drunk off them. As I walked through the halls of school, I thought about how much had changed. I no longer abused my relatives, though I did protect myself if they tried hurting me. I was determined not to let myself fall onto the dark path again. Give me that back. Give it back. My mum made that for me. I stopped walking as I turned a corner to see my cousin and his friends picking on a girl. Her brown hair flying around her face as she leapt through the air, trying to grab the lunchbox Dudley and his gang tossed above her head. Ah, did you hear that? Dudley's laugh sounded like pig squeals. Her mum made it for her. His friends laugh with him. Think we should give me it back? Nah. As they continued teasing the girl, my frown increased. What should I do? I wondered. I didn't want to get violent, despite how annoyed I was, but should I just let them pick on this girl? The answer came to me when I saw tears gathering in the girl's eyes. No, I couldn't. I'll probably end up falling off my broom and breaking something, Neville said miserably as he and Harry walked into the Great Hall for breakfast. The young, round-faced boy had been like this ever since the morning began, when they had first noticed the post on the bulletin board claiming they would have flying lessons after herbology. Apparently, he was not looking forward to their flying lessons. Not that Harry could blame him. The boy's lack of confidence and general clumsiness definitely made the idea of putting him on a broom seem like a bad one. It didn't help that Neville's grandmother never let her grandson even make an attempt at learning to fly for fear that he would kill himself. Again, this was understandable. Neville was clumsy enough on land. Harry could only imagine how bad he would be in the air. Of course, he was sure that most of the boy's clumsiness coincided with his lack of confidence. People who had no self-confidence tended to be more clumsy than those who did. Still, it would not do for Neville to begin putting himself down after all of the progress he had made thus far. Have you ever heard of a self-fulfilling prophecy, Neville? Asked Harry, his voice just as mild as always, his tone laced with minor curiosity. Neville stared at him. What? A self-fulfilling prophecy? Harry repeated, sitting down at the Gryffindor table. Neville sat down beside him and they began piling food onto their plates. It is the act of creating a prediction that comes true simply due to the fact that the prediction was made in the first place. For example, if you tell yourself that you are going to injure yourself during our flying lessons, you will, simply because you are so sure that this event will happen that your mind and body responds accordingly to make it so. By telling yourself that you will do horribly in something, you are already making it happen. Belief is half the battle when it comes to accomplishing anything, particularly belief in oneself. If you do not believe you can do something, you won't be able to do it because your mind is so set on believing you cannot accomplish your task that it works against you. Harry paused, watching Neville looking at him with the same gaze he always did when Harry gave him advice of this nature. Letting Neville take a moment to think about his words, Harry let his eyes take a quick scan of the Great Hall to see if any of their other friends had arrived. A little ways away from them, Seamus was telling Dean Thomas about how he had spent almost all of his childhood flying around the countryside on his broom. Idle boasting. Harry knew for a fact the boy was lying by looking at his tells. Whenever Seamus lied, he made grand gestures with his hands as if conducting an aura. Little things like that let Harry know who was a GG art and who was being honest. And Seamus wasn't the only one boasting. Over at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was telling anyone who would listen about how he had been chased by Muggle helicopters. Quite frankly, Harry was surprised the boy even knew what a helicopter was. While many students from Slytherin and Gryffindor GGED about how exceptional they were on their brooms, just as many looked nervous. Hermione Jean Granger was one of those people. He could see the girl a little ways away from him, sitting next to Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil and Faye Dunbar. The bushy-haired witch was currently talking the ears off of the other girls about what she had read in the book, Quidditch Through the Ages, about flying. None of the girls seemed to be paying attention to her. If anything, the three witches seemed more than a little irate listening to the girls' constant chatter. Harry almost shook his head. This was one lesson you couldn't learn from a book. Learning to fly on a broom could only be done through the physical act of practicing with an instructor, something Hermione did not seem to understand. It was very much like his martial arts. Just because someone read a book on Chinese Kenpo, Jujutsu or any other form of hand-to-hand combat, didn't mean you would become a master without practice. The second of observation soon passed. Harry turned back to Neville, who was wearing an attentive expression. Consequently, if you tell yourself that you are going to do well, that you are going to get on that broom and be one of the best flyers in our year, it will become so because you believe it to be so. Granted, you may not actually become the best flyer in our year simply through belief. Flying is an acquired skill that few gain through natural talent. But at the very least, you can be assured that by believing in yourself, you won't do anything that will potentially injure and humiliate you. So you think if I just act more confident, Neville began unsurely. Then I will do better during our flying lessons. Certainly, Harry said with a nod. Confidence begets surety of movement and action. When you are confident, you act with less hesitation, less fear, and only when you are lacking in the necessary information to make informed decisions will you ever make a mistake. He tilted his head, then added, well, a mistake that could be embering or harmful at least. There is also skill to consider, Harry started again after a few seconds. I understand that some people just don't have a natural aptitude for certain activities. You may not have a natural propensity for flying. Seeing Neville begin to look worried again, Harry quickly added, but even if you're not capable of pulling off any of the tricks and aerial stunts of a professional flyer, the basics should be fairly simple to accomplish. Those words seemed to set the boy at ease. Neville nodded, more to himself than to Harry, and began eating slowly, digesting the information Harry imparted to him. While his fellow Gryffindor contemplated his words, Hannah and Susan entered in the great hall and walked over to them. Hi Harry, Neville, Hannah greeted with a cheery smile as she and Susan sat down. Neville looked up from where he had been drilling a hole into the table, and Harry offered the two witches a smile of his own. Morning you two, Harry said, leaning forward a bit as he looked at them curiously. I heard you and the Ravenclaws had flying lessons yesterday. Neville perked up and looked at the pair more interestedly. How was it? It was great. Hannah answered his question with great enthusiasm as she began eating. I was really nervous at first, and Madame Hooch was kind of a killjoy, but once we got on our brooms it was pretty fun. Terry was a lot of help, Susan added to the conversation. He helped correct the way we were holding the brooms and showed us how to properly sit on them. As if being summoned by words alone, Terry appeared for breakfast with a few of the other Ravenclaws, including Lisa Turpin. The brown-haired young man and the raven-haired witch broke off from their housemates and made their way to the Gryffindor table where both sat down. Hello, Harry, Lisa greeted, smiling at him. Harry returned it. Out of all the people he had met so far, she was the one he got along with the most, mainly because of their shared love of history. When they had been exploring the castle during the weekend, he and Lisa had shared historical facts and debated the merits between Muggle and magical histories. It had been a fascinating discussion. Salutations, Harry said. Morning, Terry added in a slightly gruff voice. Rough night? Asked Hannah, noticing the slight bags under Terry's eyes. We had astronomy last night, Lisa answered for the tired-looking boy. And according to Kevin, Terry stayed up all night trying to finish our homework for the CL. At this, Terry's face, still looking slightly haggard, took on a light pink tint, his emberment obvious to those who looked. Harry chuckled. I suppose I can understand, though considering astronomy lasts until 1 o'clock, that might not have been the wisest move. Harry grimaced a bit, the blush on his face becoming more prominent. Don't remind me. So Hannah was telling us that you know how to handle a broom, Neville said, bringing a change in topic. Harry. He was probably seeking the other boy's advice. Terry seemed grateful for the subject change. I've flown on occasion, Terry admitted. When I was 9, my dad bought me a clean sweep and taught me how to fly. Mum wasn't too pleased with him, but decided I could learn so long as we were safe and flew where muggles couldn't see us. Do you have any tips? Terry proceeded to speak with Neville about flying, offering what tips and information he could. Neville hung on his every word, listening with a rapt attention that he usually reserved for when Harry gave out his own end of wisdom. He looked like he wished he had a piece of parchment and a quill so he could take notes. While the conversation on flying went on between the two, Harry started his own conversation with the others. For most of that time, Hannah seemed to dictate the conversation, speaking about anything and everything that took her fancy. This was not very surprising as she was the most talkative of the three girls. Despite this, Harry made sure to allow Susan and Lisa to get a word in edgewise by directing questions and statements towards them. He didn't want Hannah hogging all the conversation to herself. It was nearing the end of breakfast when a barn owl bearing a package flew into the great hall and landed in front of Neville. It stretched out its leg and Neville took the package, opening it up eagerly while the others looked on. Inside was a GL ball large enough to fit in the palm of one's hand. The white smoky substance inside of it was constantly in motion, roiling around like a storm cloud. It vaguely reminded Harry of those crystal balls he saw at fortune-teller stalls at certain theme parks. A rememel. Harry raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He knew what they were, having seen them in a novelty shop at Diagon Alley. Rememels were items that were used to help someone remember something they had forgotten. To activate that particular feature, the rememel is held in the palm of the hand, and if someone has forgotten something it turns red. Harry thought the whole thing was a bit of a waste. After all, it may inform you that you have forgotten something, but it never tells you what it is you have forgotten. I take it that's from your Gran. Yeah, Gran knows how forgetful I can be and bought me this to help, Neville said. When the rememel is held like this it will turn red if you've forgotten something. As Neville trailed off everyone else looked at the rememel as it turned a bright red. Oh, looks like you've forgotten something, Harry said, frowning, wondering what the boy had forgotten this time. Last time he had forgotten where Trevor was. It would be something similar, Harry was sure. That toad always seemed to be skipping off to somewhere. Did Trevor disappear again, Neville? Susan asked in a not unkindly way, her eyes showing compassion for the forgetful boy. I don't think so. As Neville scrunched his eyes in thought, trying to remember what he had forgotten, Malfoy came up behind him and snatched the GL orb out of the boy's hand. Harry turned his head to look at the boy. Crabbe and Goyle were standing behind the blonde trying to look menacing and doing a poor job in his opinion. Malfoy was looking at the rememel with something akin to mocking amusement. What's this? A rememel? He sneered at Neville who quailed under the look. You really are pathetic, aren't you? Needing something like this to help you remember where you left that disgusting toad of yours. But then, I guess a squib like you needs all the help he can get. Harry's frown deepened. This was only the second time he had the displeasure of meeting Draco Malfoy up close. More and more the boy reminded him of his cousin, Dudley Dursley, and that was never a good thing. Neville shrank in upon himself. The other boy's words were like steel barbs, painful and damaging. Why don't you go back to your den of SS, Malfoy? Hannah spoke with more than just a little vitriol. Terry and Lisa scowled at the boy. A hushed silence descended around the Gryffindor table, and many of Neville's housemates glared daggers at the blonde. Not that Malfoy seemed to notice. No one wants you here. Malfoy produced his own scowl, though it looked closer to a sneer. Still don't know how to speak to your betters, I see. Filthy little half-blood. Before things could get ugly, Harry stood up, gathering the attention of those around him and most of the hall, who had grown silent to watch the confrontation. Over by the professor's table, Professor McGonagall stood up and began making her way toward the confrontation in the hopes of diffusing the situation before it got ugly. Heir Malfoy, Harry intoned, and the words had Draco instinctively stiffening as he was called by his formal title as the heir to a powerful pureblood family. You would do well not to insult my friends, especially if you have any hope of gaining my allegiance. Harry had no plan of forming an alliance with the blonde boy. He was too arrogant and too set in his way for Harry's taste, but that did not mean he would not use the alliance trump card to make the boy back off. You should also know that the families of Potter and Longbottom have been allied with each other since 1652, Harry continued. Our families have forged a powerful alliance, and any slight against the heir to the Longbottom name will be seen as a slight against me. Do remember that in the future. He watched as Malfoy's face grew pale everywhere except his cheeks, which turned red with either emberment or rage. Harry didn't know. Maybe both. Harry held out his hand. Now, hand over the Rememel and I will forget this incident ever happened. Draco looked at Harry's hand, then at the Rememel, then back to Harry's hand. Finally, a sneer appeared on his face as he nodded to gently set the magical GL orb in Harry's outstretched appendage. Whirling around, Draco stalked back toward the Slytherin table, Crabbe and Goyle following behind him with matching expressions of confusion. Many stares followed the trio as they ped the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, most of them showing disapproval of the boy's actions. Malfoy just glared at everyone as he sat down with a heavy thump. With a soft sigh, Harry placed the Rememel on the table in front of Neville and sat down. "Thanks, Harry," Neville said quietly. Harry gave the boy a smile. "You're welcome. That was so cool, Harry," Hannah gushed. "The way you're constantly showing up Malfoy whenever he shows his ugly face is enough to make my day." Harry's eyes shone with amusement. "Glad to be of service. It was pretty impressive." Terry added his own input into the conversation. "The way you handled Malfoy." Harry shrugged and took a bite of his food, chewing a bit before swallowing. "Malfoy is actually easy to deal with once you understand how he thinks." Harry began to lecture. It was something he really enjoyed doing, lecturing, that is. "You see, Malfoy is a pureblood, one of those who have been raised to believe he is superior to those with dirty blood, or muggleborns and half-bloods. Status is everything to him, and because of his father's position within the ministry, he has come to the belief that he is at the top of the food chain. He noticed that all of his friends were listening with rapt attention, even those he was not as well acquainted with were leaning in to hear what he had to say. Harry smiled. It was good to see that his peers were always so interested in listening to him. This feeling of respect and admiration really was the best. But the truth of the matter is, no matter how much money his father throws around, there are those more powerful than he. The Malfoy family, for all the money they bribe people with, are not the wealthiest family in Britain. That honor belongs to the remaining families of the founding five, the Bones. Harry nodded to Susan, who blushed bright red. The Longbottoms. He gestured to Neville. The Potters, and the Blacks. Each of these four families have accrued more wealth than the Malfoys could hope to gain within 100 years. "Then how come you guys don't do anything about him?" asked Lisa, frowning. "If you three are richer than Malfoy, then surely you could just outbribe the ministry out of his hands, right? Right now none of us have control over our finances," Harry told her. "All three of us are minors, and we would need to be an adult or legally emancipated in order to access our vaults. Because of that, none of us have the ability to use our money to our advantage. But even if we did have the ability to toss money around like it was going out of style, we wouldn't," Harry continued. "Not only is it morally wrong to use one's accrued wealth to get what you want, it's also dangerous politically. You must understand that using wealth to bribe your way to the top will eventually lead to your downfall. What happens when someone who doesn't take bribes ascends to become Minister of Magic? Or if you use all that money you have acquired and keep spending it on bribes, only to realize you've run out of money?" Harry paused, allowing his friends time to let that sink in. "Then there is the fact that, before now, the founding families have never really needed to use bribery to get what they want." He looked at Lisa. "You know about the founding five, don't you?" "Of course." Lisa looked offended that he would even suggest she didn't know the history of the five most important families to the Ministry of Magic. The founding five was the name given to the five families that created the Ministry of Magic, and they were the ones who accomplished what the four founders started when they built this school, the complete segregation of the magical and non-magical worlds. "Exactly." Harry nodded. "The founding five were the creators of today's ministry, and they were the ones who gained the first 5 seats on the Wizengamot. Our word holds a lot of sway over magical Britain's government. Of course, Harry added. We've lost a lot of power since then. The war against Voldemort decimated many pureblood families, including those of the Founding Five. He ignored the flinches and paling faces his casual mentioning of the Dark Lord's name invoked. They would have to get over their fear eventually, because he had no intention of giving that man any more power than he already had. Especially since he was dead. As of this moment, the Blacks are all but extinct, with the only remaining male heir currently incarcerated in Azkaban prison. Only Susan and her aunt remain of the Bones family after the war, and Amelia Bones is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, so the Bones family seat is currently in stasis until Susan reaches the age of majority. Neville's family managed to survive. I know that he has a couple of aunts, uncles and cousins who had not been in the country during the war, but the main NCH only consists of him and his grandmother, who currently holds the Longbottom seat. And you all know that I am the last of the Potter family. That's pretty sad. Hannah looked downtrodden at the turn this conversation took. To think that so many important families were killed off like that. That's war, Harry informed her with a shrug. In war, people die. And if you think that's bad, you should read up on some of the Muggle wars that have taken place. The non-magical community is possibly even more apt at finding new ways to kill each other than we wizards are. Potions CL that day was a lot different for Harry than it had been last Friday. The moment CL started, Severus Snape wrote his instruction on how to brew a basic antidote to common poisons, told his CL to start working, then sat down in his desk and proceeded to glare at nothing. Or at least, that is what it looked like to everyone else. Good thing Harry was not everyone else. The entire time he and Neville had been brewing their potion, the ornery potions professor had been sending him strange looks. Harry didn't know what to make of the man staring, but decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth and simply proceeded to make his potion with Neville. The potion itself was very easy to make. Harry already had 6 vials worth of antidote to common poisons locked away inside of his trunk. The standard way of making it was to add 4 measures of crushed bezoar to the cauldron, then add 2 measurements of standard ingredient, a mixture of herbs with many magical properties that were often used in potion brews. Once the ingredients were added, the cauldron needed to be heated to a medium temperature for 5 seconds, and afterwards, a small application of magic was required to get the ingredients to mix properly. Since Harry used a pewter cauldron, the brew needed to sit for 40 minutes, and then you added a pinch of ground unicorn horns followed by a clockwise stir, 2 mistletoe berries, 2 anti-clockwise stirs, and then another application of magic to complete the brew. If someone followed the instructions correctly, the entire process would take a little under the hour of CL time they had. Harry's process of making this particular potion was a little different. While he still used bezoar and unicorn horns, he cut out the standard potion ingredient and mistletoe berries and instead added honey water, mint SR pigs, stewed mandrake, and essence of lavender. The honeywater and mint sprigs decreased the time the cauldron needed to sit be heated by 15 minutes, and the stewed mandrake and essence of lavender increased the potion's potency by a factor of 2. The overall result was a potion that was not only far better than the original, but also cut the time it took to brew the potion by a third. Harry filled up 4 vials worth of the potion in vials charmed to be unbreakable. One went to him and another to Neville just in case either of them ever needed to use the antidote. You can never be too careful. One was used as a backup potion in case Severus Snape decided to sabotage the one they gave him, and the last Harry handed to the potion's master and head of Slytherin House. When he handed over the potion, the greasy-haired professor had stared at him with that blank yet confused look for nearly 5 minutes before taking the offered potion. The man then dismissed him, and Harry had gone back to his seat next to Neville. On the way back he'd noticed Hermione giving him another nasty look. Snape's actions had confused Harry, though it would be more accurate to say his lack of actions confused Harry. He remembered well what happened the first time they'd had potions CL. How the man had insulted them before CL even started. How he had singled out Harry and picked on him because of who his father was. How he had taken points from Gryffindor for the littlest of things and given points to the Slytherins for looking smart while they worked. None of that happened this CL. There were no insults being bandied out, no points given or taken, no potions master stalking between desks and intimidating the Gryffindors. And most importantly, he hadn't insulted Harry once. Harry wondered if perhaps their confrontation last CL had made the man wary of him. Had their battle of the minds caused Snape to approach the CL more cautiously? Or maybe he was trying to think of an explanation as to why Harry, a young boy of 11, was capable of occlumency when most pureblood children only just started learning it. It could even be something as simple as the man keeping quiet due to knowing that Harry could, at any time, let out the knowledge that he had used legilimency on a student. Doing such a thing may not get him thrown into Azkaban or even fired, but it would most certainly ruin his reputation, and the Board of Governors may decide to crack down on his teaching method. In the end, Harry supposed the real reasons didn't matter, and decided to put it out of his mind. There were more important things to think about than why Snape was acting so unusual. "Snape's acting pretty weird, don't you think?" Neville asked, breaking Harry from his own thoughts. He gave the boy a small nod. "He is. I was expecting him to try insulting me like yesterday, or at least give Slytherin some points for putting in their potion ingredients with flair, or something along those lines. What do you reckon's wrong with him?" Harry glanced at Neville out of the corner of his eyes, then shrugged. "Who knows? It's probably best not to think about it and just accept our good fortune while it lasts. I guess." His gaze sweeping around the CL room, Harry noticed that all of the other students were still working diligently. A few would look at him and Neville, but once they realized he saw them they would look away. He wondered if they were trying to figure out how they'd completed the potion so fast. Over at the Slytherin side of the CL room, Tracy Davis caught Harry's eye when she looked at him from where she was working with Daphne. He offered the girl a smile and was pleased when he got one in return. Daphne also seemed to notice the two making eye contact, and her lips thinned into a line of displeasure. Harry was sure she would have sneered if doing so wouldn't have ruined her icy image. When CL let out, Harry and Neville followed the other Gryffindors to the entrance hall where they would head to their first herbology lessons. The sun shone clearly when they reached the world outside. A pale blue sky with thin, wispy cirrus clouds sparsely populating the atmosphere greeted them. Harry and Neville and the other Gryffindors reached the greenhouses to see the Hufflepuffs already there. The greenhouses were long, rectangular buildings made of windows and a steel frame. Long, serpentine dragon statues ran along the roofs. From inside two of the three greenhouses, Harry could see vines of various thickness and sizes writhing and pressing against the GL windows. "Susan, Hannah." Harry and Neville walked over to the pair of Hufflepuff girls. Hannah offered them the sunniest of smiles, while Susan gave them her own small smile. "So how was potions?" Hannah asked curiously, eager to know how bad Professor Snape was to them this time. "It went well actually," Harry said. "Professor Snape didn't say anything for the entire CL. Just put the instructions on the board and told us to get to work. No insults, no taking points, nothing. It was rather nice, to be honest." "Really?" Hannah blinked in surprise, then puffed her cheeks out. "That's not fair. He docked 10 points from Sally Ann Perks the other day when she asked him a question." "I don't know what to tell you." Harry shrugged. "I guess he was just having one of those off days or something." "I guess." Hannah sighed as Susan hid a smile from her friend. The red-haired Hufflepuff looked from Harry to Neville, then frowned. "Are you all right, Neville?" The smile that had been dotting Neville's face since potions ended grew larger. "Of course. Why wouldn't I be? It's just..." Susan paused, searching for the right word. "This morning you were so worried you looked like you were going to be sick, but now you look really happy." "That's because we're having our first herbology lesson," Harry said with a mild chuckle. "Neville's been looking forward to this lesson since the start of school." "Right, Neville, you know me too well," Neville said, nodding. "I've read the entire course syllabus for this CL, and the only thing I'm disappointed about is that we won't be using any greenhouse other than Greenhouse 1. I heard that Greenhouses 2 and 3 are the ones that have all the rare plants in them. They would also have the more dangerous plants in them," Harry added. "Which is probably why we're not allowed inside." "I know." Neville looked very disheartened. Harry withheld a chuckle. It seemed that the boy's Gryffindor very only came out when faced with the possibility of interacting with dangerous plants capable of killing humans. There was no more time for conversation as Professor Sprout arrived, patting lightly down the dirt path and stopping in front of the students. "Good day everyone," the professor greeted in a cheerful voice. "For those of you who do not know me, my name is Pomona Sprout, and I will be your herbology teacher for your time here at Hogwarts. Now then, If you will follow me into Greenhouse 1 we can get started. Professor Sprout unlocked leading into Greenhouse 1 and walked in, the students following behind her dutifully. The greenhouse was currently empty, save for a few weedy-looking plants that Harry recognized as mundane weeds. The herbology professor had the students like up on the opposite side from the plants while she stood in front of a large desk. Herbology, Professor Sprout began once everyone was situated, is the study of magical and mundane plants and fungi. In this CL, I will be teaching you how to properly care for, handle and utilize various types of plants. You will learn about their magical properties, and what they can be used for in our society. The first half of Herbology CL was essentially a lecture on what they would be learning during the year. Harry was a bit disappointed when he heard they would not be dealing with very many actual plants, but focusing on lectures and theoretical knowledge on how to deal with certain plants such as the Devil's Snare. If Harry was disappointed, then Neville was downright gloomy. A quick glance at the boy revealed how disparaged he felt. His shoulders were drooped, sagging and lowered in disappointment at hearing they would not be physically handling many plants. After the lecture on the course syllabus, Professor Sprout told them the best way to handle most plants: fire. Which among you can tell me the best spell to use when struggling with an unfriendly plant? Naturally, the moment Professor Sprout posed her question, Hermione Granger's hand was in the air, the appendage shaking with eagerness. Yes, Ms. Granger. The Incendio charm, Professor, Hermione stated in her lecturing voice. The fire-making spell. In order to cast it you have to point your wand at whatever you want to set on fire and chant, Incendio. Marvelous work, Ms. Granger, Professor Sprout praised. Take 5 points for Gryffindor. Hermione sent Harry another one of her smug looks. Harry ignored her. Now then everyone, I want you to point your wands at those weeds you see on the other side of the greenhouse and say Incendio. At once many of the students made to follow the herbology professor's instructions. None of them managed to get the charm right, though Hermione's wand did produce a puff from its tip. Once again, Harry didn't cast the spell immediately, but instead thought about how a spell like the Incendio would work. Given what it did, it was obviously a fire elemental spell. A lower level one since it was being taught to first years. It probably didn't need much more than intent and an incantation to cast. You had to want the fire to come out and burn your target. At least, that's what he UMED. Incendio, Harry muttered as he pointed his wand at the weeds across the greenhouse. From the tip of his wand, a bright, orange and red flame roared into existence. On either side of him, Neville and Hannah jumped away in shock. The cylinder of flame spewed from the tip of Harry's wand, crashing into the weed he targeted, and burning it until there was nothing but ash. Only then did Harry cut off the power he put into the spell. A small frown appeared on his face as he checked his core. That spell had used more energy than he thought it would. At least 2 times more energy than any of the charms he had cast so far. Even some of the more advanced charms they wouldn't be taught until 3rd year hadn't taken this much energy. He wondered at this. Was it because this was an elemental spell? Perhaps creating an element simply took more magic. Well, he supposed it didn't matter for the moment. So long as he could cast the spell everything would be fine. He could always do an independent study on elemental magic later. Excellent job, Mr. Potter. Professor Sprout cheered loudly. I did not expect anyone to get the spell right today, much less master it on their first try. Take 10 points for Gryffindor. Thank you, ma'am, Harry replied, absent-mindedly nodding in her direction. Several students away, Hermione Granger glared at him. After lunch Harry and Neville found themselves making their way to their first flying lesson with the other Gryffindors. They walked through a hall and out of an archway that expanded into a large courtyard. Harry estimated it to be about 50 square meters in total. It was a clear field of green GR with no trees or shrubs of any kind, probably so students wouldn't crash into them while learning to fly, Harry guessed. He noticed as soon as he and the other lions entered that the brooms they would be using were already there, laid out on the ground in a single file line. A frown crossed his face as his eyes zeroed in on the condition of the brooms. He had heard from the Weasley twins that the brooms the school gave them to use were in horrible condition, but he had not been sure if he should truly believe them until now. The broom were not just in bad shape, they were horrendous. The wood used to make of the shafts of the broom were scratched and scuffed and looked like they had not been serviced in ages. Several even had large cracks on them that would probably hamper their ability to make drastic course corrections. Many of the twigs at the ends were broken or bent, which from his father's lectures when he would take Harry flying let him know that would affect their aerodynamics. In short, the brooms being used by the school were not only pieces of crap, they were also incredibly dangerous, especially to first-timers. And why? Harry wondered. Why wasn't the school doing something about this? Did they lack the funding to buy better brooms? Or was there some other reason he couldn't determine? Either way, something would have to be done. Children their age shouldn't be using such dangerous equipment. The Slytherins were already outside, huddling together a ways off. Most of them seemed to be listening to Draco, who told everyone that it was travesty that first years weren't allowed to bring a broom, and how much better their Quidditch team would be if he was allowed to join. Harry did notice that while many of the Slytherins were paying rapt attention to the boy, Blaise, Daphne and Tracy looked almost bored to tears. The three were standing at the edge of the crowd, and while to the average eye it looked like they were paying attention to everything Draco said, he could easily see they were only pretending. Blaise's expression looked the same as it always did, that being a general look of aloofness and distance. However, Harry could see the hard lines around his eyes. They made him look slightly strained, as if he was just barely resisting the urge to roll them. Surprisingly enough, Harry could not get a read on the pretty blonde next to the dark-skinned pureblood. Daphne Greenger. Expression was, as always, colder than a winter's night in Antarctica. And yet, while her expression remained the same, her stance betrayed her irritation. Her arms were crossed and she was putting more weight on her right leg than her left, which he had been able to notice through her thick school robes due to the way her figure tilted. The crossing of her arms, her distance, and the stance she used were often signs of someone who was annoyed. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Tracy Davis was not masking her boredom at all. Everything from her stance to the annoyed look in her eyes to the way she was nearly scowling at Draco told Harry that she was not at all pleased with the blonde boy's GGing. This did not surprise Harry one bit. He knew that Tracy Davis was not a pureblood but a half-blood. Her father was a pureblood from a minor house, and her mother was a muggleborn that her father married shortly after they graduated from Hogwarts. Given that her father had gone against tradition and was considered the black sheep of his family, it would make sense that he had not taught his daughter much about pureblood traditions and social etiquette. It made him wonder about just how she and Daphne had become friends in the first place. His internal musings were interrupted by the arrival of their flight instructor. Much like Professor McGonagall, Madame Rolanda Hooch looked like a woman you wouldn't want to cross lightly, if at all. Her gray hair was cut in short spikes that were swept about her face, like she had just come back from flying. Her eyes were a sharp, piercing yellow like those of a hawk's, and her face held the kind of no-nonsense look that he had seen on the Transfiguration teacher. She wore a white button-down collared shirt and a black necktie with the Hogwarts crest under her cloak. "All right everyone," Madame Hooch shouted over the talking students. Almost immediately everyone quieted down. "Don't just stand around. Line up next to the broom so we can get started." Well, the woman certainly wasn't one for eloquent words and long-winded speeches like, that's for sure. That suited Harry just fine. He and Neville followed the instructor's advice and lined up next to a broom. "Now, I want you all to stick out your right hand above your broom and say, 'Up. Up.'" Everyone shouted at once. Harry's broom immediately flew into his hand, but he noticed that his was one of the only ones to have done so. Malfoy had gotten his to shoot up as well, showing that while he may be a GG he was not just puffing hot air. Tracy's had also flown into her hands the moment she had spoken. Along with her, Blaise had managed to get his up after a couple of tries and Daphne followed soon after. On the Gryffindor side of things, it looked like Harry was the only person who had gotten his broom to respond. Seamus Finnegan's broom had jumped into the air a few inches of the ground, then fell back down. It took him several tries to get it into his hand. Hermione Granger's had rolled over a couple of times, but not much else. And Neville's hadn't done anything at all. "You need to be more commanding," Harry said to Neville as the Longbottom heir tried to unsuccessfully call his broom to his hand again. In many ways brooms are a lot like horses. They can sense your fear and desire not to ride them. You need take a more commanding stance. Don't just say, up, and expect it to respond. You have to mean it. You need to want the broom in your hand. The Longbottom heir looked at him for several seconds, before taking a deep breath and giving it another try. Up, he commanded, his voice much louder and without the quaver it held earlier. This time the broom did shoot up into Neville's hand. Unfortunately, Neville had been so unprepared for it that the broom had smacked off his hand and almost fell back to the ground had Harry's own hand not shot out and caught it. Thanks, Harry, Neville said with an embered blush as Harry handed the boy his broom. You're welcome, Harry responded with an amused smile. After everyone had a broom in hand, Madam Hooch showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, walking up and down the row helping students correct their grip. What do you mean I'm doing it wrong? Asked an indignant Draco Malfoy when Madam Hooch told him that his grip on the broom was wrong. This is how I've been doing it for years. Then you have been doing it wrong for years, the instructor with hawk-like eyes said in a stern voice. Your grip on the broom is too loose and you're holding the shaft too close to the ends of the broom. Not only will that make it more difficult to control, but it also heightens the chance of your hands sliding off the end during maneuvering. The scowl on Draco Malfoy's face as he was thoroughly humiliated was incredibly amusing. Harry did feel a bit guilty for taking pleasure in another person's suffering, but he was beginning to dislike the Malfoy heir thanks to what he had done this morning. Getting Neville's self-confidence up was hard enough already. He didn't need Malfoy's bullying making things even harder. And Harry noticed he wasn't the only one who was taking perverse pleasure in the boy's humiliation. While Blaise and Daphne looked pretty indifferent to the whole thing, with Blaise only showing the smallest of smirks, their brunette friend had no such subtlety and blatant snickered behind her hand at the blonde boy's emberment. As if feeling his eyes on her, Tracy Davis looked over at him curiously. Harry gave her the tiniest of grins, then tilted his head towards Draco Malfoy, who was red-faced as Madam Hooch finished correcting his handling of his broom. Her eyes lit up when she realized he, too, found the Malfoy heir's situation amusing and mouthed the word, idiot, while pointing to the blonde boy. Both Blaise and Daphne seemed to notice the small interaction, but where Blaise's smirk widened when he cottoned on to what their silent communication was about, Daphne simply gave him her iciest glare and looked away, determined to ignore him. Harry didn't let Daphne's coldness bother him too much. From what he had seen she was cold to everyone save Tracy and Blaise, and even with the dark-skinned pureblood she tended to keep her distance. Though he did have to wonder about her cold personality. It was most intriguing considering how her best friend Tracy was so friendly and open. How had she turned out like this? Why was she so cold to everyone? Was it some kind of defense mechanism? Perhaps someone had hurt her in the past and she closed herself off to all those but the few she could trust. It could even be something as simple as that just being her personality, though Harry doubted it. More than likely it had something to do with her family. Perhaps one of her parents or a relative of hers was abusive. He didn't know, couldn't know, and so he put it out of his mind for now. Thinking up theories of how a person acted without having any information to confirm or deny his theories was foolish. He would eventually crack the mystery surrounding Daphne, but he couldn't let it consume him. He was brought out of his thoughts when Madam Hooch began speaking after making sure everyone had mounted their brooms properly. Now, when I blow my whistle I want you all to kick off from the ground hard. Don't kick off the ground hard, Harry whispered quietly so that only Neville could hear. The other boy looked at him in confusion for contradicting a teacher, but Harry just smiled. She's telling you to do that because most people require to kick off harder than normal in order to get into the air, but you can also lose control that way. Instead of kicking off the ground, simply pull the handle of your broom up and stand on your toes. Neville didn't have a chance to respond to Harry because Madam Hooch chose that moment to speak again. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. As Madam Hooch blew on her whistle, everyone tried their best to rise into the air. Hermione didn't have much luck at first, too nervous to actually kick off the ground, and instead tried jumping up and down. It didn't work and Madam Hooch had to go over and instruct her. Seamus and Dean had a bit more luck. Seamus managed to get off the ground, but his broom wobbled and he kept slipping from one side to the other. Dean, surprisingly, did much better than Seamus and managed to stay on his broom. Tracy and Draco both did well. Whether or not the blonde-haired boy really was as skilled as he claimed, Harry could not deny that he at least looked comfortable on his broom. Likewise, Tracy Davis seemed to almost be a natural, especially compared to her friends, both of whom managed to get their brooms into the air, but looked mildly uncomfortable as they did so. Perhaps the most surprising person there was Neville. His broom managed to lift into the air by following Harry's instructions. Oh, he certainly didn't look like a natural, and seemed to be extremely nervous despite not being more than a foot off the ground, but at the very least he had managed full lift-off. "You're doing good, Neville," Harry encouraged as he floated several feet off the ground. It had been easy for him to get his broom to do what he wanted, and he suspected it may have had something to do with his dad's natural talent at riding a broom. Could a person's talent on a broom be a genetic trait, perchance? Something to think of later on. Just keep a firm grip on the handle. Now, slowly pull it up. That's it. Now tilt the handle back down. Harry watched as Neville's feet hit the ground and nodded. The boy had done most admirably considering he looked like he wanted to pee out while in the air. "See," Harry said as he followed Neville's example and landed on the ground. "It's not as hard as it looks, is it?" "If you say so, Harry," Neville replied, still looking incredibly shaken. "Even so, I don't think I'll be getting on a broom again anytime soon." Harry gave the boy a nod. "That's fine. Not everyone enjoys flying. What's important is that you managed to stay on your broom and didn't get injured or ember yourself, which is more than I can say for them." At the word, them, Harry hooked a thumb over to Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, both of whom had not even succeeded in getting their broom into the air. Neville gave a mild chuckle and grinned unsurely at him. "Okay everyone," Madam Hooch called for order. "We only have 15 minutes of CL left, so I am going to allow you some free time. Those of you who wish to continue flying may do so as long as you remain where I can see you. Those who do not wish to continue, place your brooms on the ground and step off to the side so you do not get injured by anyone who may decide to do something reckless." Of the kids who had gone through the lesson, only a few decided to continue: Tracy Davis, Draco Malfoy, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Theodore Nott and Harry Potter. Everyone else had moved off to the side where they would not get hurt on accident if someone ended up losing control of their broom. Harry quickly walked up to Tracy as Madam Hooch told them to get in line. His actions drew perplexed or surprised looks from everyone. Like always, he ignored them in favor of talking to Tracy. "You seem pretty comfortable on a broom," Harry complimented, his words causing Tracy to smile at him. "Were you watching me, Potter?" asked Tracy, her eyes glinting with amusement. "As much as I watched everybody else," Harry informed her with a smile. "And it's Harry, or is Daphne convinced you to call me Potter now?" Tracy laughed at his words, and her eyes moved over to where Blaise and Daphne were standing. Harry followed her gaze and saw that while Blaise looked amused to see him spending time with a Slytherin, Daphne was favoring him with a cold glare. Harry also noticed out of the corner of his eye that Draco was scowling at him and Tracy. He shrugged both of the looks off and turned back to Tracy. "No, Daphne hasn't said anything about what I should call you," she told him with a grin. "But you know how it is, house politics demand I call you Potter, since, you know, everyone else in the house seems to call you that." Harry raised an eyebrow. "You didn't strike me as the type who cared about house politics." "What?" Tracy gave him her best haughty glare. It wasn't very convincing, considering her lips kept twitching into a grin. "You think I don't care about what the esteemed members of my house think of me?" "Yes," Harry said with a nod. "That is exactly what I think." Tracy huffed. "All right, fine, so maybe Daphne might have said something about how I shouldn't get all chummy with you because it would ruin what standing I have with my house." "Did she really say that?" "Well, not quite like that," Tracy admitted. "It was more like, you shouldn't spend time with Potter, he's only using you for his own gain and it will be even more difficult to protect you from our housemates if you befriend him." "Not very trusting, is she?" Harry asked, just barely managing to contain his wince. While he wouldn't quite call what he was doing manipulating someone for his own gain, he also couldn't deny that he was straddling a very fine line between using others solely for his own gain and helping them via forming alliances. It was a difficult thing, trying to further his goals without using others for his own benefit, and every day he had to constantly think about how to advance those goals without sacrificing his morals. As I said, she's not like that with just you but everyone, Tracy reassured him. She's been like that ever since. Ever since. Harry's tone turned questioning when Tracy trailed off. Nothing, she told him with a grimace. She's just been like that for a while. It's just how she is. Harry's brow furrowed. Now he was definitely curious. There was clearly something going on with Daphne, some reason that explained why she acted so cold towards everyone. And Tracy knew of it, or at least, she knew something about it. He was tempted to question her, but withheld himself. Whatever secrets Daphne had were clearly things she didn't want others to know, and it would be remiss of him to try and pry that information from her friend. It would also strain Tracy's friendship with the blonde girl, and that wasn't something Harry was willing to do. Again, it came down to morals. What lines was he willing to cross? Destroying a friendship for his own gain was not something he was comfortable doing. No, he would crack the mystery surrounding Daphne without using her friend to do it. It was better to get knowledge straight from the source anyway. He just needed to find a way around that cold personality of hers. It would take time, but Harry was sure he could get Daphne over on his side eventually. Harry, I felt an exhausted sigh threaten to escape as I turned around to face my tormentor. For nearly 2 weeks the girl I had rescued from Dudley and his friends had been bothering me non-stop. Every morning at school she would find me and greet me with a big hug, and every time lunch came about she would be waiting right outside my CL room. I'm not even sure how she found out which CL room was mine. Lisa, I said, staring at the brunette with a blank look. What do you, Gurk? A choked noise escaped my throat as Lisa hugged me tightly. I really should have expected this, yet for some reason, the action still caught me off guard. Fortunately, she let go moments later, though I could tell from how my face felt like it had caught fire that I was still blushing. What was that for? I hissed. Lisa just smiled at me. That was my good morning greeting, she said as if it should be obvious, which it obviously wasn't. Good morning. You already said that, I mumbled irritably. I really didn't know what to make of this girl. Ever since that time with Dudley and his ilk she'd been clinging to me like glue. I'd tried ditching her several times and told her off exactly 365 times, but nothing I said or did worked. She continued following me like some kind of faithful puppy. It was extremely annoying. Well, I'm saying it again, Lisa declared almost proudly. And I'll say it a million more times until you say good morning too. I pinched the bridge of my nose to stem the coming migraine and pondered what to do. I couldn't just be rude and terrible to her. I refused to do something that had even a chance of sending me back down that dark path I'd escaped from, but politely trying to deny her friendship didn't seem to be working. Guess there was no helping it. Good morning, Lisa, I said, averting my eyes. The way her eyes seemed to sparkle disturbed me. You finally did it. The girl cheered. Yes. Before I had a chance to sneak off, Lisa linked arms with me. And now that we're friends you can walk me to my CL. What? I mumbled in shock before Lisa began dragging me behind her. Hold up. I never said anything about us being friends. Of course you did, she chided, smiling brightly at me. Just now you greeted me like a friend would. That makes us friends. It does not. Now, to CL. Let go of me, Lisa. The levitation charm was first invented in the 16th century with Jarlath Hobart being credited as its creator, though he had actually mistaken it for a flying spell rather than a simple charm that let him levitate objects into the air. He had been so caught up in his own euphoria at thinking he could fly that on July 15, 1544 he somehow managed to convince a large number of witches and wizards, including the, at the time, chief warlock of the Wyzongamot to see his maiden voyage. Harry's small lecture, story on the Wingardium Leviosa was interrupted by a stifled giggle from Hannah Abbott and a loud laugh from one Tracy Davis. The two had asked him for help on their charms essay as charms was their weakest subject. Well, charms was Hannah's weakest subject. Tracy was just horrible at writing essays period, she was good at charms though. Giving the pair a grin, Harry waited until their laughter died down, purposefully ignoring the baleful glare sent his way by the Lyrian, one Madam Pants. You think that's good, wait until you hear this. After an extremely rousing speech about how he had discovered flight, and a national anthem being played in his honor by a popular at the time aura, he cast a spell upon himself and leapt off the roof of a church he had climbed onto. At first it looked like he had succeeded. There he was, hovering in mid-air. Naturally, people were enthralled. However, after staring at him for nearly 3 minutes, in which time he continued to simply hover there, many people began to grow impatient and tried booing him off his proverbial stage. In response to the negative comments he was receiving, Jarlath Hobart tried moving in mid-air by doggy paddling, which, by the way, was not successful. He stayed exactly where he was. More snickers met his words and Harry looked to see that Blaise, Lisa, Neville, Susan and Terry were now all listening to him as well. In either event, when that didn't work he began to mistakenly believe that his clothes were making him heavier and thus impeding his movement. Harry trailed off here, waiting for the others to figure out where he was going on their own. Tracy was the first to get where he was going. She gasped, then placed a hand to her mouth as she stifled what was likely to be uproarious laughter. The others soon followed with their own reactions, all of which were fairly amusing. He didn't. He did, Harry said with an almost solemn nod that was belied by his grin. Wanting to show everyone that he could, in fact, fly, Hobart proceeded to remove all of his clothing in the hopes that it would allow him to gain the ability of flight. By now everyone looked like they were hardly containing themselves. Tracy had almost literally stuffed her fist into her mouth to stop herself from laughing, and Hannah was only a little better off. Neville and Susan were both red in the face and looked like they were just barely restraining themselves from openly laughing. Lisa was wearing the most amused smile he had ever seen, and Terry had his hands clamped over his mouth keeping his lips shut by pinching them together with his fingers. Even the normally stoic Blaise looked like he was having a hard time keeping the grin off his face. However, what Hobart didn't know was that his clothes were actually the only thing keeping him airborne. You see, because it is extremely difficult to cast magic on something magical in nature like a witch or wizard due to the inherent magical resistance they have, he had ended up casting it on his clothes. So, when he stripped himself there was nothing holding him up. He paused, and his grin widened when he saw the others struggling even harder to contain their laughter. I'm sure you all can imagine what happened. He fell to the ground quite hard after that and ended up breaking 16 bones on the way down. He then went on to receive a penalty of extraordinary stupidity from the chief warlock. His last statement seemed to be the final straw for what little self-restraint most of them had. Tracy Davis burst out in laughter, her voice so boisterous and loud that many of the other students around their table glared at the girl. Tears literally streaming down her face, she held onto her stomach like her laughter was actually causing physical pain. Hannah was giggling and snorting into her hand, a mortified look on her face due to the fact that she was doing something as unfeminine as snorting. Despite clearly wanting to stop embering herself further, she seemed incapable of doing anything other than continuing to show her amusement in the most embering way possible. The two shyest of the group of friends, Neville and Susan, finally lost the battle to contain their own amusement and were chortling and giggling into their hands. Neville looked like he was gasping for air as he continued to laugh and Susan was crying tears of mirth, one hand hiding her grinning lips while the other was on her stomach. Harry's Ravenclaw friends were not much better. Terry was actually on the floor holding his gut as he heaved deep, ragged gasps of breath from all the laughing he'd done. Harry could occasionally make out the other boy wheezing out words like, "D," and "stupidity," but not much else managed to escape from Terry's mouth. Meanwhile, Lisa had buried her face into the book laid out before her as she fruitlessly tried to cover her own reaction. Harry just hoped she hadn't drooled on that book or Madame Pants would be even madder than she was now. Out of the 7 sitting with him, only Blaise had managed to refrain from laughing like a loon, but even he was having trouble keeping his amusement from showing. The Italian boy was currently disguising his laughter as a cough that he hid behind his close-fisted hand. "Where?" Tracy gasped out as she continued to hold her stomach. She was in deep breaths now, trying to gain the oxygen she had been unable to take in during her intense bout of laughter. "Where did you find this information? I never saw any of this in the book. Did you even read the book?" asked a smirking Blaise. Tracy scowled at her friend, the blush on her face not only making it ineffective, but also letting everyone at the table know that she had not actually read the book. This brought another round of not as intense laughter to the group, and served to make the brunette Slytherin's blush grow. "I actually didn't find it in the book," Terry informed Blaise as he dragged himself back into his seat. He was still gasping a bit, and the occasional snicker escaped his mouth as he smirked at the dark-skinned boy. "And I did actually read it." Blaze chortled behind his hand while Tracy's blush and scowl deepened. She crossed her arms over her and tried to ineffectively glare at the pair. "Are you two done making fun of me?" Blaze's eyes held a sense of mischief to them as he shrugged his shoulders and said, "For the moment." Tracy's general laziness aside, Harry began, grinning when Tracy's eyes landed on him and gave him a betrayed glare. "The reason you probably couldn't find this information is because it's at the end of the book as an excerpt to the levitation charm. You see, it wasn't originally called the levitation charm, which is actually considered an improved version of what Hobart created. At the time it was called the hover charm, or levioso, not only due to the fact that it allowed one to hover in midair, but also because that was all it could do. You couldn't make the hovering object move or do anything other than hover. The charm was later improved upon and became what we know as the levitation charm today." Harry ended his small lecture with a shrug. "Still, the information is not only entertaining but also potentially useful." He looked over at Hannah and Tracy, who was still looking at him like he had betrayed her. "I figured you two could use this bit to add in that extra 4 inches Flitwick asked for on your IGN Ment. I'm sure he'd get a kick out of it." After nearly a month of theoretical lectures, Professor Flitwick had finally told them they were going to be learning the levitation charm. However, he wanted them to study the charm first and write up a 10-inch essay on its history, mechanics and uses in everyday wizarding society. Harry already knew the charm inside and out, having studied and practiced the spell on his own during the night before he did his meditations and went to bed. He had even finished the essay as well as the rest of this week's homework before the study session he and his friends had taken to having every Saturday after breakfast. This was done with a two-part purpose. 1. He wanted to be done with his homework as soon as it was ignited so he could focus on his more important tasks during the week. And 2. So that he could provide stance to his friends when they asked for it. This had been a very good idea because almost all of his friends asked for help with something, and Harry was well known by now at excelling in every CL they had. School had actually been going very well for Harry Potter. He was always the top in every single one of his classes, was always the first to get every spell right and always got it on the very first try, in CL at least, and was always providing help to the other students, much to his teachers' delight. There was some jealousy of his academic prowess from a few of the students. It was an unfortunate consequence of excelling in everything he did. While many people were outraged by the fact that he was perfectly happy to help them, a few of the more academically oriented students who enjoyed being at the top of their CL tended to glare at him when he tried to help them. During these instances Harry would just focus on that old saying about how you couldn't please them all. No matter how hard he worked at being liked and respected by his peers, there would always be some that he simply would not be able to please. One of these people that he took particular notice of was Hermione Granger, the Muggle-born witch who was consistently near the top of every CL. She was usually the second or third, though there were other times when she was fifth or even sixth, to get a spell right and had steadfastly refused his help. Lately he had noticed that the girl had been looking rather despondent. She seemed much more withdrawn than usual and had even stopped lecturing her fellow Gryffindors whenever she was in the house common room. In fact, he rarely ever saw her in the common room except when she was pinged through, either up to her room or into the castle proper. According to rumor, Padma and Lavender, Hermione would often disappear for several hours at a time and no one knew where she went, though many Padma and Lavender said they had seen her crying. Harry wasn't quite sure what to think of that. If he were honest, he did feel bad for the girl. At the same time, it wasn't really his fault. Yes, he was doing better than her in all of their classes, and he had even helped people usurp her in some of them, but it wasn't as if he had not offered her the same help as well. Indeed, Harry had tried multiple times to help the girl out, but was rebuffed each time. In the end, he had just decided to give up. You couldn't help those who didn't want it. And who knows, maybe she would come around in time. Surprisingly, the only subject he was not the best in was herbology, where he was currently tied for the rankings of first place with Neville. Of course, saying he was not the best usually implied that he was in second place, not tied for first. It was only due to Harry's innate competitive streak and sense of fair play that made him refuse to admit he was first in that CL. Harry had several very distinct advantages over Neville, not the least of which was his eidetic memory. Despite the fact that Harry got perfect grades without even needing to do much studying beyond what he felt like doing to go above and beyond what was required in his academia, Neville was still tied with him for first. For this reason, Harry conceded that Neville was simply better at that particular subject than he was, painful though it was to admit. "You're right about that," Terry said, his voice now clear after finally managing to regain control over his breathing. "Flitwick would definitely be amused to learn this. He'd probably get a few laughs even if he already knows." Professor Phileas Flitwick was definitely one of their favorite teachers. Unlike the stern Professor McGonagall, the scowling Snape, or the overly happy and cheerful Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick was the kind of teacher who was not only easy to talk to, but also had a sense of humor and didn't mind making fun of himself in order to get a point across. That was not to say none of the other teachers had their good points. Harry was actually quite fond of his head of house, though a part of this may have been due to her partiality towards him. It was a very subtle thing, but it was quite clear to Harry that she favored him, in part due to his own talent in transfiguration, but also because of who his parents were. He was not sure how he felt about that, as it was his belief that teachers should be impartial regardless of personal feelings. Still, in spite of her favoritism, he knew enough about the woman to know that, even if she did favor him, it would not be enough to keep him out of trouble should he actually do something that warrants a scolding. God only knows how many times she scolded his father for doing something stupid. His musings on the various teachers and their methods of instructing students was halted when a stern and angry voice spoke to the group. "Excuse me, but if you lot are going to continue to be so loud, I'm going to have to ask you to leave." Harry turned to look at the angry form of Madame Irma Pants. Madame Pants was a very irritable-looking woman, the kind who looked like she might start spewing fire at the slightest provocation. She also reminded Harry of an underfed vulture. Her skin was rough and leathery, like parchment, her cheeks were sunken and hollow, her face was shriveled with wrinkles, and she had an unflattering hook nose. She was also very thin, something Harry noticed through her thick robes. Yes, underfed vulture was definitely the most apt description for her. "I'm very sorry, Madame Pants," Harry said, bowing to the woman and adopting a regretful and properly chastised face. "I am afraid my friends and I were so caught up in some humorous facts we had learned while doing our homework that we forgot ourselves. I promise that it will never happen again." If it were at all humanly possible and would not have given him away, Harry would have given himself a pat on the back for his acting skills. If being a wizard failed, he could always just go to Hollywood and become a world-famous actor, he thought with an amusement that he refused to show the others. In the meantime, he would begin looking up silencing charms. While the standard muffling spell was useful, it not only didn't block out noise in its entirety, but only ensured that noise could not move through an inanimate object, such as a door or window. He would need something that created a bubble of silence between him and his friends and the rest of the world so they could talk with impunity. Madame Pants continued to glare sternly at Harry as he stood up from his bow. Her angry gaze swept across to the other 7 with him, all of whom except for Blaise flinched when it was directed at them. She eventually went back to looking at Harry, before giving him a stiff nod. "See that it doesn't, Mr. Potter." As the strict woman walked off, muttering about disrespectful TS who don't know how to respect her Leary, under her breath, Harry Potter turned around to see most of his friends staring at him in shock. Or as was the case with Tracy, what? He asked, actually feeling uncomfortable. He felt as if he had suddenly been put on the spot without knowing why. It almost reminded him of that punked show Lisa occasionally watched. "How did you do that?" asked Tracy. "Do what?" asked Harry, blinking several times before he realized what she was asking about. "You mean how did I get Madame Pants to not kick us out?" When Tracy nodded her head emphatically, looking almost like those bobble heads, he grinned. "Why do you want to know?" "Why do I want to know?" Tracy parroted incredulously. "What do you mean, why do I want to know? Do you know how awesome it would be to get out of trouble with nothing but a few words? If I could do what you just did with my parents, I would never have to worry about being grounded for sneaking out into the backyard at night so I could fly my broom without supervision again." Harry just barely withheld his snort. Leave it to Tracy Davis to get in trouble for something like that. If There was one thing he had learned about the Slytherin girl, it was that she was one of the biggest broom fanatics this side of Hogwarts. She loved everything about brooms, every single fact and facet regardless of how useless, she knew it all. This, of course, included things like which Quidditch star used which ND of brooms, how long they had them, and how many times they had been forced to get them replaced for one reason or another. She even knew the reason each broom had been replaced. She was also a complete Quidditch fanatic, and could debate facts on the sport for hours without end. Harry knew this from personal experience. "Well, I suppose that's as good a reason as any," Harry replied with a mild dose of sarcasm. The grin on his face as he sat down next to her, and Hannah let the girl know he was joking. "So you want to know my secret to escaping unfavorable predicaments with people like teachers and parents?" Tracy blinked several times at the large vocabulary he had just used. While the girl wasn't dumb by any stretch of the imagination, few if any of the people she knew used such complicated words. Harry just liked saying large, complex multi-syllable words because it made him sound more intelligent. After a moment or two she gave him another nod. "Well," Harry leaned in and cupped a hand to his mouth, as if he were about to share some great secret. Tracy, eager to learn how he could get himself out of trouble time and time again with mere words, leaned in to hear his words of wisdom. Harry smiled as his mouth stopped right next to her ear. The others also leaned in, hoping to learn his secret as well. "It's a secret, Pratt," Tracy hissed as she took a swipe at him. Harry chuckled as he leaned back and rubbed the shoulder she smacked. "That really hurt, you know," Harry said with a small grin. "Is this how you show your appreciation after all the eye stance I've given you with your CL work?" He edged piteously while tossing the others a wink. "I don't know if I can continue to help such a violent and unruly girl." "You did kind of deserve it, Harry," Hannah informed him, speaking up before Tracy could. Said girl huffed at Harry, but decided let the pig-tailed blonde speak for her. Being the closest to the pair, she had been able to hear his words much more clearly than the others, and would admit to being disappointed about not learning how he could be so persuasive. "I kind of want to hit you myself. But you wouldn't do that, would you, Hannah?" asked Harry with slightly pleading eyes. Hannah flushed a bit, and Harry continued. "You're not like that abusive and violent girl over there, are you?" He continued, pointing over at Tracy. "Oi, of course not," Hannah said, turning her head away from Harry for a second. "But that doesn't mean I'm not disappointed. And while I wouldn't hit you, I wouldn't stop Tracy from hitting you either." Harry tried to give Hannah his best pout. Unfortunately, pouting was not an expression he had ever practiced before, so his face looked more comical than cute and caused his friends to laugh at him. Huffing, Harry fought to contain a smile as he saw how well his unification plan was working. The transition from thinking in terms of houses to that of a unified group of friends from different walks of life had not been seamless. There was still the occasional problem, but it was going much more smoothly than he had originally anticipated. Really, the only issues that had cropped up was when Blaise and Tracy had shown up to study with them that first Saturday. It wasn't anything they had done wrong. In fact, Tracy had been rather nervous about sitting with a bunch of people from other houses. No doubt many of the older students of her house had informed them about how the other houses hated and distrusted people in Slytherin simply for being in the House of S's, and it had given her a fear of opening up to people not of her house. She had actually been on her best behavior because of that. No, the problem had not come from the two Slytherins but from everyone else. It was a very unfortunate circumstance, but the fact of the matter was that whoever had informed Tracy of the distrust the other three houses held against Slytherin had been right. No one trusted the House of S's. All of the first years in the other three houses had been told of how untrustworthy Slytherins were and warned to watch out for them. This led to his other friends becoming quiet and tense when Blaise and Tracy showed up. This hadn't stopped Harry though. In an effort to breach the gap dividing Slytherin from the other three houses, he had spent most of that study session talking to Blaise and Tracy. He helped them with their homework, talked with them about their interests and hobbies, and did everything he could to not only make them feel comfortable but let the others know that he trusted them. Trust was the main issue here. No one trusted anyone from Slytherin because of the misbegotten rumors that Slytherin produced dark wizards. Once again, Harry had to curse that damnable fool, Voldemort, for ruining a once noble house with his mad ideals and idiocy. The stain brought about by the actions of the most recent Dark Lord even made people forget that Merlin himself, a man not only known for being the most powerful wizard in existence, but also for being the most Muggle-friendly wizard in history, had been in Slytherin House. Were Voldemort not already dead, Harry would have mercilessly crushed the man for making his goals that much more difficult. Despite the minor hardship that came with two Slytherins joining their study group, the others eventually overcame their differences, and now Tracy and Blaise were as much a part of the group as Susan and Hannah were. He now had friends in all four houses, and once people began to see that the rivalries certain houses held for each other, Slytherin and Gryffindor, could be overcome, he would be able to expand his influence into each house with more ease. "What about you, Susan?" Harry turned his attention to the redhead who, upon being put in the spotlight, let out an "eep" as her cheeks took on a light pink coloration. It was actually an improvement from the way her entire face used to turn as red whenever he addressed her. "You're not disappointed in me, are you?" Susan seemed to struggle to find the right words to tell him, and the red on her face began to gradually darken the longer the others at her table stared at her. By the time she finally did speak, she looked like she wanted to disappear beneath her robes. "No, thanks, Sue," Harry said, completely ignoring the way his red-haired friend blushed at the nickname he had given her. He turned to look at the Tracy and Hannah. "See that? Why can't you two be more magnanimous and sweet like her?" While Susan's face began taking on the same glow as a red star, Tracy quipped, "Because if everyone was like Susan, this world would be a very boring place." Realizing that what she said could be construed as an insult, the brunette quickly turned to the shy Hufflepuff and said, "Not that there's anything wrong with being nice like you. Just that the world needs more variety," Lisa supplied when she saw Tracy struggling to find the right word. "Yeah, that's it." Tracy snapped her fingers as her face took on a "Eureka" expression. "The world needs more variety, otherwise it would get very boring very fast." Such an eloquent speaker, Harry teased the girl for requiring someone else to come up with a proper noun for her to use. "You ever thought of becoming a politician?" While Tracy huffed at him in mock indignation, Blaise gave him a calculating look. "I think the only one who wants to become a politician is you." Harry looked over at Blaise and sent the boy a wide smile. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." "Right," Blaise drawled with an amused smirk. "Not to put a rein on your guys' parade or anything," Neville interrupted, speaking for the first time since their bantering had begun. "But I think you might want to leave, Harry, or you may be late." Harry blinked at Neville for several seconds, before looking out the nearest window. Where the sun had once been set low on the horizon, now it had risen so high up that he could no longer see it from his position near the window. Eyes widening in horror, Harry waved his wand and cast the Tempest Charm. Glowing numbers arranged themselves in midair, showing him that it was almost 10 o'clock. "Damn it," Harry hissed, swearing for the first time in a long time. He quickly grabbed his bag filled with notes he had written to help his friends and threw it over his shoulder. His hurried and jumbled, "Sorry about this, gotta go by," was barely even heard, much less understood by his friends as he bolted out of the Leary, much to Madame Pance's ire. "Well," Tracy started as she stared at the spot her newest friend just vacated, blinking. "At least we now know that Mr. Perfect isn't quite so perfect." Her words brought another round of snickers from the others. None of them would deny that it was amusing to watch the normally calm and composed Harry Potter making a mad and panicked dash out of the door like a man possessed. Blaise summed up his thoughts quite nicely. "It would definitely make good blackmail material, should we ever need it." Tracy sent him an amused look while the others blinked, wondering if he would really blackmail his friend or if he was just joking. "My, how Slytherin of you, Blaise." Blaise smirked. "I try." Harry sped down the many halls of Hogwarts, cursing himself for having lost track of time. This had never happened before. Harry had always been a very punctual person. A part of having eidetic memory, and quite possibly the worst case of OCD ever recorded, was that his internal clock always knew what time it was. Always. Well, that may be a bit of an exaggeration. He would sometimes lose track of time when he was with Lisa, but those were instances where he was finished with everything and had nothing to do for the rest of the day except to spend time with his best friend, so it didn't matter. It was pretty much time he allowed to slip by him, so it was all right. This nearly missing out on something he had been expecting for the past few weeks because he lost track of time, was not something he had expected or allowed. Growling to himself, Harry put such thoughts out of his mind and tore down the stairs, taking them 4, 5, sometimes even 6 or 7 at a time. He could feel his magic working through his legs as he used his unique ability to reinforce himself in order to counteract the possible damage he might receive for jumping several sets of stairs at once, as well as to speed up his pace. He reached the bottom very quickly, and his feet had scarcely touched the floor when he pushed himself into another sprint. Harry tore his way out of the entrance hall and zoomed across the green landscape of Hogwarts, making his way to the large Quidditch pitch. The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch was large, nearly 3 times the size of a football field. Stands rose into the sky on all sides, each one decorated with the colors of one of the 4 houses. Spectators sat in the low walls built in between the stands, while Harry ummed. The teachers sat in the high stands for better viewing. Lush green GR met his feet as he stepped out onto the field. 6 large hoops, 3 on either side of the pitch, loomed overhead. Harry could see the crowd of those who were trying out had already gathered. He recognized all of them thanks to his perfect memory. The Quidditch captain, he noted, was not there. Good. It meant he had made it in time. A few of them stood out more than others, chief among them being the 2 Weasley twins, Fred and George Weasley. He also recognized Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet, both students in their 3rd year. Angelina was an attractive witch with dark skin, black hair and brown eyes, while Alicia had olive-colored skin and brown hair and eyes. Amongst the others he could easily make out Katie Bell, an athletic-looking and attractive 2nd-year witch with dirty blonde hair and doe-like brown eyes. She often hung out with Angelina and Alicia. With her, he also recognized Cormac McLaggen, Carl Hopkins, David Norton, and Jason Swan, all 2nd years looking to try out. As Harry made his way towards the group, Fred and George Weasley spotted him from where they were huddled together, no doubt plotting something devious. The pair grinned as soon as they saw him, and drew the eyes of the others towards them as they walked over to Harry. "Well, if it isn't young Harrikins out for a stroll. Have you come to cheer us on during our tryouts?" Harry's lips twitched into an amused smile. He really was rather fond of the 2 troublemakers. In his mind, the Weasley twins were upholding his father's tradition of causing mischief around the school, something he could not do since it would ruin his sterling reputation as an upstanding and helpful student. "Watch you guys try out?" Harry asked with a playful scoff. "Do you really think I would be here to cheer you 2 troublemakers on?" "No." He shook his head and adopted a pompous look. "I am here to try out for the seeker position." He had decided to try out ever since his first flying lesson had ended. During their free time, he and Tracy had taken to the sky, and while his Slytherin friend had simply flown loops at a leisurely pace, Harry had taken his desire for a thrill to the extreme. Having remembered the many stunts his father had shown him and spoken of, Harry had tried to emulate those maneuvers: dive bombing toward the ground before pulling up at the last minute, barrel rolls and gut-turning loop-de-loops, skimming the GR while he was upside down before turning about at a sharp 90-degree angle without losing any speed. He had gotten so lost in what he'd been doing that he hadn't even realized the entire crowd of 1st years and Madame Hooch gawking at him. When he had finally come down, the flight instructor with hawk-like eyes had informed him that she had never seen such marvelous flying since his father, and that he should consider trying out for the school team next year. Of course, Harry being Harry had decided to try out this year. Thus the reason he was now standing at the Quidditch pitch with the other hopefuls. There were 2 reasons Harry had decided to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch. The first was because making the team would boost his reputation, and making the team as a 1st year would raise it even more so. There had never been a 1st year to gain entrance onto the house teams, as far as he knew, and definitely never one who had gained the position of Seeker, which was often considered the most prestigious position. If he could become the Gryffindor Seeker in his 1st year, his standing amongst his peers would be raised even more, and he would be that much closer to stepping out of the shadow his title as the boy who lived cast. The second reason was much more personal, and in many ways, far more important to him. His father, James Potter, aside from his prodigious talents in transfiguration and his knack for getting into trouble with pranks, had been one of the greatest Quidditch players in the last century. He had been so good that by the time he graduated Hogwarts he'd had 7 propositions by various Quidditch teams asking him to sign a contract with them as a chaser. Unfortunately, the war had still been going strong and his father's sense of justice led him to not accepting the positions. Instead he had joined the fight against Voldemort, which ultimately led to his parents' demise. Harry did not blame his dad for what had happened, or for the fact that his desire to fight against the Dark Lord led to Harry being raised by the Dursleys. Voldemort's campaign against Wizarding Britain had been more of an extermination of all things non-magical and different, including those witches and wizards born from non-magical parents. That meant his mother had been a target, and would have always been a target no matter if they had entered the war or not. Who knows what might have happened had they not decided to fight? Perhaps things would have happened differently and all 3 of them would have died in a Death Eater raid. Trying out for the position of a Seeker? Questioned Fred, blinking. I do believe that is what he said, Gred. A first year. Indeed, a first year. Isn't that against school rules? I'm surprised you two are even concerned about whether it's allowed or not, Harry interrupted. Considering neither of you are sterling examples of rule-abiding students. Ooh, that hurts Harrikins, right here. George placed his hands over his heart and gave Harry a hurt look, as if the young raven-haired youth had just stabbed him in the. I will have you know that my brother and I are the most upstanding young men you will ever meet. Indeed, we are perfect gentlemen. Right you are, dear brother of mine. I couldn't help but notice, Harry began with an amused eyebrow raised, that neither of you said anything about being rule-abiding. The 2 twins looked at each other, then back at Harry. By golly, you're right. We didn't, did we? Well, it's not as if we can say otherwise. Mischief makers we may be, but liars we are not. So, Fred swung his left arm around Harry's shoulder while George swung his right around Harry's other shoulder. Our little firstie thinks he's got what it takes to make the team. You know, it is quite difficult to make the team. Especially with our captain. He's very driven when it comes to Quidditch. Obsessed is more like it. Indeed. I believe my skills will speak for themselves once I'm in the air, Harry informed them. He had complete confidence in his own abilities. He may have only flown on his own once, not counting the toy broom he had received from Sirius when he was 1, but when he had been on that broom he had never felt more at least. It had felt like the broom was an extension of himself, rather than a piece of wood between his legs. You seem pretty confident, Angelina said as Harry, Fred and George stopped next to the other students waiting for the tryouts. Getting on the team isn't easy, and it will be even harder for you since you're a firstie. As I said, my skills will speak for themselves once we're in the air, Harry told her with a smile. I don't believe we've met before. He stuck out his hand. Harry Potter. Angelina gave him an amused smile before sticking out her own hand. Angelina Johnson. A pleasure, Harry said as he took her hand in his grasp and laid on her knuckles. Such a gentleman you are, Fred exclaimed. Would you my hand too? Asked George, batting his eyelashes at Harry. Before Harry could come up with a suitable retort, both Angelina and Alicia smacked the 2 in the back of the head. Oh, stop it, you two, Alicia drawled as the twins held the back of their heads in mock pain. Honestly, can't you troublemakers ever be serious for once in your life? My dear Alicia, who do you think you're talking to? Of course we can't be serious. How would we manage our mischief if we were? Alicia gave a heavy sigh, as if she had heard that response 1,000 times. Considering how practiced the act of smacking Fred had been for her, Harry would not be surprised if she had. The olive-skinned girl turned to him and smiled as she held out her hand. Alicia Spinnet, she introduced as Harry ed the back of her hand as he had Angelina's. Charmed, Harry replied with a charming smile. He then turned to the last female of their group, who looked like she was hiding out behind Angelina. And you are? Katie Bell flushed slightly, before shaking her head and smiling at him as she daintily held out her hand. Katie Bell, pleased to meet you. The pleasure's all mine, Harry returned with a smile as he repeated the gesture he had done for Angelina and Alicia. Katie blushed a bit and her smile seemed to widen. Behind Harry, George leaned into Fred so he could whisper in his brother's ear. He's quite smooth, isn't he? Indeed, I suspect we have a soon-to-be Casanova on our hands. Harry felt like rolling his eyes as he heard the pair of troublemakers' words. Just because he was acting in the appropriate manner of an heir to an ancient and most noble house did not mean he was some kind of womanizer. He was nothing like the fops Lisa always read about in those trashy romance novels of hers. Honestly, it was as if they too had never heard of pureblood etiquette. Then again, knowing who they were and what family they were born into, maybe they hadn't. So you think you have what it takes to make Seeker? All eyes turned from Harry to the person who spoke. Cormac McLagan stood before the younger man, arms crossed and a sneer on his face. As I have already informed everyone multiple times, I'll let my skills speak for themselves once I'm on a broom, Harry told the boy coolly. He knew very little about McLagan, and what little he did know was from what he had observed thus far in the common room. Cormac was a GG art, pure and simple. He may have talent, but the fact that he would often G about his own prodigious skills while showing none of them simply rubbed Harry the wrong way. McLagan grunted as he uncrossed his arms. We'll see if you can keep that confidence when the tryouts start. As if summoned by the word, tryouts, the Quidditch team captain stalked onto the field, a broom slung over his shoulder and a heavy looking in one hand. Captain Oliver Wood was a rather burly fifth-year student with brown hair and eyes, and was of broad shoulders and he was very tall, standing head and shoulders taller than Harry, and was one of those few wizards who actually looked like he exercised extensively. He had a very commanding presence about him, and there was a maniacal-looking gleam in his eyes that several of the people there, Angelina, Alicia, Fred and George, shuddered at when they saw it. All right you lot. Oliver started as soon as he was on the pitch. Tryouts are starting now. Those who are trying out for the beater position move over to the left side of the pitch. Chasers front and center, and Seekers over to the right. Clearly, this was a man who had no desire for inane pleasantries or long-winded speeches. He was all business. While Fred and George walked over to the left side of the pitch with Jason Swan, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, Carl Hopkins, and David Norton stayed where they were. Cormac McLagan was the only other person besides Harry himself who walked over to the right where the Seekers were supposed to be. Oi, what's a firstie doing here? Harry turned at Oliver's shout and raised an eyebrow. I'm here to try out, he informed the much older boy. Oliver frowned. First years aren't allowed on the teams. Sorry gent, but you'll have to leave. You can always try for a position next year. Harry ignored the grins he was getting from Fred and George, as well as smug look he got from McLagan, and stared at the burly teen in front of him. Actually, there is no rule that says a first year can't be on the team, he corrected, causing Oliver to blink. It only states that first years aren't allowed to bring their own brooms. People just assume a first year can't make the team because of it. Whatever the case is, I still can't let you on the team, Oliver said. Not being allowed to bring your own broom is just as bad as not being allowed on the team. I don't know if you noticed, but the school brooms are the biggest pieces of shite I've ever seen. You're as likely to get killed trying to fly one as you are to stay in the air. Ah, but what if I told you that I have a surefire plan that will allow me to use an extremely good broom without breaking any school rules? Asked Harry, smiling as he saw Oliver look at him like he had grown a second head. How can you use your own broom if you can't even bring it to school? You let me worry about that, Harry told him. When he saw the Quidditch captain was not convinced, he said, let's just say I have a foolproof plan that will allow me to use my broom without repercussions and leave it at that. All I'm asking for is the chance to get on the team. Let me try out. If I'm not good enough then there's no harm done, right? He could see Oliver was on the fence, and decided that one more push was needed. Besides, if I can beat McLagan over here using one of the school brooms, imagine what I could do on a broom that doesn't have the potential to be fatal every time you ride it. That seemed to settle things for Oliver. All right, you can try out, he told him reluctantly. But if I don't think you've got what it takes, it's off the pitch with you. Got it, of course, Harry said smoothly, giving a serene smile at his accomplishment. Now all he had to do was prove his skills on a broom, an easy enough task to accomplish so long as McLagan's talent as a GG art was not matched by his talent on a broom. Quidditch tryouts started soon after. Harry was forced to listen to Cormac McLagan about how he was going to beat Harry and get his rightful position on the team. Harry wished he could ignore the boy, and cursed his eidetic memory for burning this conversation. if the act of one person talking about his own greatness for the sole purpose of hearing himself talk while the other tried to ignore him could be considered a conversation, into his memory. Thankfully, Harry had a lot of practice at pretending to ignore people, and so while he was not able to get the G-Guards continued speaking out of his head, he was still able to focus on the rest of the tryouts. He had never questioned that Fred and George Weasley would get the beater positions. Aside from the fact that they were a two-for-one package as they worked quite flawlessly together, probably because they were twins, there was only one other person trying out for the beater position, and Jason Swan simply didn't have the extraordinary ability to work in perfect synchronicity with either of the twins that they had with each other. Of those who tried out for chasers, Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet soon proved to be the obvious choices for 2 of the 3 spots available. From what he knew, the pair had already been on last year's team with Fred and George. They certainly showed a lot of talent and teamwork skills when their time came to show what they could do. The other position as chaser was given to Katie Bell. She was not as good as Angelina or Alicia, and technically speaking Carl Hopkin was better. However, while the pureblood student had more talent on a broom, Katie was more compatible and better able to work with the other 2 girls than he was. And in a position where teamwork meant everything, the ability to work with those you play alongside of is more important than your talent flying a broom. After nearly 2 hours of watching the other students' tryouts and listening to the incredibly long-winded McLaggen boasting about how he was going to beat Harry, the time finally came for the 2 going out for the seeker position to put their skills to the test. By now, all of the people who had been chosen to be on the team were near the stand so they could watch on and see who got the position, while those who lost had dejectedly made their way back to the common room. Harry could see Fred and George talking with Angelina and Alicia while Katie watched on in obvious amusement. He wondered what the twins were doing. If they were anything like the Marauders, they were probably taking bets on which one of them would get the seeker position, he reasoned. "All right, you two, mount your brooms," Oliver instructed them as he knelt down next to the trunk he had brought. As Harry mounted his broom, he saw Oliver unlock a clasp that kept the tiniest of the balls used for Quidditch, the snitch. Quidditch was a sport that had 3 different types of balls that were kept in play. Bludgers, large leathery balls that would attack the players. It was the beater's job to keep them away from the players on their team and, if possible, hit them at the players on the other team. The quaffle, which Harry likened to a football, was the object that the 3 chasers focused on, and it was their job to get the quaffle through one of the 3 hoops while the keeper tried to keep the quaffle from entering. The snitch was the smallest of the 3. It was a tiny golden ball smaller even than Harry's palm. On either side it possessed a pair of wings that fluttered and beat with speeds of a hummingbird. It was the job of the position he was going out for, the seeker, to find and catch the snitch before the other team's seeker did. Doing so would not only end the game, but gave the team whose seeker caught it 150 points, which most often but not always won the game. This was why the seeker's position was so important. Beside Harry, Cormac McLaggen also mounted his broom, while Oliver looked at the pair with a disturbing maniacal gleam in his eyes. "I'm going to release the snitch," Oliver informed them both, holding up the fluttering ball as it tried to squirm out of his grasp. "The one who catches the snitch 2 out of 3 times will be the one who gets the seeker position." "You got that?" "Of course," McLaggen said in a pompous voice. "Just save that position for me after I finish showing young Harry how a real seeker plays." Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes as he focused on Oliver. "I'm ready." "Right." Oliver released the snitch and let it fly off. He brought a whistle to his lips. "When I blow this whistle, you 2 are to start looking for the snitch." "On my mark." Harry took a deep breath and let his body relax as he prepared to kick off. Beside him, Cormac McLaggen tightened his grip on the handle of his broom. 3. For a moment, Harry felt a small trickle of anxiety. What if he wasn't good enough? What if McLaggen really was better than him? What if he didn't make the team? While he had decided to try out in order to boost his reputation, there was a big chance his reputation could be sullied. How bad would it look to his peers if he, a first year, went out for the Quidditch team and failed? He would look like an arrogant and presumptuous child who bit off more than he could chew, and it would make people question whether or not he was really everything they thought he was. 2. No, he couldn't think like that. Defeatist thinking always led to defeat. He couldn't let fear rule him. The first enemy to conquer if he wanted to succeed was fear, just like his master always told him, and he would rather give it his all and fail knowing he tried his best, than not even try because he was too afraid of failure. 1. The whistle blew and Harry put everything except the task at hand out of his mind as he pushed off the ground. All of his worries, all of his hopes, all of his goals and desires faded, as if they were a dream. Right now, only one thing mattered: getting the snitch before MG Lagan. MG Lagan decided to take the high ground in his search for the snitch. No doubt he hoped that the overhead view would allow him to find it more quickly than Harry. In most cases, that would probably work, but not against someone like Harry. Using his unnaturally perceptive vision granted to him through his eidetic memory, Harry swerved along the pitch on his broom, memorizing everything he laid eyes. Any change taking place in between sweeps would be catalogued into his mind and referenced for future use at light speeds. His eyes darted from left to right, up and down, while his head constantly turned and scanned the area. So long as the snitch wasn't hiding behind one of the stands, he would see it. There, he could see the snitch hanging low to the ground near one of the student stands on the opposite side of the pitch. MG Lagan hadn't noticed it yet, he wasn't even looking in the right direction. Harry felt a grin come to his face as his competitive side came to the fore. Wanting to snatch the snitch before his opponent could even begin to guess what was happening, the raven-haired boy urged his broom towards the small golden ball with wings. His broom felt sluggish under his grip, and Harry could feel it begin veering towards the left as he pushed it past its boundaries. Small bucks and jerks tried to rock it this way and that, but he kept a firm grip on the handle and let his magic flow through his fingers and into the wood. Slowly but surely, the spastic jerks ceased for the most part, with only a few relatively minor bucks that were easily quelled. The snitch was much closer now. It zoomed to the left and Harry tailed it doggedly. MG Lagan had only just realized that Harry was on the snitch's tail and tried to coax his broom to zoom in on them so he could take the winged ball out from under Harry's nose. His broom was much faster than Harry's. A Comet 290, one of the faster brooms out there. However, despite the speed advantage he had over Harry, he was too far away to catch up before Harry caught the snitch. "Excellent job, Potter," Oliver said as Harry handed the small ball over to him with a grin. MG Lagan landed beside them, glaring at the younger year. It was a glare that went ignored by the other two. "You get it one more time and you're on the team. Better try harder if you want on with us, MG Lagan." MG Lagan looked like he was about to burst a blood vessel, his face was so red. Harry ignored him in favor of letting his eyesight fall upon a group of people who had come onto the pitch sometime before he caught the snitch. Blaze, Hannah, Lisa, Neville, Susan, Terry and Tracy had all come onto the Quidditch pitch, probably to watch him, and huddled in a group with the Weasley twins, who looked like they were trying to convince the first years to place their bets on who would be getting the seeker position. "Let's do this again." Oliver's voice caused Harry to look away from his friends and focus on the task at hand, getting the snitch before MG Lagan. The second time was not as easy as the first. The moment the whistle was blown, MG Lagan began tailing Harry, a not unexpected developing, considering what happened last time. Harry did not try to look for the snitch immediately. With MG Lagan following him around like a mouse on cheese, trying to find the snitch would not be the wisest decision. The other boy's broom was faster. Even if Harry was more skilled, which was still an untested theory seeing as the last competition had been won due in no small part to luck, the difference between their brooms would outstrip any skill advantage. Instead, Harry took MG Lagan on a chase. He wove through the stands, rose into the air and dove towards the ground. All of it done in an effort to make MG Lagan confused and disoriented. Whether it worked or not, Harry didn't know. Turning his head to look behind him, he saw that MG Lagan was still tailing him and the older student's eyes were locked on him like the crosshairs of a fighter jet. Well, it wasn't quite what he wanted, but this would still suit Harry's needs. So long as the boy was so focused on him that he didn't focus on the snitch, that was all that mattered. He found the snitch in short order. It had only been 5 minutes since the ball was released, and it was flitting about near the hoops closest to him. MG Lagan hadn't noticed it, so focused was his attention on Harry. That was good. Now all he needed to do was get near the snitch without alerting MG Lagan that he had found the snitch. With a yank of his broom, Harry quickly ascended into the skies. MG Lagan followed without a hint of hesitation, making Harry smile. When they passed the general altitude where the snitch was, Harry turned his broom so it would move over the hoops. Predictably, MG Lagan followed, still completely unaware of what Harry was doing. Good. Just a little more maneuvering and he would be in position to get the snitch. The snitch was still near the spot he had originally seen it. The ball had only moved a bit. Now it was near the left hoop. As soon as Harry felt he was close enough, he shoved the broom down as hard as it could go, making a steep dive toward the snitch. It must have seen him, or sensed him, or however it was the snitch could tell a player was near. As soon as Harry entered his dive, it took off in its own swift descent towards the ground. Harry felt a growl escape his throat. His eyes narrowed as he laid himself nearly flat against the broom to decrease his wind resistance. He could feel the broom shuddering as he pushed it far beyond its normal limits and did what he could with his magic to keep it stable. His vision narrowed in on the snitch and everything else faded out of his mind. Now it was just him and the snitch. It had not pulled out of its dive and was nearing the ground now and, despite the dangers present, Harry refused to move out of his dive either. He stuck on its tail like a magnet and refused to move away. When the snitch was just a few feet from the ground it pulled out of its dive, turning nearly 90 degrees exactly and began running parallel to the ground. It had not lost an ounce of momentum. Harry jerked on the handle of his broom hard. His feet touched the GR and Harry flinched as his broom nearly flew out of control. It began shaking so erratically that he was almost sure it would simply fall apart on him. And yet, he refused to let that stop him. Not now, not when he was so close. The snitch was almost right next to him now. Just a few feet away, feet that was beginning to disappear as he closed in on it. 3 feet. He felt the brooms shuddering as he picked up speed. It wasn't going to last much longer. 2 feet. His hands gripping the broom's handle for all it was worth, Harry narrowed his eyes and focused on the snitch. 1 foot. Keeping a firm grip on the broom with his left hand, Harry stretched his right hand out in preparation to grab the snitch. He was close. So close. Just a few more inches. He stretched his arm further and could feel the snitch grazing the tips his fingers. Harry's eyes widened as he felt the broom getting yanked out from under him and, suddenly, there was no longer any broom underneath him and he found himself airborne. He flew across the pitch but was losing altitude. Lower and lower he descended and Harry, his body and magic acting on nothing more than instinct, flung his left hand out towards the ground. His magic came forth, cushioning him as much as it was able. It wasn't as much as he would have liked. He hit the ground arm first, then rolled end over end for several feet before stopping in a painful manner, lying on his back, gasping for air as all the oxygen was driven from his lungs. Harry had no idea how long he laid there. His vision was blurry and there was a ringing in his ears. It could have been minutes, or it could have only been seconds. Eventually, his eyes snapped back into focus, the ringing stopped, and he became aware of the sound of rushing feet and his name being frantically called by several people. Harry. The first one to reach him was Susan Bones. The red-haired Hufflepuff looked close to tears as she knelt down next to him. She looked frantic. Harry. Are you okay? Where does it hurt? Harry didn't get a chance to answer, because in that moment, the rest of his friends reached him, and all of them began asking more or less the same series of questions, just worded differently by each person. A moment of guilt passed through him as he saw that all of his female friends looked like they were on the verge of tears. Tracy was the only one who had any modicum of control, and even her eyes were beginning to water at the corners. He felt awful, like he had done something wrong, like their tears were his fault. Yet at the same time he felt happy. Yes, he supposed that was the proper word for it. He felt happy that they were worried about him so much that they would cry for him. Happy and cared for. He tried to suppress these feelings. Neither of them would do any good right now. Not the guilt, and not the elation. Everyone around him was still talking, asking him if he was all right, but it all sounded like jumbled background noise that his currently addled mind couldn't make sense of. There was a pounding in his skull like that of a war drum being beaten by a troll. He must have hit his head as well, he concluded. Only when he had a concussion from one too many knocks in the skull did he have trouble understanding others. He didn't worry about that though. Later tonight he could sort through his memories and fix them up so he could understand the separate words everyone was saying. For now, he needed to focus on calming his friends down. "I'm fine," Harry told everyone, holding up his hand so he could get them to stop talking. It took a while, but the noise died down to a more manageable level. When he felt he would be heard over his friends, he asked, "What happened?" "That jerk MG Lagan is what happened," Tracy said with a scowl from where she knelt on his left. Harry looked at her and she gestured to where MG Lagan was currently surrounded by Oliver and the three chasers. Fred and George were off to the side, but they did not look particularly pleased either. They were all yelling at the second year, but were so far away he couldn't hear what they were saying. "The Ponce had the gall to grab the bristles of your broom and yanked it out from under you." Her scowl darkened. "He's so lucky the others are berating him, or I would have shown him some of the hexes Daphne's been teaching me." While the comment about Daphne was interesting, Harry decided to focus on something else. Namely, what he should do with MG Lagan. He looked over at the boy cowering under the glare of the three chasers as they told him off for what he'd done. Harry pondered, what kind of punishment did he deserve? If he had anything to say about it, the other boy would be shunned before the day was out. That was actually a very harsh punishment to deal with, being forsaken by all your friends, or previous friends. And for someone like MG Lagan, who was a blowhard that loved GGing to others, that might be the worst punishment. The best part was, Harry wouldn't have to actually lift a finger to do it. Other people would punish the boy for him. Deciding to assess the damage he had taken, Harry ran a quick mental check of all his injuries. He had a minor concussion, nothing too serious. Some bruising around his back and those weren't bad either, and would be easy to deal with. The only serious injury he could see was his wrist. It was broken, a hairline fracture, from what he could tell. He'd had enough of those to know how they felt, and by running his magic along the damaged bone, could feel the cracked line that ran about an inch long near the center of his wrist. That one would take a bit of effort to fix, but a good night directing his magic to the wound would heal it easily enough. "Are you all right, Harry?" asked Susan. She seemed to have gotten over her embarrassment around him, at least temporarily, and checked him for injuries like an over-worried mother. "I'm fine," he urged the girl, "or I will be after a good night's rest." "Oi, Potter." Harry and those gathered around him looked up to see Oliver and the rest of the Quidditch team heading towards him. A quick glance showed Cormac MG Lagan sulking as he made his way back to the Gryffindor Tower. "You're not dead, are you? 'Cause we still need to see how well you do, and since Cormac isn't getting on the team, I need you to catch that snitch." Scowls made their way onto the faces of his friends. Even sweet and innocent Susan Bones looked like she wanted to snap at the older boy. Fortunately, none of them would have to. Angelina did it for them by smacking Oliver on the back of the head. "I mean, why don't we get you to the hospital?" Oliver amended as he rubbed his abused noggin. "There's no need to send me to the hospital," Harry said as he gingerly climbed to his feet. He swayed a bit as he stood to his full height, but Neville came up and put a hand on his shoulder to steady him. He gave the other boy a nod of thanks, then turned back to Oliver. "More importantly, I have something for you." He held out his hand toward the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. There, resting in the center of his palm was a small, golden snitch. "I don't know when it happened, that moment I stopped considering Lisa to be an annoyance. I sat at my desk, not paying attention to my teacher's lecture, pondering, trying to discern the moment Lisa became my friend. Yes, that was the word. I failed, unfortunately. I couldn't pinpoint any specific incident when I began to think of her as something more, something important. All I know is that it happened. When the bell rang and CL ended, I left the room with the other students. Many some goodbye to me, some did not. I didn't particularly care, but for the sake of being polite, said goodbye back. Lisa was waiting for me outside. "Hey, Harry," she greeted me with undiminished enthusiasm. I tried hard not to smile. "Lisa, how was CL?" "Boring," she sang. "Ha, boring, you say?" "Really boring," she confirmed. As we began our walk to the school entrance, I tried convincing the girl about the importance of education. I feel like most of my words flew over her head. That, or she just wasn't paying attention. Either way, she didn't seem to understand why learning in school was so important. "So, Harry, Lisa said as we walked outside, the bright sun bearing down on us from the clear sky overhead. Yes, I was wondering. Lisa wasn't looking at me anymore. She twirled a strand of hair between her fingers, looking away. I frowned. Would you be interested in having dinner with my family this Saturday? I blinked. Dinner. She nodded, still not looking in my direction. I thought her offer and, well, I couldn't see any reason not to accept her invite. Dinner with Lisa sounded infinitely more pleasant than dinner with the Dursleys. Still, a part of me felt reluctant. Hadn't I been avoiding making friends because I would be going to Hogwarts when I turned 11? Why form bonds when they would eventually break? Better to not befriend anyone than become friends and leave them later on. Those were my thoughts. And yet, as I looked at Lisa, I wondered, would it really be so bad? Surely, I could allow myself to befriend at least one person. I'll admit, books were nice, but I still felt lonely. Even sparring at the dojo didn't change this. I felt isolated, alone, much like when I lived in that broom cupboard underneath the stairs. I'll also admit, if only to myself, that I did actually like Lisa. She was bright and cheerful, a ray of sunshine breaking through clouds of monotonous gray, a breath of fresh air, refreshing and crisp, blowing away the staleness that had become my life. That was Lisa Croft, sure, I agreed, and the cheerful expression on Lisa's face let me know that I made the right decision. News of Harry becoming the new seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team spread quickly. The very day after tryouts, in fact. It seemed the Hogwarts rumor mill had been working overtime with anything concerning him. Harry had once more been the subject of much talk among the student population, and even more gawking than he had been subject to before. This didn't bother Harry like it had back when school first started and people gawked at him like he was some circus freak show. At the beginning of school, when everyone stared at him, it had been annoying. Now he actually enjoyed them, because unlike before, the stares and admiring glances and envious looks he received were because of something he did, something he had accomplished with his own skills and abilities, not because of something that happened to him when he was a helpless baby. He would admit it felt nice to have people looking at him with so much respect. To listen to students talking in the hall about how Harry Potter, not the boy who lived, but Harry Potter made the Gryffindor team as its seeker. Acknowledgement. He was finally being acknowledged as his own person. He still had a long ways to go before the stigma of that thrice-damned title disappeared, but he was making inroads towards that goal. The only real problem that came from his joining of the Quidditch team, as far as he could see, was the jealousy that came with the news. While many people were in awe of him and looked at him with admiration and respect, just as many were jealous of his accomplishment. Several times while he walking through the hallway, he would hear people talking about how they could have done better if they decided to try out for their teams. Draco Malfoy had been particularly loud and obnoxious whenever he discussed how unfair it was that Harry had been made seeker when he could have done so if he had realized it was allowed. That was not the worst of the dissension, however. No, while the people boasting about how they could have made the team if they tried, and put him down by claiming he had only gotten on the team due to his fame because they were jealous bothered him, they were easily ignored. He would simply show them how wrong they were during his first game, and that would be that. By far, the worst rumor was the one about how the staff was showing him favoritism by letting him join the Quidditch team. These rumors had no basis in fact. Professor McGonagall had actually been against letting him join the team at first, stating that it was against the rules. And when Harry told her there was no rule claiming he was not allowed to join, she told him it didn't matter because he could not bring a broom to Hogwarts. It was only after a demonstration of his skills and his promise that he had a plan that would let him use a broom better than the ones Hogwarts possessed without actually bringing his own, funny because he doesn't have a broom to school, that she finally relented. No one else knew this, however, only his friends and his new teammates were aware of these circumstances, and so rumor persisted. He almost chuckled when he thought of how upset Oliver was when news of Harry's position as the team's seeker came to light the next day. The man seemed to have been hoping to keep it a secret until the first game. But of course, that would have been impossible since there were several people who saw him trying out that day. According to rumor, one Cormac McLaggen had been seen in the Gryffindor common room telling people about how unfair it was that a first-year became seeker because of his fame, when someone who was obviously more talented, like him, had been denied. Harry did not know if there was any veracity to those rumors, seeing as how he was rarely in the Gryffindor common room, since he preferred to spend time either with his friends or one of the empty CL rooms on the second floor practicing magic, but when he took into account how much of a GG Art McLagan was, it made sense. He did not doubt for an instant that the boy would say something like that in order to lessen the sting on his pride. Truly, his decision to become Gryffindor Seeker was a double-edged sword. With a small sigh, Harry put his thoughts on his decision to join the house Quidditch team on hold and looked at the letter he was writing. He was sitting in one of the squishy armchairs next to the fireplace. A merry fire crackled before him, its flames a mixture of yellows and reds that danced around each other like a pair of star-crossed lovers. Harry blamed his euphemism on Lisa's trashy novels and absently wondered if the fire was charmed. He reread the letter for errors and to make sure it contained all of the legalese and details requires, his calligraphy pen tapping a steady rhythm on the coffee table. It was a letter to Andromeda Tonks, a very important one that could help him exponentially in his goals, and the wording needed to be just right so she would know exactly what he wanted. After several rereads, Harry decided it was perfect. As if knowing his letter was finished, Hedwig came swooping in through the window he had opened before starting on the letter. She flew down and landed on the coffee table next, her amber eyes going from him, to the letter, then back to him. So impatient, Harry teased with a small grin. I haven't even sealed the letter yet and you're already demanding I attach it for delivery. Hedwig gave him an indignant hoot as her wings flapped and her eyes bore into his. Yes, I did call for you, Harry agreed. With a nod. I just didn't expect you to get here so fast. If you had been in the Ollery, it would have taken at least 2 minutes for you to fly up here. It's almost like you've been waiting outside this whole time. Which she had. Harry had heard the flapping of wings while he wrote the letter and had been able to feel her impatience the entire time he checked it over. Hedwig barked at him, her feathers ruffling as she gave him a glare worthy of Professor McGonagall. Don't look at me like that, Harry said, still grinning at his owl. You have got to be the most impatient bird I've ever seen. Hedwig tried to bite his finger at that, but he moved it out of the way and ran his fingers along the feathers at the back of her head. But don't worry, you're still the best, most beautiful and most intelligent owl I know. Hedwig tried to give him an angry hoot, but it sounded more like a very happy and very un-owl-like trill. Now, just let me seal this, then I can have you take it to Andromeda, all right? Hedwig gave him an affirmative hoot trill, and Harry stopped stroking her head to grab the envelope next to the letter. He carefully placed the letter in the envelope, then sealed it using the spell he had been taught by the recipient of the letter. The spell conjured a blob of melted wax that attached to the closed envelope and soon took the form of the Potter crest, a coat of arms shaped like a Roman kite shield with a griffin being enveloped by the wings of a phoenix in the center. Below the shield was the family motto, Audens Fortuna Iuvat, fortune favors the bold. The moment Harry sealed the letter, Hedwig stuck her leg out, making it quite clear what she wanted. Harry withheld a chuckle as he attached the letter to her leg. It was amusing to see the owl getting so impatient, but then, that was Hedwig for you. Be safe, Harry said as he finished tying the letter to Hedwig's leg. The snowy owl gave a soft hoot, nipped his finger, then took off, flying out of the very window she had used to enter. Harry looked out of the window for a second, wondering what he should do while waiting for Neville and everyone else to wake up. Perhaps he could read a good book. Time passed and Harry found himself becoming extremely busy. Between spending time with his friends, working in CL, his own private studies and now the new and insane Quidditch practice developed by Oliver Wood, Harry had discovered that despite only catching 4 hours of sleep each day, he was having difficulty keeping up with everything. The biggest problem, Harry thought, was most definitely the new Quidditch practice that Oliver was putting him and the rest of the team through. The man was truly fanatical when it came to the sport, even more so than Tracy. Only now, after having suffered under the man's tutelage, did Harry realize what those shudders Fred, George, Angelina, and Alicia had given meant when they saw that maniacal gleam in the Gryffindor Quidditch captain's eyes. Quidditch practice was always held 5 times a week and was always first thing in the morning at 5 o'clock sharp. Harry was very glad he woke up earlier than that because he had seen, or rather heard, Oliver's wake-up call for the other members of their team and it was not pleasant in the least. Oliver was a very hard taskmaster when it came to training. The training sessions lasted from 5 o'clock to 7, 2 hours of what the other members described as the most hellacious torture they had ever endured. Harry didn't think it was torture, but he would admit that most normal people would never dare to think of doing some of the things Oliver had them do. One of Oliver's favorite mottos seemed to be, "A strong body equals a strong player," because for the first hour of their training it was all physical workouts. Running laps around the Quidditch pitch, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, crunches, you name it, Oliver would most likely have them do it. During these times the only two people who did not suffer from exhaustion was Oliver himself, who did nearly twice as much as everyone else, and Harry who, while not in good of shape as Oliver, was still able to complete all the exercises and then some. Oliver had never been so happy to find someone who believed in exercise just as much as he did that he nearly cried. It had actually been kind of frightening. The last hour was always a mix of things. Sometimes they would have a strategy session, others they would practice Quidditch plays. This was the hardest part for Harry. Despite being a good athlete and in great shape, he had never played Quidditch before. It wasn't like football where you only had to watch one ball, the other players, and make sure the ball got into your opponent's goal while making sure to keep it away from your own goal. There was so much more involved in the sport. The chasers had to constantly keep an eye out for the bludgers, the other players, the quaffle, and the goalposts while trying to score a point by getting the quaffle into their opponent's post. Meanwhile, the beaters had to keep the bludgers away from their chasers and seeker, while also trying to break up the plays of the other team by sending the bludgers at them. It wasn't as hard as the chaser position, but it still took quite a bit of work. The seeker, in some ways, had the easiest job. All they had to do was find and capture the snitch before the other team's seeker did. Once that happened it was almost guaranteed that that team who caught the snitch would win, provided the other team didn't have a 160-point lead. Of course, all that became irrelevant when Harry had scowled at Oliver and told him they would be making plays that involved him working with the chasers, as well as helping the beaters break up the other team's plays. The two of them had argued about it for some time, Oliver being of the belief that Harry should focus on finding the snitch, and Harry believing he should help the team until the snitch presented itself to him. Granted, Oliver didn't know about Harry's memory advantage, so he didn't know that Harry would spot the snitch so long as it was not hiding, and if it was hiding it wouldn't matter anyways because the other player wouldn't find it either. In the end, Oliver had only agreed after Harry had shown him consecutively that he could still find the snitch quickly while helping the chasers and beaters through their practice matches. As the days moved along, October 1st soon changed into October 31st, Halloween Day, and the day Harry Potter lost both of his parents exactly 11 years ago. The school had gone all out to decorate the Great Hall. Orange and black streamers hovered above the permanently charmed ceiling, swaying in an undetectable breeze. Large pumpkins with jack-o'-lantern carvings were on display around the room and on the 5 tables. Bats flew through the hair, ducking and weaving around banners, pumpkins, and the people sitting at the tables laughing and chatting merrily away. The entire place held an air of festivity, and that was to say nothing about the food. Ham, turkey, chicken, yams, bread rolls, mashed potatoes, and all kinds of condiments sat on golden plates arrayed around the pumpkin decorations, all of it charmed orange and black to keep with the Halloween theme. Yet Susan Bones was not smiling. She and her best friend, Hannah Abbott, had been looking around the large room for Harry Potter, but couldn't find the raven-haired boy anywhere. She could see Neville sitting alone at the Hufflepuff table, the seats around him unoccupied, as most people knew by now that when one of them was sitting there they were reserved for the rest of their friends, but Harry Potter, who always walked into the Great Hall with Neville during meals, was not present. "Come on, Sue," Hannah said, grabbing her friend's arm and pulling her along to the table. "Maybe Neville knows where he is." Susan nodded noncommittally as she let her friend drag her to the Hufflepuff table. Her eyes strayed to the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables, and noted that Harry wasn't sitting at those tables either. Wanting to be thorough but not really expecting to see him, she looked at the Slytherin table as well. As she thought, he was not there either, though she did see Blaise and Tracy sitting next to Daphne Greenger. The 2 Slytherin students had yet to sit with them during meals, but Susan figured it was because they didn't want their blonde friend to feel left out. Susan admired their loyalty. Soon enough, she and Hannah were sitting next to Neville. Hannah had chosen to sit on the boy's left while she sat on Hannah's left. "Hello, Neville," Hannah greeted in her usual friendly manner. Neville, who had been playing with his food, looked up at her, his eyes unfocused. He blinked for a few seconds before seeming to realize who had spoken to him and smiled. "Hello, Hannah," he greeted, his tone only slightly distant. "Is something wrong?" asked Susan, some of the worry she felt leaking into her voice. Did Neville know the reason Harry was not there? It would make sense if he did. Neville was in Harry's house, after all. "Not really," Neville said after a moment. "Just thinking." "About what?" asked Hannah. "Stuff." It was a very vague answer. Not at all like Neville. They wanted to ask him about it, but before they could, Lisa and Terry both arrived on the scene. They sat down on the opposite side of the 2 Hufflepuffs and 1 Gryffindor. After exchanging more greetings with each other, Terry began piling food onto his plate, while Lisa looked around with a small frown. "Hey, Neville," she started, her pink lips turning downwards. "Where's Harry?" "He's not coming." "What?" Susan blinked at the strange statement. "What do you mean he's not coming?" "You mean he's not coming to feast?" "Yes." The single-word answer shocked Susan, and her other friends from the looks of it. Harry didn't want to celebrate Halloween with them. Why? Almost immediately, her mind began working on trying to discern the reason. He could be sick, but no, Harry seemed pretty healthy, and wizards almost never get sick unless it was a magical sickness, and they would know if he had gotten one of those sicknesses, there would be symptoms. Perhaps something was depressing him. He hadn't seemed particularly sad the last time they had spoken, but then, it was very hard for her to figure out what Harry was feeling. He could be on the verge of tears and she doubted anyone would ever know. There were dozens of possible reasons why Harry might not be up for celebrating Halloween, and not one of them seemed like the right reason. Each one seemed just as unlikely as the last. Without having any information, Susan couldn't even begin to guess why Harry didn't want to join them. "Wait," Terry started, a frown on his face. "Why isn't Harry coming to the feast?" Susan was startled to see the blank look that crossed Neville's face. It was the first time he had ever looked at someone like they'd just said something stupid. "What day is today?" he asked, his tone almost sounding conversational but carrying a hint of something Susan couldn't identify. Terry couldn't identify it either, because a strange look crossed his face. "Halloween?" he asked, sounding almost unsure of himself as he answered. "Yes, Halloween," Neville said with a nod. "And do you know why we celebrate Halloween?" "Well, it's All Hallows' Eve, right?" Lisa said, frowning as she, too, wondered where this was going. Susan couldn't blame her, she wondered the same thing. "It's the festival of the dead, where we celebrate those who have passed on and the ancient traditions and rituals many wizards of old used to perform that have been lost to the ages." "Yes, there is that," Neville agreed. "But there is another event that happened on this day much more recently that we celebrate." Eyes widened in realization as they realized where this was going. "It's the day you know who was defeated," Hannah exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, the day you know who was defeated," Neville said, his nod still in place. Susan frowned when she saw the look on his face. It was not the kind of happy look she would have expected from someone celebrating such an important day. She found out the reason a moment later. The day Harry Potter defeated you-know-who, the day he became the boy who lived. Did any of you stop to think about why he gained that title? "Well, because he stopped you-know-who, right?" asked Hannah, now sounding confused and a trifle uneasy. Susan was beginning to feel the same way. She couldn't help but feel there was something she was forgetting. "I mean, that's what Dumbledore said. That he stopped the killing curse you-know-who sent at him as a baby and caused the man's downfall. And all it cost him to do so were his parents." Silence. Despite the amount of jubilant noise around them, the 4 who sat with Neville were completely silent as the realization of why Harry was absent sunk in. After all, who would want to celebrate the day their parents died? Susan felt horrible. Here she was, thinking about how much fun she was going to have on Halloween and what she would be eating at the feast, and Harry Potter was thinking about how his parents had been killed on that same day. How could she be such an awful friend? The others didn't look like they were doing any better. Lisa and Hannah had a hand to their mouths, and Susan could see unshed tears in their eyes. Terry looked like he was about to be sick, his plate pushed aside as he lost his appetite. It was so easy to forget that the reason Harry Potter's title as the boy who lived came about because his parents had died and he had not. Aside from that one time she and Hannah first met him on the train, Harry never spoke of his parents' deaths, never mentioned that it might still bother him. But then, that was only natural, right? Who would want to think about how their parents were killed? It's very easy for people to forget what Harry lost that day, Neville continued in a quiet tone, and Susan couldn't help but feel there was something in his voice that said he could relate to Harry in ways the others couldn't. We only ever think about the peace we were granted because of what happened to Harry, and how famous he's for surviving the killing curse. We never remember that on that day, Harry lost both of his parents when he was only 1 year old. Do you think? Susan started, only to stop and wipe at the tears in her eyes. She felt a sense of indefinable guilt and sadness settle upon her. Halloween would never be the same for her now that she realized how horrible it must be for Harry. Do you think we should go find him? You know, to let him know we're here for him. No, Neville said surely. Harry informed me before I left for the feast that he wanted to be alone. Besides, I doubt we'd find him before curfew. Wouldn't he be in the Leary? Asked Lisa. That's one of his favorite spots. I doubt it. It would be too easy for someone to find him if he went there. More than likely, Harry's somewhere wandering through the halls. There are so many of those in Hogwarts that it would take hours to search them all. I guess you're right, Hannah said, her shoulders slumping. She looked as defeated as Susan felt. Was she feeling the same guilt currently racking Susan's mind? Just then, the large doors to the great hall burst open and in came Professor Quirrell. The man was a mess. His robes were dirty and frayed and ripped, and his turban sat askew on his head. His eyes were wide and frightened, flickering back and forth, as if seeing some unknown horror only he could see. He looked like he had seen a ghost. Troll in the dungeon, or a troll. With those words pandemonium soon broke out as students started screaming and yelling and talking all at once, a threnody of voices shouting in a symphony of fear. Susan noticed that all of her friends were pale, probably wondering the same thing she was. How could a troll get into the school? Hogwarts was protected by a number of powerful enchantments. While Susan didn't know what any of those enchantments were, she could only assume there was something to keep trolls out. It seemed that wasn't the case. Professor Quirrell fainted in a dead fright, falling to the ground face first while the other professors tried to restore order. Albus Dumbledore stood to his feet, the twinkle in his eyes gone as he pulled out his wand and thrust it into the air. There was a loud bang, like the sound of a Muggle cannon being fired. The silence became so deafening afterward that it almost seemed as if time had come to a standstill. There is no need for alarm or panic, Professor Dumbledore began in a calm tone. I want all prefects to leave their houses to their dormitories immediately. The professors and I will go down and deal with the troll. There was a mad scramble as prefects tried to take control of the students. The teachers were all leaving, no doubt going to deal with the troll before it could run across any of the students. It was only as she stood up to go over to her prefect that she remembered something that caused dread to well up inside of her. She whirled on her friends. Harry doesn't know about the troll. One look at the others made her realize they had a similar thought. All of them were just as terrified at the thought as her. Susan felt like she was going to be sick. This, she concluded, as fear for her friend settled in her gut, was the worst Halloween ever. Harry waved his wand over the teapot sitting on the table. The teapot gave a brief shudder, then it began to change. Its form melted, flowing like liquid metal until it became an amorphous blob. Then that changed shape as well. 6 points protruded out of it to form 4 legs, a head, and a tail. The center began to flatten while the top maintained its somewhat dome-like shape. Details began becoming clearer, sharper, more defined. Bumpy ridges formed along what now looked like a shell. The skin along its legs became hard, rough, and gained a scaly appearance. Large toes with thick, pointed toenails formed at the ends. The head became sharper. A mouth formed along with a set of eyes and pronounced brow ridges. The skin became rough and leathery, while several wrinkles took shape under an elongated neck. Finally, a small, stubby tail began protruding from the other end of the shell. Then it began to change color, going from the boring coppery color of the teapot to more earthy tones, grays and browns for the skin, and rusty greens and yellows for the shell. He added a few scratch marks onto the shell to give it a worn, used look for good measure. Sighing deeply, he finished the transfiguration with a flourish. The whole process had taken close to 5 minutes. A lot longer than any of his other transfigurations had taken so far. Then again, this was third-year course material, so perhaps he shouldn't be too surprised. Wanting to see how good of a job he had done, Harry walked around the tortoise, inspecting it for any imperfections. It was a tad disconcerting how the tortoise's head moved along to follow him, its neck craning to keep its creator in sight, but he did his best to ignore the action in favor of his inspection. It wasn't bad for a first attempt, Harry thought to himself, but it could use some improvements. The feet were malformed. He could see small areas that still looked like the metal along its shell. And while the head was shaped well enough, its brow ridges were too large. Not perfect, but he would improve with practice. He also needed to work on the amount of time it took. He remembered when Professor McGonagall had turned her desk into a pig. The whole transfiguration had only taken a second. If he wanted to get that good, he would need to practice. Waving his wand over the tortoise again, he undid the transfiguration and watched silently as it changed back into a teapot. At least his skills in untransfiguring objects and animals was getting a lot better. Giving thoughts to his growing transfiguration skills, Harry had to admit that he was pleased with the progress he'd made. It had only been a month since he started and already he was doing third-year transfiguration spells. Right now he was working on medium-scale organic to inorganic, and inorganic to organic transfigurations. Changing medium-sized animals to medium-sized objects and vice versa. It was hard work, requiring both a lot of power and a lot of concentration, which was the reason transfiguration was such a difficult subject. It required a lot more concentration than charms did. It probably had something to do with how dangerous transfiguration was, he theorized. With charms there wasn't much of a chance of something blowing up in your face unless your name was Seamus Finnegan. If you didn't do a charm correctly it simply wouldn't work. On the other hand, transfigurations had the habit of turning deadly if done incorrectly. Granted, right now he wasn't doing anything potentially lethal yet, but once he got into human transfiguration things would get difficult. There was also the fact that when transfiguring an object you needed to know what you wanted to change. With charms you simply imagined what you wanted to happen, waved your wand with the correct movements, canted the incantation and it would work so long as you did everything correctly. When transfiguring it took more than just a basic imagination, wand waving and chanting. You had to see what you wanted to change in your mind, watch as the teapot transformed into the tortoise, or the rabbit change into the slippers. The more detailed the image in your mind, the better your transfiguration would be in real life. A loud gurgling sound issued from his stomach and distracted Harry from his thoughts. A frown crossed his face and he looked down as more gurgling came forth, followed by mild hunger pains. He had eaten just a little under an hour ago. The fact that he was hungry again said a lot about how much energy he had expended while practicing. With a sigh, Harry took one look around the seal room he had decided to use for his private studies. It was no different from any other seal rooms. There were desks arrayed around the room, shelves that lined the walls, a chalkboard, and a teacher's desk. But the room looked more worn than the others currently being used. Harry could see the dust on the desks, a layer of it several centimeters thick. This place had obviously not been used before he found it for a long time. He shook his head. There were so many unused seal rooms like this. He wondered how long it had been since these rooms had a CL in them. Were they no longer in use because the wizarding world had less students now? He knew that during the war against Voldemort a number of magical families had been killed. He just hadn't expected it to have affected Cleese like this. Deciding he to the kitchens to satisfy his hunger, as he had no desire to go to the Halloween feast, Harry left the room behind. He walked down one of the many corridors on the second floor, pinged by suits of armor, some bowing, others saluting, one even flipped him off. Along with the suits of armor, Harry saw several portraits. They lined either side of the wall and he could see the people moving within the landscapes. For a second, Harry entertained the idea of using the portraits to create a spy network to let him know what was going on in the castle. With the people within the portrait's ability to move from one painting to the next and communicate with each other, the potential to have a spy network that expanded the entire school of Hogwarts was incredible. And the best part was that no one would be the wiser. Magical children tended to ignore the portraits as they had seen them their whole life, and while children of non-magical families were in awe of them the first few days, the novelty eventually wore off for them as well. No one would ever suspect that the old hag you ped by in a painting could very well be watching your every move and reporting it back to someone. Of course, the potential for a spy network was only useful so long as no one else had thought of it. Harry did not doubt for one second that Dumbledore must have done so. He had to have. If the man had even an ounce of the intelligence and wisdom allotted to him, then he would have. And if he had, then he would be alerted to the fact that Harry was trying to form a spy network with the paintings as well, should he make an attempt. The thought of using the network of paintings and portraits as spies was only a ping thought in the mind of Harry Potter. Potentially useful, but not worth the risks. He put it out of his mind a second later. It was just as Harry let the last remaining vestige of his previous thoughts fade that a loud, shrill scream pierced the air. It was a sound that came from someone experiencing fear, a primal terror of someone's deepest, darkest fears. He also recognized the voice. It was several decibels higher than normal, and loud enough to rattle GL, but even with that change Harry's eidetic memory easily took the voice's pitch and tone, and reference it with the hundreds of other voices he had heard in his life to find a match. It was Hermione Granger, and she was screaming in fear. The sounds of her scream were cut off and quickly followed by a loud bellowing that Harry had never heard before in his life. It didn't sound the least bit human. The roar was also followed by something else, the sound of something shattering and another shrill scream. By the time Harry's mind caught up with the rest of his body, he realized that his legs were already taking him to the screams. He ran down the hall, turned a corner, cut down another hall, then turned left at the end. The scream sounded again, followed by a roar, followed by more shattering, and Harry soon stood in front of the girls' bathroom. The door was open. Harry didn't even slow down as he bodily flew toward the entrance, running into the room without hesitation, only to skid to a stop at the sight before him. The scene was not a pleasant one. The entire bathroom looked like a hurricane had swept through it, then a tornado decided to join in on the fun for good measure. All around the room lay broken and scattered pieces of toilets, stall doors, and chunks of twisted metal that looked like a giant had chewed them up, then spat them back out when he found their taste to be unpleasant. He could see Hermione Granger huddled under the sink in the far corner, the only sink left, her form shivering in fear. And looming above her was the largest, ugliest creature he had ever seen. It looked human, or at least humanoid. It stood on two large feet attached to equally large, ungainly legs. It wore nothing more than a loincloth and a frayed-looking sleeveless shirt to cover its body. A large belly hung over the front of its loincloth, looking like those pot bellies that hung out of people's shirts and spilled over their pants, the kind of stomach Harry saw on people who were too lazy to exercise and drank too much alcohol. The hulking figure had equally large hands. They looked like they could squash a human flat if given the chance. In one of those hands, the monster was gripping a large, wooden club, clearly the cause of the destruction to the room. His gaze finally settled on the thing's face. Its head was disturbingly small compared to the rest of its body. It had a very dopey-looking facial expression. The creature's general features denounced a lack of intelligence. Black beady eyes were set above a large nose under an equally large mouth that had drool hanging from its lower lip, and he could see stained yellow teeth in its open mouth. It looked like a cross between a mentally deranged Rottweiler and a deformed baby. He recognized it from his self-study in defense as a troll. It had stopped with its club half raised above his head and was looking right at him. Harry couldn't decide if that was good or not, but at least it meant Hermione was safe, for the moment. Not wanting to be crushed by the creature or smacked by its club by getting too close, Harry flicked his wand at several broken pieces of toilet. The objects lifted into the air, hovering there, and another flick of his wand sent them sailing directly at the creature, pelting its face. The beast roared and started swinging both its club and its free hand to try and swat the large chunks of toilet seat fragments out of the sky. Another flick of Harry's wrist sent even more broken objects flying at the creature, effectively distracting it. "What are you doing just standing there?" Harry asked, shouting at Hermione to be heard above the angry roaring. The girl looked at him like she had never seen him before, her mouth hanging open dumbly and her eyes wide. He wouldn't be surprised if she was going into shock. At least her trembling stopped. "Get over here." Hermione scrambled to her feet. The troll roared again and made to step toward her, but Harry sent another part of the room's broken decor at it. The stall door smacked it in the face, causing it to bellow in both surprise and pain as it staggered back. In that time, Hermione ran over to him, and Harry did not waste another second in grabbing her hand and pulling her through the door in a dead sprint. They had barely made it 10 feet from the bathroom when a loud roar sounded out. The sound was followed by the loud crash as the troll smashed through the bathroom's entrance, sending stone fragments bouncing along the walls and floor. It looked around, its head swiveling left and right before it spotted them running down the hall. Another loud bellow leapt from its gaping maw and it soon began charging them, its large feet smacking against the stone floor with the sound of war drum as it began to quickly catch up with its larger strides. "Damn it," Harry hissed as he let go of Hermione's hand and spun around. His wand was out quicker than the human eye could blink. He waved it at the suit of armor closest to the rampaging troll. The suit lifted off the ground and flew at the creature, smacking it flush in the face. The troll's angry bellow reverberated along the walls as its club swung down, hitting the plate. A loud noise issued from the plate mail, like the crack of thunder. The plate squealed as it dented and went flying into a wall where it dented some more, the wall itself cracking under the powerful blow. Harry swore as the creature forgot about the armor entirely and turned its sights back on them. He looked left to see Hermione staring at the monstrosity in fear and swore some more. "What the hell are you still doing here?" he demanded. Hermione turned to him, her eyes wide and her face pale. "Get out of here. Go." But Hermione tried to argue feebly, but Harry was having none of it. "Go." In accordance with Harry's desires, his magic flowed out, connecting to Hermione, compelling her to run. Normally, it would be very difficult to compel a magical being to do anything, especially subconsciously like Harry was doing, but with his desperation fueling his already powerful magic, the compulsion managed to take hold despite Hermione's resilience. The mousy-haired brunette's eyes widened as the desire to flee overcame her, and her body responded to the external stimulus by turning on the spot and bolting down the corridor. His sigh of relief was short-lived as the troll had closed in on him during his preoccupation. It swung its club down with a loud grunt, the heavy wooden object moving far faster than should be possible for something of its size. Harry dodged by moving into a forward shoulder roll that took him past the club's point of impact. The club smacked the ground where he had been, denting it, sending cracks along the stone surface. Harry continued his roll, moving under the troll's legs. He kicked back to his feet when he was behind it, his wand flashing out again, pointing at the creature's legs as he sent a leg-locking jinx. The spell struck the creature's left leg, only for nothing to happen. No straightening of limbs that had been locked in place. No loss of balance as the leg stiffened up. Nothing. It was as if the spell hadn't affected the troll at all. Harry's eyes barely had time to widen as the troll spun around. Its club sailed towards him, the air screeching around it due to the speed with which it moved. Harry barely avoided the attack by letting himself fall backwards. He fell onto his back, then rolled with the move, before kipping back up to his feet and beginning to backpedal. His wand arm flashed out, a slashing motion that he directed at the beast. A bright white light shot from the tip of his wand, the stinging hex hitting the troll in the belly, but again, there seemed to be little effect beyond the creature getting annoyed. It roared at him, whether angered at not hitting him or the stinging hex, Harry didn't know. Whatever the case was, it came charging in once again and Harry was forced to sidestep another club swipe. He flicked his wand arm at another suit of armor and sent it at the creature, then another flick caused the suit to split into multiple pieces that floated around the beast in an effort to distract it, while he tried to figure out why none of his spells were working. Could it be that he wasn't putting enough power into his spells? That skin of its looked tough. Maybe if he just put more power into his spells. While the troll was busy trying to swat the armor out of the air, Harry sent another stinging hex its way, this time with much more power than before. The spell soared through the air, a bright white light that smacked against the troll's hide. The troll let out a roar of annoyance and Harry's eyes narrowed when he saw that the spell had not even left a mark. On a human, a stinging hex of that power would have left a welt the size of his head for several days without magical treatment. Were the situation not so dire, Harry would have groaned as he realized the problem. Of course, this creature just had to be magically resistant. That was the only explanation he could think of. Trolls were magical creatures, more so than a witch or wizard. It must have a very high level of resistance to most compulsion spells, minor hexes and jinx. Only a high-level spell would be able to damage this thing. Which meant Harry was pretty much out of luck. He hadn't studied offensive spells beyond the few taught in first-year defense against the dark arts. He hadn't seen a need to. After all, why should he expect any kind of danger at a school protected by some of the most powerful enchantments known to wizard kind? Instead he had focused his efforts and private studies on transfiguration in preparation for becoming an animagus. He was beginning to regret that decision now. As the troll let out another roar and decided to ignore bashing the armor with his club in favor of smashing through the small blockade of floating objects to get to him, Harry decided that if he managed to survive this encounter, the first thing he would do was begin looking up offensive spells. Dodging swing after swing from the much larger being's club, Harry had never been more thankful for his martial arts training. The troll was not only stronger than him, but also incredibly fast, much faster than he would have ever expected a creature of that size to be. As things stood, the only reason Harry had not become a bloody smear on the ground was because of his experience in fighting opponents much more skilled than it Master Wei, who didn't telegraph their moves to him. Not that this creature's poorly telegraphed moves mattered. Its hide was too tough for his spells to work against it, and its body too strong and durable for him to think of taking it on up close. As far as he could see, there was simply no way someone with a few weak first-year defense spells could beat it. And unfortunately, if he did not defeat it, then it would kill him. He only needed to slip up once and he would be dead. Well, if he couldn't beat it, maybe he could make it beat itself. Master Wei had always told him that if an opponent was too strong for him to beat, then he should find some way to use their strength against them. First he would have to find some way to get rid of that club, then maybe he could. Harry. His thoughts derailed. Harry's eyes widened in both shock and horror as he saw Hannah, Lisa, Neville, Susan and Terry rounding a corner. What the hell were they doing here? The five stopped upon seeing him, their bodies freezing in fear as they realized he was currently in a life or death struggle with a troll nearly 3 times their height and several dozen times their weight. Harry dodged another club swing and flicked his wand at a helmet that had fallen to the ground, sending it hurtling at the troll's face. There was a loud clang as it smacked the creature, and the troll roared in both pain and anger, giving Harry enough time to try and convince his friends to run. "What the bloody hell are you guys doing here?" shouted Harry. Another flick of his wand followed. Another piece of discarded armor crashed into the troll, angering it further. "Get out of here. Go find a teacher." Surprisingly enough, it was Neville who stepped forward, his wand clutched tightly in his shivering fist. In fact, his entire body was shivering. Despite the fear he obviously felt, he didn't seem to be leaving. "We were not going to leave you," he muttered frightfully, his eyes wide and his breathing labored as he stared at the behemoth in front of them. He was clearly terrified of going up against the troll. The others said nothing, busy as they were, staring in fear at the thing. "You can't do any good here," Harry countered frantically as he began magically throwing more and more objects at the troll to keep it distracted. It was working, partially at least. It wasn't looking at his friends, though by now it had figured out that he was causing the objects to attack it and was only swatting the armor that blocked its way to him. "Run. Go find a teacher." In spite of his words, none of them ran. Hannah, Susan and Lisa stood where they were, quivering in the presence of a beast few adult wizards could take down. Terry didn't look much better, but at least he had his wand out. "I'm not leaving," Neville shouted, and despite the tremor in his voice, he held his wand aloft. He made a jerky slashing motion and sent a stinging hex the troll's way. The hex fizzled out before it could make it even halfway there. Neville had always had troubles with defensive spells, and in a situation like this, where his terror was nearly overpowering him, the chances of him accomplishing a spell was close to 0. However, while the stinging hex may not have done anything to its intended target, it did have the effect of snapping Terry out of his stupor. The Ravenclaw first year sent his own hex at the troll, and it did hit the beast. Right on its rear. Of course, the spell was not powerful enough for the troll to even feel it. Thus it did nothing, and Harry was forced to continue dodging the creature as he tried to convince his friends to run. Damn it, Neville, none of you can do anything against this thing. It's too strong. Get out of here now. Neville didn't seem to be listening to Harry though. Instead he had turned to the girls and Terry. We need to help him, he said, his tone desperate, pleading. Come on you guys, we need to do something. Lisa snapped out of her fright first. She looked at the troll, then at Neville, then at the other four with her. Maybe we could. If we attack it together we might be able to do something. It's as good a plan as any, Terry muttered in a shaky voice. He held up his wand and sent another stinging hex the troll's way with both Neville and Lisa doing the same. Neville's fizzled out again, Lisa's and Terry's hit, but it still didn't do anything. Come on you two, Neville pleaded with Susan and Hannah. We need your help. Hannah said in a deep breath, then turned wide eyes to Neville. After a moment, she closed her eyes and tried to control her frantic breathing. She still looked frightened, but it seemed as if she was at least not allowing it to control her. Susan came around at the same time and looked at Harry, her eyes gaining a determined glint that shone clearly under her fear. Okay, she whispered as she and Susan both pulled out their wands. Lisa, Neville and Terry followed suit, and all five of them sent a stinging hex at the troll. This time the spells not only hit, but the combined stinging hexes actually caused the creature to yell in pain as it stumbled forward. Harry used the distraction to send another piece of armor at its face in the hopes it would stay focused on him. It was not to be. It seemed that the combined stinging hexes hurt more than the armor hitting it had, and thus the troll deemed the five behind it a larger threat. Harry swore as it spun around and began charging at the five with an earth-shattering bellow. Even worse, his friends had frozen when they saw the behemoth rushing towards them with its club arm raised. He needed to do something and he needed to do it fast if he wanted to get all of them out of this in one piece. In a last-ditch effort, Harry pumped massive amounts of magic through his body, enhancing it beyond anything he had ever done before. He wouldn't be able to hold it for long, not without suffering severe consequences, but it would hopefully be enough for this. He raced down the hall, his magically enhanced body almost but not quite matching the troll's own loping speed. Damn those much longer legs. He needed to slow this thing down. A flick of his wrist and several dozen pieces of armor crashed into the creature's legs and feet, making it stumble. It lost its balance, crashing onto its hands and knees. Harry used that time to catch up and then did the unthinkable, not to mention the incredibly stupid. He jumped onto its back. It was hands down the dumbest thing he had ever done in his life, but Harry was barely even thinking straight at this point. He flicked his wand and a stream of rope shot out. It looped around the troll's neck 3 times, then Harry caught the end with his other hand and tightened it. The troll jerked upwards to its feet with an angry roar, its club lying forgotten on the ground. Its hands reached back to try and grab him, but the rope keeping him up began lengthening and Harry slid onto its lower back where it couldn't reach him. For a moment, Harry dared to hope he had finally been given some breathing room. The troll couldn't reach him. He was finally up close, and he had a small window of opportunity to hurt it, if he could actually find a means to hurt it. That thought was dashed into tiny pieces when the troll, unable to remove him from its back, began thrashing around like a raging bull in an effort to throw him off. Harry was flung about like a rag doll. His right hand remained grasping the end of the rope tightly, while his left still had his wand clutched firmly, but that meant little when the rope had so much slack that his body was still violently flung off the troll's back. He could only count his blessings that the troll had not yet smacked him into a wall, as there would be little to no chance of him getting up from that. Seeing his plight, his friends once more began casting stinging hexes at the troll. Despite their good intentions, however, it was probably the worst decision they could have made. Rather than bring the beast down, the spells merely enraged it further. Its thrashing and shaking and floundering picked up in intensity, and Harry found himself getting smacked into several suits of armor that banged up his legs and back as he was tossed about like a fruit salad being handled by a mad chef on crack. Barely containing his flinch when the bones in his shin snapped as they hit hard metal, Harry began shunting the pain to the side and focused on reeling the rope in so he could find better purchase on the troll's back. No matter what happened, if he wanted to have any hope of surviving the next few seconds, much less this encounter, he needed to have some kind of footing to keep steady. It wasn't an easy task, especially with how violent the troll shook and the amount of pain his legs were in, but he had felt far worse before. The rope tightened as it moved back into his wand like a fishing line being reeled in. His feet touched the troll's back and, for a moment, Harry began hoping that he would have some time to think up a plan. Even a second to catch a breather would be nice. Apparently, it was too much to hope for. The troll felt his feet as they planted themselves on its back and, having not had any luck catching him so far, decided to do probably the only thing it could to get him off. It rammed into the wall back first. Harry would have screamed in pain as the feeling of being crushed by mountains of muscle and the dense, hard granite of the wall speared through his body, but all of the air had been driven from his lungs, so all that came out was a pained rush of breath and a shaky gasp. He could feel his rib cage being crushed by the surprise move. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. Like someone had just dropped an anvil on his, then decided to have a several-ton elephant jump on him for good measure. It was pain beyond all belief and comprehension, and nothing, not his spars with Master Wei, nor the occasional lashing he received from Vernon when he was younger, could have prepared him for this. His vision began to blur. Everything became fuzzy, like the white noise you see in old black and white photos. Blackness invaded the edges of his vision. Blood was beginning to fill his lungs. His mind, hazy from the pain and beginning to darken, could not even begin to catalog the damage done to him. But somewhere in the back of his mind, he could tell that his ribs had been crushed and several bone fragments from his ribcage had penetrated his lungs. Breathing was becoming difficult. Already he could feel himself choking on the blood filling his air pages. Each breath brought not only excruciating amounts of asphyxiated agony, but also blood that spilled out of his mouth and ran down his chin. Somehow, he wasn't sure how, or even fully aware of it, he still managed to keep a grip on his wand and the rope. He couldn't help but wonder, as darkness continued to encroach on his vision, was this how he was going to die? Was this his end, dying at the hands of a stupid beast that somehow snuck into the castle? Killed before he could ever achieve his dreams. Such a thought would have normally left him in a rage, but he was beginning to feel tired. Too tired to call up even the smallest hint of anger, or any emotion for that matter. All he wanted to do was sleep. Yes, that sounded nice. A good long rest. He felt he deserved that much at least. Harry's eyes snapped open as the sound of 5 voices made him realize that his friends were still there. If he died now, his friends would be killed. And despite any attempts at telling himself otherwise, they were his friends. They weren't a means to an end anymore. He couldn't pretend that he was only concerned about what an alliance with them would bring. Where once it was all he concerned with, the benefits brought about by their friendship now seemed a trifling matter. He might not care for them as much as he did Lisa Croft, but he did care for them. Over the course of this past month he had come to greatly enjoy their presence. They were all so different, yet at the same time, they meshed together so well. If variety is the spice of life, then they brought a lot of spice into his life. He couldn't let them die. He wouldn't let them die. In a last act of desperation, Harry completely opened the gates that kept his magic at bay. He could feel it beginning to flood into his body, could feel the excess leaking from him like an overflowing sieve. And he could feel the small speck of darkness. The kernel of something that was not him, but still there. An evil that he had always known existed inside of himself, but had never been able to get rid of. Those thoughts and others were washed away as soon as they came. They disappeared in an instant as the effects of unblocking all of his magic became reality. The blood that had been choking him before stopped flooding his lungs. The intense agonizing pain that was his crushed ribcage diminished, and the fuzzy blackness that threatened to overwhelm him was pushed back. With more strength than he should have been capable of, Harry pulled himself up the creature's back. He let go of the rope and grabbed a fistful of the troll's shirt. The rope dispersed from his wand as he brought the instrument down and shoved it into the troll's ear point first. The troll howled and began to shake as its hand came up to grab him, but Harry made his move before it could do so. He dredged up all the magic he could possibly control and sent it to his wand with only one thought on his mind. To make sure this thing couldn't hurt his friends. As his magic left him, and darkness descended upon his vision, the last thing he saw before meeting oblivion was the troll's head exploding in a spray of blood and in matter. Snape kept the near-permanent sneer on his face as he looked around at all of the other occupants within Dumbledore's office. Phileas Flitwick and Pomona Sprout stood off to one side, speaking in hushed tones, the more diminutive of the two making slight hand gesticulations while the other one looked nervous. Knowing how excitable they were, Snape had no doubt their conversation was about what happened with Potter and the troll. A frown made its way to his face and the urge to scowl was just barely resisted. Snape wasn't quite sure what to think of Potter. The spawn of the man he hated most. The child of the woman he loved. When he first saw the tea during the sorting ceremony, strutting up to the hat like he owned the place, he had been sure the boy would be just as arrogant and insufferable as his good-for-nothing father. Now he wasn't sure what to think. Off to the side opposite of him stood Minerva McGonagall, his counterpart in many ways. She was his exact opposite in all the ways that mattered, as a teacher and a person. Her lips were drawn into a thin line and, though it was slight, Snape could feel the anxiety coming off her in waves. Most would never notice, but he had, and he was sure that Dumbledore could see it as well. The other teachers were there as well. The dark-skinned beauty and astronomy professor, Aurora Sinistra, stood between Professors Babbling and Vector, the Erythemancy and Runes teachers respectively. Charity Burbage, the Muggle Studies professor, stood a little ways away from the others, and Quirrell had squirreled himself in the back close to the door. Snape's sneer increased. Before we begin any extensive investigations into the troll's appearance, the old headmaster began, forcing Snape to look away from the turban-wearing teacher and focus on him. The required shifting needed to move that little bit from staring at Quirrell to the aging headmaster forced him to aggravate his right leg. He winced and quickly shifted so that he favored his left. I would like to know how all of the students are doing. Minerva, the deputy headmistress, stepped forward. The Gryffindors are all fine and accounted for, she started, then grimaced. With the exception of Mr. Potter. Snape followed her example. Thankfully, it went unnoticed. The only other two I am worried about is Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. From what I understand, Harry rescued Hermione from the troll when she was crying in the girls' restroom, and Neville was there when Harry killed the troll. He is a bit shell-shocked right now. Not that I can blame him. The lines around Minerva's eyes softened. It was almost unnoticeable. She was very good at hiding her feelings, but Snape could see it clear as day. Speaking of Harry, how is he doing? He will live, Albus informed the room. There was a collective sigh of relief from everyone except Snape, who would never show such emotion to show, even if he was relieved that the son of Lily Evans hadn't died. Though Madame Pomfrey informed me that he has a long way to go before making a full recovery. I did not get much more out of her before she kicked me out. His attempt at humor fell on deaf ears. Snape rolled his eyes. Now then, Phileas, Pomona, Severus, how are your students doing? My S's are all fine, Snape drawled, yet on the inside he was frowning. Two of his students had been quite nervous when they heard the troll had landed Potter in the hospital wing. Tracy Davis and Blaise Zabini. He had no clue how they heard of the incident so quickly when all the students had been confined to their common rooms, but then, the Hogwarts rumor mill had always been quick when it came to doling out information like this, even if more than half the time that information is completely inaccurate. He suspected the portraits to be involved somehow. They are, of course, a bit shaken. The troll had first been spotted near the dungeons, after all. Aside from Terry and Lisa, my ravens are doing well, Phileas informed them. The two of them are extremely worried about Harry. I had to give them both a dreamless sleeping potion in order to get them to bed. Had I not, I dare say they would have stayed up all night. It's the same with the Badgers. Susan and Hannah were quite distraught when they were brought in. Some of the older years are comforting them now. The rest are fine. I see. Albus absent-mindedly stroked his beard. And now, perhaps we can discover how it is that a troll managed to find its way into our castle. All eyes turned to Quirrell, who was doing his best impression of a deer caught in the headlights. Snape's lips curled distastefully at the man. TTH, that was the last troll that I was hoping to bring in for the PPP protections of the stone. Quirrell's whole body seemed to shake with fear. I had managed TT to escape my co-control and TT tried to kill me. Minvera's nostrils flared, and Snape sensed the woman was close to blowing up. She had never approved of letting trolls into Hogwarts. Not that Snape could blame her. He was not very fond of the idea either. If you had wanted to bring in another troll, perhaps you should have thought about telling myself or the headmaster first. Quirrell quivered under her stern flare. Snape narrowed his eyes at the man. Even if you had wanted to bring in another for added security, you wouldn't have been able to deactivate the other protections without the other teachers anyways. The defense teacher began to stutter out apologies, but Dumbledore headed him off. What's done is done. We cannot undo the past, so let us move forward. Severus, you were the one who investigated the aftermath of the incident with the troll. Tell me, what do you make of it? Snape did his best not to turn green as he remembered what he had found upon arriving at the site of the battle. He had seen many disgusting things in his life, had watched Death Eaters kill and pillage without remorse, and had seen the gruesome aftermath of Muggle and pureblood families that were killed by the Dark Lord himself and Bellatrix Lestrange. Very few things could evoke any kind of negative response from him these days. But the sight he came across in the corridor where he found a bloody and broken Potter lying on top of a headless troll had sickened even him. The horrid stench released from the troll's blood certainly hadn't helped. I can only take a guess at what happened, Snape began in the slow drawl he always used when talking. From what I can determine, Potter somehow leapt onto its back, then managed to make its head explode after it tried to crush his body against a wall. Gasps were heard from Pomona, Aurora, Babbling and Vector. Minerva raised a hand to her mouth, and Phileas let out a stifled squeak. Trolls, as you know, have very thick, magically resistant hides. Not including darker spells, only an extremely powerful Reducto or Bombarda will do any damage to it. That suggests Potter had used one of the more tender spots on its body to kill it. Given that he was on its back when we found him and his friends, I believe he had stuck his wand in the creature's ear. Are you saying that a first year managed to cast the Reductor Curse? Flitwick squeaked. That's a very powerful spell. I did not think a first year would ever be capable of using it. I did not say Potter used either of those curses, Snape sneered. The T may have some modicum of talent. It was almost painful to admit, but even he could not deny that the son of Potter was talented. It most likely came from his mother. But there is no way a first year would ever be capable using such an advanced spell. More than likely I suspect it was accidental magic. Perhaps his magic responded to his desperation and reacted in a manner similar to the Bombarda. That would make a great deal of sense, Dumbledore allowed pensively. Harry is an extremely powerful wizard. Snape scowled, but said nothing. Rarely have I met a young man with such power. Not even Voldemort had that much raw power when he first started Hogwarts. There were many flinches at the Dark Lord's name. Snape was not one of them. Surprisingly, or perhaps not, Quirrell wasn't either. Snape frowned as he laid eyes on the man, and tried not to shift his right leg too much. And you believe he is powerful enough that he can kill a troll with accidental magic? Asked Minerva, her lips forming a pensive line. That is almost as outlandish as him knowing how to cast a spell that most people do not learn until their 5th year. Albus Dumbledore's eyes began twinkling as he looked at his deputy headmistress, and Snape got the feeling that the old man knew more than he was willing to let on. Perhaps, but I do not think it is as far-fetched as you believe. Albus Dumbledore found himself lost in thought as he briskly walked down the halls toward the hospital wing. The crises caused by the troll sneaking into the castle had been averted, but not in the way he had hoped, not at all. He had just finished a rather long string of conversations with the first-year students -1 who had been directly involved in the incident. Hermione Granger had been the first he had seen. The poor girl had been the one who had found a teacher, Severus Snape, surprisingly, and directed him toward the female bathroom on the 2nd floor where Harry had first rescued her from the troll. Of course, the troll and Harry had been gone by then, and they had left a clear path of destruction in their wake. Dumbledore had done his best to rear the girl and let her know what happened had not been her fault. He had also spoken with all of Harry's friends to get their side of the story. They had all been in a state of shock after their run-in with the troll. Albus could not blame them. Trolls were frightening creatures, their powerful hides, incredible physical strength, and impressive magical resistance rendered them immune to all but the most powerful of spells. Few were the wizards capable of taking down a fully grown mountain troll on their own. That Harry had done so, albeit accidentally, was impressive. Yet even that posed a problem. Dumbledore had not seen the site of the battle, but from what he had heard from Severus painted a grisly picture. Hannah, Lisa, Neville, Susan and Terry were all so young, only just starting their first year at Hogwarts, and yet they had already been subject to a sight that would have not looked out of place during the war against Voldemort. He could only hope what they saw during this incident did not scar their minds and give them horrible nightmares and visions. He could only imagine how bad it would be for Harry. While his friends had been there when the troll died, Harry was the one who killed it. Granted, he'd not had much choice. The troll would have killed him and his friends had he not done what he did, but Albus was still worried. The effects that the act of killing had on the human mind were horrible. That the one who had done the deed was a child would only compound the already complicated situation. Dumbledore's thoughts were brought to an abrupt halt when he found himself standing in front of the infirmary doors. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed them open and walked in. He found Madame Pomfrey exactly where he expected her to be, standing over her young charge running medical scans. Albus' heart fell through his when he saw young Harry lying on the bed, completely inert. The boy he had first seen at the sorting ceremony, so full of life and brimming with confidence, now looked like a small child who had just gone through hell and been spat back out. His skin was pale and sweat poured from his body. He looked nothing at all like the intelligent and powerful young man reports from his teachers made him to be. With quick steps, Dumbledore stood before the bed where the currently comatose boy lay. "How is he, Poppy?" Madame Pomfrey didn't answer right away, instead choosing to continue running what Dumbledore recognized as a diagnostic scan. This didn't bother him. The woman was a healer through and through, and cared more for those under her care than she did for authority figures. He approved of that attitude. So he simply remained silent and waited until she finished. "Surprisingly well," was the answer he got after a few moments. She turned her head to look back down at Harry and blew out a shaky breath. "Incredibly well, actually. He's healing at a phenomenal rate. If it keeps up, I suspect he will be ready for release by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Normally, I would say this is a good thing, but you seem concerned." "That is because of how injured he was coming in." Madame Pomfrey looked back up at Dumbledore, her face pensive. "When Harry was first brought to the infirmary he was nearly dead. In fact, I almost diagnosed him as dead and would have were it not for the faint heartbeat he had." Dumbledore edged in a breath. "His wounds were terrible, Albus," Madame Pomfrey continued softly. "His entire ribcage had been crushed. He had several dozen bone fragments embedded in various organs, including his lungs, spleen, stomach, pancreas, and large intestines. To top it off, his backbone had 3 hairline fractures running along his lower and middle back. He was just lucky his upper back had not gotten injured or his neck would have snapped." Madame Pomfrey shook her head and looked back down at Harry. "Such extensive wounds would have killed him, should have killed him, and yet not only is he alive, but his injuries are healing without my aid at a speed which baffles me. Already his organs have healed. The bones embedded in them are gone. His ribcage and spinal cord are currently on the mend. In short, he is well on the way to recovery, and all of this was done without my help." "I see." Dumbledore really didn't see. He simply said that for lack of having anything else to say. Albus would freely admit that he knew very little about healing magic. It was one of those NCHES he only studied enough to be decent in, but never excel at, meaning he knew more than most but less than a professional. He knew many healing spells and counter curses and could brew a decent potion to cure most wounds and poisons, but the intricacies and theoretical knowledge of that particular NCH of magic was lost on him. "No, Albus, you don't see," Madame Pomfrey told him. She was probably one of the few who ever spoke to him like that. "Harry Potter is healing himself on his own without any aid from an outside source. While it is true that a wizard's magic is capable of dealing with minor wounds and bruises over time, what is happening here is far beyond anything that should be possible. It defies the very laws of magic." Dumbledore did not respond to Madame Pomfrey's rant with words. He merely closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he looked at Harry with his mage sight. The boy's magic was greatly diminished from what it had been before. No longer was it blindingly radiant to the point where he could not even look at it for fear of going blind. No longer did his magic saturate his body to the point where he couldn't even see the child's magical core. Now it merely looked like an inferno centered around a gaseous ball of green energy that crackled with power. Still strong, but not like before. Yet as he watched, Dumbledore saw tendrils of that energy emitting outward from the boy's core. It slithered along his body, latching onto specific areas that he could only assume were places Harry had been injured. It was fascinating to watch, unlike anything he had ever seen. His core is surprisingly resilient for one so young, the headmaster commented. He was musing out loud, both for himself and for the school nurse. If I did not know any better, I would almost say I was looking at the core of an adult wizard rather than the core of a young 11-year-old boy. Madame Pomfrey frowned. And what does this mean? It means, Poppy, Albus Dumbledore said with a smile, that there is much more to young Harry than first meets the eye. I could feel my magic beginning to leave me as my consciousness started to slip away. The last thing I saw before succumbing to oblivion was that of the troll's head exploding in a spray of blood and in matter that splattered along the floor, walls and ceiling. The first thing Harry Potter did upon returning to full consciousness was jerk up from where he lay into a sitting position. The second thing he did was vomit all over the once perfectly white bed sheets covering him. He continued to throw up long after he'd gotten rid of everything and there was nothing left inside of his stomach to release. Despite attempts to desist, he found himself incapable of doing anything other than dry heaving as his stomach continued to reject something that was not even there. His mind and body rebelled against him as the last thing he saw before ping out embedded itself into his mind, forcing him to watch it over and over and over again in a constant, never-ending sequence, taunting him in ways he had not experienced since learning the art of meditation. The sight of the troll's head as it exploded, gore splattering across his face and body, the troll without its head as it crumbled to the floor, and the knowledge that he was the one who killed it. Harry Potter had seen a number of horrifying events in his life, things that would have made adults twice his age cower in fear at or cringe at the sight of. The night Voldemort attacked his home, his father's yelling to get him to safety while he held the man off, cruel laughter as James Potter's life was extinguished by a bright green flash of light and the killing curse being called out by the hissing voice of Voldemort. His mother's death, her willing sacrifice to save him. The look in Voldemort's eyes when the man had tried to kill him. The first 5 years of his life with the Dursleys. He had seen much, and he had dealt with much. Cruelties that would have broken most children, that would have turned them into lifeless shells of their former selves or monsters whose rage had long since consumed them. Death, murder, violence, hatred, isolation, demeaning insults meant to cower him, to make him weak. Yes, he had dealt with much, and he was stronger for it. But never before had he killed another. He had seen death when he was but a child of 1, but never had he been the one who raised his hand and dealt the killing blow. Now he had. Yes, it was a troll. Yes, it was not human, but that hardly mattered. He had killed. He felt sick, stained, dirty, tainted. All he could see was the sight of the troll's head exploding in front of him. All he could feel was the blood and pink fleshy bits of matter splashing against his face when he killed the troll who attacking his friends. His friends. Oh gods, what did his friends think of him now that he had killed? Would they still want to be his friends now that he was a killer? Would they still like him? Would they still want to spend time with him? As if sensing his increasing anxiety, his body went into overdrive and his dry heaving turned into hyperventilating. His body began to shake, his breathing became labored, his hands clenched at the stained bedsheets, not even registering the vomit they were getting covered in. He tried to stop, to calm himself down. He really did, but it seemed like the harder he tried the worse his condition became. Mr. Potter, quickly, drink this. Before Harry knew what was happening, he was forced back onto the bed, his mouth forcibly opened and one of the most foul concoctions he had ever tasted was shoved down his gullet. His memory immediately catalogued the taste and told him he was drinking a calming draught, a powerful potion used to calm people down when their emotions were running high. This particular one appeared to be more powerful than the standard potion. Different ingredients too. Were it not for the fact that he had not given anyone else any of the potions he had made, he would dare say this was one of his. His mind calmed as the potion took effect. Harry looked up to see Madame Pomfrey running a glowing wand over his body. The vomit that stained his bedsheets vanished. How odd, the woman muttered. Madame Pomfrey was a stern-looking woman with a no-nonsense expression that would not be out of place on Professor McGonagall. She had gray hair and several wrinkles around her eyes, mouth and temples. She wore standard medical garb for Medowitch, white sleeveless robe with the Hogwarts crest sewn over a long brown-sleeved shirt, and a white wizard's hat that trailed down her head. You do not seem to be experiencing any illness and I can detect no fever, but you are exhibiting some signs of the Muggle flu. Pale face, vomiting. I'm fine, Madame Pomfrey, Harry rasped. Madame Pomfrey huffed. I will be the one to decide whether or not you are fine, and you, young man, are most definitely not fine. Harry's mouth turned into a displeased frown. He opened his mouth to tell this woman off for thinking she knew how he felt better than him, when the double doors to the infirmary opened up and in strolled Albus Dumbledore. Ah, the headmaster smiled as his eyes laid sight of Harry, the twinkle in them going strong. I see you are finally awake. Headmaster, Harry greeted with a curt nod, masking his emotions well. The venerated wizard's appearance just a few minutes after waking up was too coincidental for him to just be happening by. He must have known the exact moment Harry had woken up. A charm of some kind, perhaps. How are you feeling, Harry? Fine, Professor, Harry replied politely. You are not fine, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey retorted. People who are fine do not throw up the moment they awaken. Nor do they start going into seizures. Harry's lips became a thin line. He opened his mouth to make a retort when Dumbledore headed him off. I was wondering, if perhaps, I could speak to Harry for a moment alone, Poppy. The twinkle was redirected from Harry to the school Medivtic. I promise it shan't take long. Madame Pomfrey huffed, then sighed. As if I could stop you anyways. Oh, very well, you can speak to him, but make it quick. As Madame Pomfrey walked off, Dumbledore turned his attention back to Harry. How are you feeling, Harry? Harry shifted. Fine, Professor. You gave us quite the scare, you know. Dumbledore continued, seemingly not bothered by the lack of enthusiastic response. All of the teachers were quite worried when Professor Snape found you in such terrible condition. The headmaster looked down at him. Harry shifted again and he smiled. You will be pleased to know that your friends are safe. There was a sudden relaxing of his posture as Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Even though he was still worried about his friends' response towards what he had done, he couldn't deny that he had been worried about them. Incredibly worried, more than he wanted to be. It was somewhat bothersome to feel so concerned about people he had only known for a month, but there was little he could do about that, so he did his best to put it out of his mind. That's good, he mumbled softly. Thank you for informing me, Professor Dumbledore. Think nothing of it, my boy. Dumbledore's grandfatherly eyes twinkled merrily. And now that we have that out of the way, perhaps you can inform me of the events that led to your encounter with the troll, as well as the encounter itself. Harry frowned as he thought of the best way to explain what happened. He needed to be honest, but he didn't want to reveal anything too personal. I was practicing some magic in one of the unused CL rooms on the second floor, Harry began carefully, calculatingly. He was interrupted by Dumbledore. And why did you decide to not come to the feast? Harry closed his eyes. I have no desire to sell at Halloween. I see. Dumbledore seemed to age a bit. The twinkle in his eyes dimmed and it looked as if a great weight had settled on his shoulders. I suppose I can understand why you would not wish to sell it that particular day. Nor can I blame you. I would probably be of like mind were our positions reversed. Harry gave the man a nod of acknowledgement, but didn't speak. After a moment, Dumbledore seemed to brighten again. Strength returned to his body and he was once more the headmaster of Hogwarts and one of the most powerful wizards in the world. Please continue, Harry. Right, Harry sighed. After a while I had gotten hungry and decided to go down to the kitchens to grab a bite to eat before heading off to my dormitory when I heard a scream. I recognized it and realized Hermione was in danger when her scream was followed by a roar and the sound of something being smashed to pieces. Harry paused, then took a breath. I ran over to where I heard the scream and found Hermione huddled against a corner in the women's restroom. The room was destroyed, and the troll was standing over her readying a killing blow. I did the only thing I could think of. Distract it and grab the girl. I was hoping we could get away from it, but it chased us down the hall and managed to catch up. I decided to send her away while I acted as a distraction. It wasn't my best decision, but I couldn't think of anything else to do at the time. I thought I could distract the troll long enough for her to get a teacher, or for a teacher to find me. Then my friends came. Harry felt a mixed reaction about that moment, the moment his friends found him and decided to stick around despite him telling them to run. On the one hand, he felt happy that they would risk their lives for him. It truly was nice to know they were willing to risk life and limb for him. On the other, it was an incredibly foolish thing to do and they could have easily gotten themselves killed. Normally, this would have angered him. Of course, he was currently on the effects of a very potent calming drought, so all he could dredge up at the moment was irritation for them not listening to him. Harry shook his head, willing his thoughts away. Suffice it to say things went from bad to worse, and I ended up jumping on its back and getting my ribcage crushed. Harry shrugged as Dumbledore winced. It was mere luck that I'm still alive. Luck. How he disliked relying on something as inconsistent as luck. He would not deny that throughout the entire battle, it had been luck that kept him alive. Luck that the troll had been so incredibly stupid. Luck that it had no experience in combat or the ability to think tactically. Luck that it telegraphed its moves so blatantly he could dodge the incredibly fast swings of its club. And luck that he had been magically reinforcing his body when the troll tried to crush him between itself and the wall. Yes, Harry would admit he was extremely lucky to have survived the encounter. That didn't mean he had to like it. Sometimes you will find that a little luck can go a long way, Dumbledore told Harry cheerfully. Harry just stared at the man with a blank look, wondering if perhaps people's belief that the venerated headmaster being a tad barmy held more truth to them than anyone realized. Maybe the old man truly was as touched in the head as people claimed. Harry, the tone of voice Dumbledore used changed. Gone was the cheery voice, and in its place was one filled with regret. The twinkle had also gone out of his eye. I am terribly sorry that you were forced to confront the troll yesterday. It's not your fault, headmaster, Harry replied a little dumbly. He wasn't sure what was more surprising, Dumbledore apologizing to him, or the entire situation that constituted the man apologizing in the first place. Sometimes these things happen, and there really isn't much we can do about them. That is true, but this incident nearly got you killed, Dumbledore said quietly. He seemed disquieted by this fact. Granted, he was the headmaster of Hogwarts, so of course he would be worried about one of his charges dying. That the person almost killed was the boy who lived just made the situation that much worse. Harry could only imagine the scandal his death would cause. But it seemed more personal than that. Harry couldn't explain it, but he had the feeling Dumbledore was taking this incident more personally than he normally would have. And worse still was that you were forced to kill. Something I hope no one would be forced to do again since the war with Voldemort ended, especially one so young. Harry grimaced. He really didn't want to think of how he had killed something. Even under the effects of the calming drought his mind was constantly showing him that last image of the troll's head exploding before he blacked out. I want you to know, Harry, Dumbledore began, looking at him behind those half-moon spectacles. That while killing is something I do not condone, it is something that, unfortunately, is sometimes unavoidable. The headmaster grimaced, as if just admitting this truth was painful. There are times when a situation may require you to choose between the lives of the innocent and those trying to take those lives. It is a very unfortunate circumstance, and one I had hoped you would never be forced into. He paused, then gave Harry a smile and a pat on the shoulder. What you did last night, you did because you didn't have any choice. Trolls are notoriously difficult to incapacitate, much less kill. Only the most experienced full-grown wizards can take on a mountain troll and live. That you did so is remarkable, that you did so while protecting your friends is admirable. Had the teachers found you in time things may have been different. Alas, things do not always happen the way we wish them to. I want you to know, Harry, that you did the right thing. Thank you, sir, Harry said, and he meant it. Much as he may hate to admit it, his mind still reeled from what he had done, potion or no potion. Dumbledore's words went a long way toward easing his mind. You are most welcome. Dumbledore's congenial smile was back in place. The twinkle in his eyes returned, and he stood back up. Now then, I think I will take my leave before Poppy decides to kick me out. Harry offered the ancient-looking man a small smile. Have a pleasant day, Mr. Potter. As soon as Dumbledore made to leave, Madame Pomfrey came back in and began fussing over him. Harry sighed as he leaned back against his pillow and let the woman do her job. Hopefully, cooperating with the Meadowitch would get him out of the hospital wing that much faster. As the school Meadowitch ran several diagnostic spells, he found himself regretting only one thing, that he did not have a good book to help quell his boredom. It was nearly an hour later that Harry was finally allowed to leave the hospital wing. A quick casting of the Tempest spell showed him that it was currently lunchtime, and so the raven-haired young boy made his way toward the Great Hall, his shoes thudding along the stone floor, bouncing off the walls. The halls were empty. Everyone was probably already in the Great Hall. That left Harry plenty of time to think about the reaction he would be receiving from the other students when he arrived. He was under no illusion that everyone had heard about what happened by now. The Hogwarts rumor mill worked fast, especially when it came to anything concerning him. The fact that this particular incident involved him killing a troll would only exacerbate things. No doubt there would be hundreds of different rumors involving what he had done and how he had done it. He wasn't too worried about rumors. In the grand scheme of things, rumors would only boost his reputation right now, though he did imagine some people would be afraid of him. No, what he was worried about was the reaction of his friends. Would they fear him like some of the other students surely would? Would they be disgusted by what he had done? Would they want to even continue being his friend? So many questions, all of which could only be answered by confronting them. A part of him was bothered by how worried he was about their opinions of him. While he did indeed care about what others thought of him, perhaps even more than he should, he had never worried to this extent. He had cared, but only in so much as how the beliefs and opinions of others would affect his reputation. This was different. In this instance, he was actually afraid they would think he was a monster and not want to spend any more time with him. And that bothered him far more than he wanted to admit. Before long Harry found himself standing just outside of the Great Hall. He closed his eyes, centering himself by taking several deep breaths and emptying his mind of his worries and concerns. Properly centered, he entered the Great Hall, prepared to face whatever came his way. As expected, the moment he entered the entire hall became silent. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and Harry instantly likened the disquieting silence to the term, silent as the grave, a rather morbid phrase if there ever was one. Just like he had theorized, Harry received many varied looks. Everything from awe to fear to jealousy was displayed by the many faces around him. Harry's mind quickly went to work cataloging the reactions of everyone there and taking careful note of who had which expression. It would be invaluable to know who was afraid of him and who was simply in awe of him. Slowly, Harry walked down the Great Hall, the heads of many students turning to keep him in sight. His eyes managed to find his friends quickly enough. They were seated at the Ravenclaw. Terry, Lisa and Neville were on one side, while Susan and Hannah were on the other. Their expressions all ran along the lines of being stunned, as if they didn't know what to make of him appearing before them. Over at the Slytherin table he also saw Blaise giving him an expressionless look. When Harry caught the dark-skinned Italian boy's eyes, the Slytherin nodded in silent acknowledgement. He returned the nod with one of his own. Tracy, on the other hand, was biting her lower lip and looked like she was barely managing to restrain herself from leaping out of her seat and rushing over to him. Knowing her, he would be giving a full recounting of the event that led to him being admitted into the hospital wing. He did get a bit of a surprise when he looked to Tracy's right and saw Daphne staring at him with a furrowed brow. He was surprised because she wasn't looking at him with cold disdain. Her lips were turned downwards into a small frown, and her eyes only contained a hint of the ice they normally had. Instead they looked pensive. He wondered what she was thinking about. Harry, all thoughts on Daphne and everything else were completely derailed when a red-headed missile launched herself at him. Surprised would not be the appropriate word to describe what Harry felt when he found his arms full of a crying Susan Bones. He had never expected any of his friends to react like this after the incident with the troll, least of all shy, demure and oftentimes incredibly quiet Susan. Hannah maybe, if she didn't think he was a monster and fear him for what he had done. That girl was very excitable. Susan though, definitely not. Thank Merlin you're all right. I was so worried about you. You were in such terrible shape that I was afraid you had been killed. You're not hurt are you? Oh, I'm so sorry I couldn't be of any help. The girl was babbling. her worry spilling out of her mouth at such speeds that Harry's mind had to work overtime to decipher them. He had no idea the girl could talk this fast. She would give Lisa a run for her money. "I'm sorry for worrying you." Harry was unsure of what to say, so he said that. At the very least it halted the girl's frantic babbling. He also decided to reciprocate her hug, as it would probably hurt her if he didn't. This was the first time he had hugged someone whose name was not Lisa Croft. It felt very different than the hugs he shared with his best friend. Different, but not unpleasant. Yet, while Harry hugged Susan, he felt his mixed emotions come back. Anger and joy warred with each other for his attention. A part of Harry felt tempted to begin berating Susan and the others for their foolish decision to stay and try to fight that troll with him, while another part simply wanted to bask in the fact that they didn't hate him and still cared for him despite what he had done. This strange combination of emotions confused him. Harry had always thought himself to be above most emotional responses. Sure, Lisa could evoke a lot of emotions in him, but she had been his friend for years and he'd never felt such a complicated array of opposing emotions when dealing with her. That his new friends could bring out two feelings that stood in direct opposition of each other was shocking, and he wasn't entirely sure how to handle it. A deep breath was taken as Harry tried his best to calm the thoughts and feelings raging inside of him. He would deal with his friends later, he decided. It would not do to berate them now when they were in front of their peers. He was angry, but not that angry, and he didn't want to alienate his friends from him. For now, he would just pretend nothing was wrong and enjoy his lunch with them. While Harry worked through his emotional confusion, Susan's face took on the shade of a small red sun, as she realized that she had just run up to Harry and hugged him in front of the entirety of Hogwarts. It didn't help that he hugged her back. With impressive speed, the girl jerked herself away from Harry like she'd just been burned. At the same time, the shock of seeing Harry walking into the Great Hall and Susan of all people practically jumping their friend wore off, and the others who had been sitting at the Ravenclaw table got up and ran over to Harry. "Harry, mate, are you all right?" asked Neville. Harry bade to answer, but before he could, Hannah interrupted him. "Merlin's beard, Harry, you scared us half to death with that stunt you pulled." Harry's nostrils flared for a moment as the urge to tell her that the stunt she and the others had pulled was just as stupid, but held back. Now was not the time, he reminded himself. Calming down before anyone could notice his growing anger, Harry sat down with his friends at the Ravenclaw table. By now, the other students had gotten back to their food and conversation, though Harry could hear from the closest cluster of students that whatever they had been talking about was no longer their topic of conversation. Unless, of course, they had been talking about his fight with the troll before he came in. Lunch was not the fun affair it had become for him. Oh, it was still filled with chatter and joking like always, and Harry certainly acted like he was having a good time. But honestly, he really just wanted to finish lunch so he could drag his friends off and yell at them for not listening to him the night before. Harry was just grateful none of them were skilled at reading other people, or they might have actually noticed that his smiles and laughs were even faker than the ones he gave when he had been at Muggle school. Eventually, lunch ended. It was Thursday, so they didn't have Cleese afterward, which meant it was the perfect time for Harry to let them know his displeasure. Which was why after lunch, at Harry's insistence, Hannah, Lisa, Neville, Susan and Terry all found themselves standing in an unused CL rooms on the second floor. It was, in fact, the very same CL room Harry had used when practicing transfiguration last night, before that troll had tried turning him into a human pancake. He selected this place for two reasons. 1, because it was secure and no one came here very often. And 2, because he wanted to remind them of what happened last night so his talk would be that much more effective. During lunch he had worked up a whole speech to that he would give them on how foolish they had been to ignore his order to leave and find a teacher, and how disappointed he was in them. Yet now that they were here, the words hanging off the tip of his tongue, Harry wasn't all that sure about what he wanted to say anymore. Or maybe he was just afraid of losing their friendship. No, Harry mentally shook his head. That wasn't it. They needed to understand that what they had done was dangerous and stupid. They needed to know why they couldn't something like that again. Harry, Lisa interrupted the boy's thoughts, a curious and slightly worried expression on her face. Are you all right? No, Harry told her, running a hand through his hair and blowing out a large breath at the same time. No, I am not. In fact, I am incredibly disappointed in all of you." Every single one of Harry's friends blinked. Then their eyes widened. They looked like they wanted to say something, but he wasn't going to let them get a word in before he finished. "Just what in the bloody hell were you guys thinking? Sticking around while a murderous troll was rampaging through the castle when I explicitly told you to leave?" Neville and the others took a step back in shock and a little bit of fear when Harry gave them a fierce glare. It was a look they had never seen on him before. In fact, no one had ever been subject to this glare except the Dursleys when he was younger. The only difference between this one and the one he often gave his relatives was that the look he gave now contained worry, while the other had been an expression of Harry's hatred. Both had the same effect, however, and were utterly terrifying to behold. Harry," Neville stuttered out, looking more than a little intimidated. We just wanted to help you, mate. Did it ever occur to you that maybe I didn't need help?" asked Harry, practically hissing now. He was beginning to get worked up. Not even his skills in occlumency were helping him keep a clear head. "Did it never occur to you that perhaps I had a plan for dealing with the troll? That maybe I had everything under control before you interfered?" "It didn't look that way," Terry muttered, only to stiffen when Harry's eyes, blazing with emerald green fire the same color as the killing curse, pierced his own like a spear. The Ravenclaw boy gulped, but somehow managed to find his voice. "We all saw how much trouble you were in. That thing was close to squashing you like AG. The troll would have never hit me," Harry told him adamantly. "Trolls are notorious for their strength, not their lightning-fast reflexes. It would have never touched me. And had you lot not decided to try and play hero and simply gone off and found a teacher like I told you to, none of what happened last night would have happened. Gods, the only reason I even ended up half dead was because it went after you guys." Everyone flinched as Harry made his point. Terry and Neville looked stricken, torn between wanting to argue with their friend and acknowledging that he may actually have a point. Lisa had a hand close to her mouth and was shaking her head, eyes watering with tears that refused to fall. Susan and Hannah were much worse. The blonde pig-tailed girl looked like someone had just killed her puppy, while her friend stared at the ground, shoulders shaking as she shed silent tears. A part of Harry felt guilty, but he squashed that part and reminded himself that they needed to understand how foolish their actions had been. They needed to realize that they could have easily been killed. "I had everything under control." Harry rounded on them again. "And it would have continued to stay that way had you five not been so bloody stupid and just ran like I told you to. We couldn't leave you." Once again, all were surprised by Susan Bones as she shouted at Harry. Even the young raven-haired boy found himself staring at the girl in wide-eyed surprise. "We couldn't just leave you," Susan said again, her red hair flying about her face like ardent flame whipping about in a strong breeze. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her body shook from the emotions pouring from her. "I could have never forgiven myself if something happened to you. What if you were hurt, or worse, killed? If something had happened to you Susan broke off. More tears ran from her eyes and down her cheeks. She shook her head once, as if to dispel whatever had caused her to stop talking, but was unsuccessful. As everyone else stared at the normally shy and quiet girl in shock, Harry closed his eyes as guilt finally overwhelmed him. Yes, what they had done was stupid and beyond reckless, but really, were his actions that night any better? He had run head first into danger the moment he heard Hermione's scream. He had fought against a troll with only a small set of first-year defense spells in his repertoire. And when his friends had been in danger he had jumped on said troll's back, as if that would actually do something. He may have been able to kill it in the end, but that had been act of luck, not skill. "Look." Harry blew out a deep breath and ran his fingers through his hair. "It's not that I don't appreciate your desire to help, it's just," he paused, hesitating, then shook his head. "It's just that you guys could have easily been killed. What if that troll managed to reach you before I reached it? What would have happened if I had been just a tad slower with my wand? What if that last-second spell I used to trip it hadn't worked? That thing would have killed you, and I." He grit his teeth, refusing to shed any tears. "I don't think I could ever live with myself if something happened to any of you." His friends dropped their heads in shame. Harry shut his eyes and shook his. "That's why I need you to understand," Harry looked at the group of mixed house company imploringly. You can't act so recklessly. If I ask you guys to do something, it's because I know what I'm doing, because I have a plan. I acknowledge that what I did was little better, but I also know my own limitations, and killing that troll had never been in my plans. I was only hoping to distract it long enough for a teacher to come by. That's why I asked you to run. We're sorry, Harry. Susan seemed to be the spokesperson for the group right now. The other four didn't speak, none of them were even capable of it. Hannah and Lisa were sniffling, and Neville and Terry looked physically ill. We promise, if something dangerous like this happens again and you tell us to do something, we'll put our trust in you. Well, hopefully nothing like this will happen again, Harry said, grimacing. And I'm also sorry. I didn't mean to be so harsh. It's just, aside from Lisa, you guys are the only friends I have. I don't want any of you to get hurt. We feel the same way, Harry, Neville told him. Everyone else agreed, and Harry felt whatever anger left from their actions fade away. He just couldn't stay mad at them. He didn't want to stay mad at them. You're our friend. That's why we couldn't leave you to face that thing alone. Thank you. Harry couldn't quite contain his smile. Despite seeing him gruesomely kill a troll, in spite of him throwing harsh, and admittedly hypocritical, words in their face, they still wanted to be his friend. A strange warmth spread through his body, a feeling he normally only associated with Lisa Croft. He really did find a great group of people here at Hogwarts. Harry Potter waited until everyone else had gone to bed. To his left Neville lay curled in a ball. Seamus and Dean had also entered dreamland, and he could hear the black boy mumbling football plays in his sleep while the Irish child snored away. Sitting up as slowly as possible so as not to make the bed squeak and possibly awaken the other three boys in his dormitory, Harry carefully brought his legs over the edge of the bed and slid off. His bare feet touched warm, fuzzy carpet, and the raven-haired child crept over to the foot of his bed with light, silent footsteps. Kneeling down next to his trunk, he hissed the word that would allow him to unlock it. Open. There was a soft click as the lock on the trunk undid itself. The small dial began to rotate until it reached the number 1, where some of his most important items were stored. He pushed the trunk open, revealing a ladder attached to the rim closest to him. Stepping onto the first set of rungs, Harry began his journey into his trunk. The small tunnel of space in his trunk soon expanded as he reached the halfway mark. The barely 2 by 3 feet of space was now large enough to fit the entire wardrobe of most famous actresses. Or a large leary of books. For that was what Harry had turned this particular compartment of his trunk into. Lining all 4 walls from top to bottom were large bookshelves filled with books. Okay, so there were not as many books as he would like to have. Currently he only had 250 books that he had bought from Flourish and Blotts, enough to keep him occupied for a good while, but nowhere near the amount he wanted. That was fine, though. He planned on filling this entire compartment with books in due time. While the Leary itself was not very big, it was incredibly well organized. All of his books were divided thematically, that is to say, they were divided by subject, by what NCH of magic they were. History, Transfiguration, Charms, Defense against the Dark Arts, etc., etc., and those categories were further divided by the level of knowledge they contained, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and so on. As Harry's bare feet hit the tiled floor on the bottom, he set off toward the left of the small Leary, where he kept all the books he picked up on combat magic. Technically, it was not called combat magic by anyone but him. He had coined the term when organizing his Leary. Any book that spoke of using offensive and defensive spells to either defend yourself from attack, or attack your enemy, he considered combat magic because it held similarities to his martial arts, attacking and defending oneself and others from someone or something that was trying to hurt or kill. His fingers trailed along the spines of the books, eyes scanning their titles. Basic hexes for the busy and vexed. A compendium of common curses and their counter-actions. Confronting the faceless. Curses and counter-curses. Dark arts defense. Basics for beginners. Defensive magical theory. And many, many more. Altogether he had around 20 books on combat magic alone. It wasn't very extensive, not by a long shot, but it was more than enough to get started, and that was what mattered. He stopped walking when his finger landed on A Beginner's Guide to Dueling. It was one of 4 books he had on dueling, one of the subinches of combat magic, along with the Intermediate Duelist, Advanced Dueling Tactics, and Spells for Dueling, a compilation of curses, jinxes, and hexes. Grabbing the book's spine, he pulled the Beginner's Dueling book off the shelf. It would not help if another troll decided to attack, but that was okay. He highly doubted that another troll would come rampaging through the castle again. Not when the first one obviously failed at doing whatever it was supposed to do. For the rest of the night, Harry Potter would spend his time reading up on dueling. He would need to know, just in case he ran into the person who decided to set the troll loose. He would also need to know about what was on the 3rd floor corridor, because he was sure that whatever Dumbledore was hiding there was the reason the troll had been let loose in the first place. Gryffindor. The words echoed all the way to the back of the hall, unencumbered by any other noises. It probably had something to do with the acoustics of the room, as well as the fact that the hall had gone completely silent. I lifted the sorting hat off my head and saw that everyone was staring at me in shock. I saw mouths hanging wide open, eyes bulging from their sockets and looking about ready to simply roll out of their skulls in surprise. No one even blinked as they stared at me, and I suppose I can't blame them. My sorting did take a good deal of time. Deciding not to let the stares bother me, I stood up and placed the sorting hat back on the stool. I spared a glance at Professor McGonagall. Her emotions were masked much better than everyone else's, but I could see her surprise as well. The other teachers were the same, except for 2. The man I recognize from my card as Albus Dumbledore, who stared at me with an expression of intrigue, and the professor with greasy hair and a hooked nose, who leered at me like I was the dirt beneath his boots. I almost got angry at that leer. It reminded me of how Vernon Dursley used to look at me before I put the fear of God into him. But I simply took a deep breath, held it, allowed my mind to clear of any emotions that could cloud my judgment as I breathed out, and turned away. It wouldn't do to lift one of my professors and hurl them through a wall or, heaven forbid, one of those stained GL panels on my very first day of school. I hear it's bad form. I walked toward my designated table, the one where children are decked out in red and gold. Gryffindor. The House of the Vey. Everyone was still gawking at me, their eyes wide and mouths open. For a second, I wonder if I made a mistake in choosing this house to be the one I'll live in for 7 years. I squashed the impulse to analyze my decision to join Gryffindor. The choice has now been made. Second guessing would only serve to distract me from my goals. It was not until I am nearly halfway to the Gryffindor table that said table erupted into a frenzy. All of the students stood up and began clapping and cheering. I saw the 2 Weasley twins chanting, "We've got Potter," as loudly as they could. They looked like they'd just won the lottery. I guess I can't blame them. Much as I detest the thought, my fame alone makes me a desirable et for any of the 4 houses. Just another reason to dislike the house system, I guess. I finally reached the table and am swept in a round of laughs and back slaps as everyone tried to greet me at once. I smiled and greeted those around me, presenting them the image I wanted them to see. First impressions are everything, and I need to make a good first impression on these people. I'll be living with them for the next 7 years, after all. Eventually, I managed to nudge my way to an empty seat, one right next to the boy who was the very reason I decided to be sorted into Gryffindor. "Hello, Neville," I greeted the boy with the same friendly smile I've used on everyone else. Neville stared at me in shock, like he couldn't believe I was talking to him. With what I've seen of him so far, I'm not surprised. The boy doesn't seem to think much of himself. At least he managed to snap out of his stupor quickly. "Oh, hello, Harry." I wanted to say more, engage the boy in conversation so I can determine the best method of earning his allegiance, but Professor McGonagall decided to restart the sorting ceremony and called up another first year. I paid close attention to everyone who was sorted, putting each name to a face and memorizing which house they went to. Weasley, Ronald. I watched the red-haired boy sit down on the stool and the hat cover his head, drooping down to his ears. My mind went back to our first encounter on the Hogwarts Express. Truth be told, I still wasn't quite sure what to think of that meeting. It really left a bad taste in my mouth. But I also couldn't deny that I overreacted. Perhaps I should apologize to him later on. While I have no intention of being friends with him, I also don't want to alienate anyone who may prove potentially useful. Hufflepuff. I blinked in surprise as the youngest Weasley was sorted into the House of Badgers. I watched the boy's face turn redder than his hair as he yanked the hat off his head and nearly threw it away, before angrily stomping to the Hufflepuff table. None of the Hufflepuffs clapped, probably because of the angry look in his eyes, and Ron, ignoring them, shoved himself into a seat with an almost audible growl. I shook my head and focused my attention away from the boy. My eyes scanned the Gryffindor table. All of the other Weasleys are there, and from my understanding, the Weasleys have been consistently Gryffindor for many years. Much as certain children from darker pureblood families like the Blacks are almost always consistently Slytherin, it was tradition for certain families to always be Gryffindor. Then again, Sirius Black was a Gryffindor, so it's not like traditions couldn't be broken. The three other Weasley children looked most disappointed to see one of their own being sorted into another house. Percy looked mournful, as if someone had just told him he was no longer a prefect. The twins were shaking their heads pityingly. A real shame about our dear brother's sorting, right Fred? Too right, George. I am most disappointed to see Ronnikins being sorted into the House of Cowards. Then again, he always has been easily intimidated by us. Well, we did turn his teddy bear into a spider when he was younger. Maybe it's our fault he got sorted into Hufflepuff. Nah. They both finished together. I frowned as I heard the slight dig on Hufflepuff. It was one thing to hear from Andromeda how everyone thought Hufflepuff was the House of Duffers, cowards and leftovers, but it was quite another to hear two students talking about the same thing. Was this truly how everyone saw that house? It almost made him wish he could take back his decision and get sorted there just so they could have some claim to fame. The only other person I took a personal interest in was Blaise Zabini, who got sorted into Slytherin. My eyes trailed the dark-skinned boy as he sat down next to Tracy and Daphne. The former gave the boy a dazzling smile and a pat on the back while the latter settled for a nod. Blaise seemed to take both gestures with poise. He was very in control of himself, I noted. He would make a good ally. All attention was diverted when Albus Dumbledore stood to his feet. The man was giving a wide, beaming smile, as if just seeing them all sitting there, chattering excitedly, was enough to make him the happiest man alive. He spread his arms out wide in a grand, welcoming gesture. I thought it made him like Gandalf trying his hand at conducting an aura, what with the hair and beard. Welcome. His voice boomed out, every bit as grand as his gestures. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. While everyone else clapped, I found myself staring at the man with furrowed brows. The headmaster seemed a bit off to me. He reminded me of those animals who look completely harmless, but can be incredibly deadly when you get too close. It made me wonder how much of that Mad Hatter act was just an act. Or if it was even an act at all. He seems to be a bit off his rocker, doesn't he? I commented to Neville, who looked at me with wide eyes. Maybe he was just surprised I had so blatantly insulted the headmaster by calling him crazy. Well, I guess, Neville muttered unsurely. I frowned at the boy. He seemed so unsure of himself. Was this really the heir to the ancient and most noble house of Longbottom? My gran always told me Dumbledore is one of the most powerful wizards in the world, but that he's always been a tad, eccentric. I suppose that's a good word to describe him, I concurred. Eccentric definitely described Dumbledore well, from what I had seen so far. Most geniuses are like that. Being so mad is what also makes them so brilliant, or at least that's how it is in some of the fiction novels I've read. My mind was brought out of my reverie when a delectable scent invaded my nose. I turned my head to see a veritable feast sitting on the once empty dishes on the table. There was a lot more variety than I had ever seen. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. Most of the food I noticed consisted of meat. And as I piled food onto my plate, I wondered if I could somehow convince the chefs here to make some foreign foods. I've always had a thing for Italian and French foods. As I began to eat my meal with the poise and grace Andromeda instilled into me, a ghost floated toward where Neville and I were sitting. "Oh, but that does look good," he said sadly, and I could have sworn drool was coming out of his mouth. "I take it ghosts aren't able to eat." It was something of a stupid question, but I couldn't keep myself from asking. I was curious, and this was the first time I had ever had the chance to speak with a spirit. "I haven't eaten for nearly 400 years, said the ghost. "I don't need to, of course, but one does miss it. I don't think I've introduced myself. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington at your service. Resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower." 400 years is an awfully long time, I murmured, trying to imagine what it would feel like to be a ghost for that long. I couldn't, or maybe I simply didn't want to. The idea of being a disembodied spirit, incapable of interacting physically with the rest of the world but always there in the background, bothered me more than I cared to admit. I changed the subject. "How did you become a ghost?" "Ah, well, you see, I was wandering through a park one night, when I ran into Lady Grieve, a lady-in-waiting in King Henry's court. She was so confident that I could straighten her crooked teeth that I simply couldn't say no. As it turns out, I couldn't straighten her teeth. My efforts backfired. She grew tusks, and I was executed the following morning by an improper decapitation." I raised an eyebrow at the story. I knew about King Henry VII who had seized the crown in 1485, but I did not know this tidbit of information. Then again, it was probably something the wizards at the time had tried to cover up. "What do you mean, improper decapitation?" I asked. In response to my question, Nicholas grabbed his head and yanked on it. "Many people, as flesh, muscle and bone parted from each other until the man's head was hanging to his neck by a small sinew of flesh." I found myself blinking as I got a perfect view of the third cervical bone in the spine and the meaty muscles around it. It was a very grim and disgusting sight. "That's why we call him Nearly Headless Nick," one of the twins said. "Fred, I believe, I prefer to be called Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington," Nicholas said haughtily. I got the feeling this was a very sore subject for him. That nickname was probably something he had been dealing with for hundreds of years. I actually felt kind of sorry for him. He perked up a moment later, thankfully, and coughed into his hand. "So, new Gryffindors, I hope you're going to help us win the house championship this year. Gryffindors have never gone so long without winning. Slytherins have got the cup 6 years in a row. The Bloody Baron's becoming almost unbearable, he's the Slytherin ghost." I turned my eyes towards the Slytherin table and saw the ghost in question. He had blank eyes, a gaunt face, and his robes were stained silver with blood. I wondered at this. Was that his own blood or someone else's? The ghost was sitting right next to Malfoy, who looked incredibly uncomfortable by the ghost's proximity. "How did he get covered in blood?" asked Seamus with great interest. "I've never asked," said Nearly Headless Nick delicately. Once everyone had finished eating, the plates cleaned themselves to a sparkling shine, as if they had never been dirtied in the first place. I was impressed. The magic didn't look like much compared to some of the things I had heard of, but it would be incredibly useful to learn. It would also save me time when I cleaned the dishes at the Dursleys. A moment later desserts appeared on the table. Blocks of ice cream in every flavor you could think of, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs and jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jello, rice pudding and many other flavors I had never heard of. I took some of the treacle tart and began pondering the intricacies of the magic they used to summon the food here, trying to come up with a viable theory for how such a summoning would work. While I began making theories on magically creating a wormhole within the fabrics of reality to summon food through, the other students began talking about their families. "I'm half and half," said Seamus. "Me dad's a muggle. Mom didn't tell him she was a witch, till after they were married. Bit of a nasty shock for him." The others laughed. "What about you, Neville?" I asked politely. "Well, my gran brought me up and she's a witch," said Neville, "but the family thought I was all muggle for ages. My great-uncle Algy kept trying to catch me off my guard and force some magic out of me. He pushed me off the end of Blackpool Pier once. I nearly drowned, but nothing happened until I was 8. Great-uncle Algy came round for dinner, and he was hanging me out of an upstairs window by the ankles when my great-auntie Enid offered him a meringue and he accidentally let go. But I bounced, all the way down the garden and into the road. They were all really pleased. Gran was crying, she was so happy. And you should have seen their faces when I got in here. they thought I might not be magic enough to come, you see. Great Uncle Algie was so pleased he bought me my toad. Are you telling me that you call Uncle attempted to force the magic out of you via attempted murder? I asked in a soft, dangerous voice. I tried keeping my emotions under control, and I think I succeeded, for the most part, but I know I couldn't control everything, not when I felt such anger at someone attempting to kill their family in some misguided attempt to force magic out of them. Maybe it was just because of how my relatives had tried to stamp the magic out of me, or maybe it was because of my preconceived notions of how families should behave with each other, but the thought that someone could harm a child for such a mundane reason pissed me off to no end. The others must have sensed my change in mood, because Neville, Seamus, and Dean all leaned backwards slightly. Well, it's not like I was hurt or anything, Neville stuttered out, and I realized that I may not have been as successful as keeping the rage out of my voice as I thought. I frowned. It seemed I was slipping. Sorry, Neville, I told him, and everyone else, I didn't mean to frighten you or anything. I just don't like that someone would willingly put you in harm's way to try and force magic out of you. That's no way to treat family. I was being honest too. I had always believed that family should be held in the highest regard and treated with love and respect. And while I did not consider the Dursleys to be my family, I did consider Lisa to be my family, and I always tried to treat her well, even if I acted a little distant at times. No, it's fine, Neville said. He seemed pleased by my words, almost uncomfortably so. I got the feeling no one had ever stuck up for him before. Maybe that could be my ticket to gaining his allegiance. Thank you. I gave him a friendly smile. You're welcome. Conversation flowed by and I let myself be swept into it. I kept my ears open and listened to everyone else as they spoke, even adding a few comments myself, but my body was pretty much running on autopilot. I didn't need to pay full attention to remember everything that went on around me. It was one of the many benefits of having eidetic memory. I let my eyes scan the other tables, searching for those I felt would make the best allies. Susan and Hannah were sitting next to Sally Ann Perks and Megan Jones, talking animatedly. Well, Hannah was talking, Susan was listening with a small smile. At the Slytherin table Tracy, Blaise and Daphne were all sitting together. I noticed that while they were sitting with the other first years, they seemed to be a separate entity from most of them. Only Lilith Moon, a dark-haired girl with green eyes, pale skin and a few freckles on her nose seemed to be separate from Draco Malfoy and his ilk like the other three. I got the feeling she was a bit of a loner. My eyes wandered over the Ravenclaw table. I didn't know anyone in that house, so I couldn't make a well-judged decision on who to ally with from there yet. I studied a few of the first years for a moment, before moving on. Over at the staff table I could see Albus Dumbledore speaking to Professor McGonagall about something, and Hagrid was drinking from a large cup. I tried to put a name to the faces I could see based on my mother's descriptions in her journal. I recognized Professors Flitwick and Sprout, the head of House Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff respectively. My mind could also place the school nurse, Madame Pomfrey, but many of the others I did not recognize. They must have come after my parents graduated. One person I did recognize was Severus Snape, my mother's former best friend. He looked a lot like her journals described him as, only more angry and bitter. His face seemed to be set in a constant sneer, like he had just gotten so used to sneering all the time that it became permanently stuck on his face. He sat next to a man I did not recognize wearing a purple turban. As if sensing my eyes on him, Snape turned and his sneer seemed to deepen. At the same time I sensed a burst of intense pain in my scar. I ignored it, having felt much worse, and simply let my eyes move away from the greasy-haired man's loathsome gaze and continue studying the other teachers. The desserts soon disappeared in the same manner as dinner, and Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet again. The hall fell silent, and Harry found himself impressed. Despite looking like a frail old man, he obviously commanded a lot of respect. Ahem. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between pleas in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. A few people laughed at the declaration. I did not. My eyes narrowed. I wondered if he was being serious, and if so, why was something apparently dangerous enough to cause death even in this school in the first place? And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, cried Dumbledore. I noticed almost immediately that the eyes of the other teachers had become fixed. Clearly, this was not something they enjoyed. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick, as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, slike, into words. Everyone pick their favorite tune, said Dumbledore, and off we go. What followed next was quite possibly the most god-awful singing I had ever heard in my life, and when I considered how bad Lisa was at singing, that was truly saying something. I loved the girl like a sister, but by the gods her voice could shatter GL. This was worse, much worse. Everyone singing was doing so to a completely different rhythm. They were all off-beat, off-key, off-tune. It was utterly horrendous, and I was extremely aggravated to know that this memory was going to be NDED into my mind for life. I decided then and there that next year I would bring earplugs, or learn a silencing charm. When everyone had finished, with the Weasley twins being the last having sang a slow, funeral song, Professor Dumbledore smiled and wiped his eyes. Ah, music, a magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. I stood up with the rest of the school and began following Percy with the other first years as we made our way to where we would be spending the next 7 years. As I did though, my mind went back to what Dumbledore said about the third-floor corridor. Something was there, hidden. Something dangerous, and I couldn't help but wonder what that something was, as well as why Dumbledore thought it was a good idea to hide whatever it was in a school full of children. So it's true then. You really did kill that troll. Harry shifted uncomfortably as Tracy looked at him in awe. He wasn't sure he liked the look she was giving him. He had come to terms with the fact that he had killed, had come to realize that what happened had been completely unavoidable, but that didn't mean he was comfortable with it. Still, he couldn't quite blame her for being amazed by what she perceived to be an incredible feat of magical prowess. She was not there, and she had not seen just how gruesome it had been. Yes, he said simply, hoping she would drop the subject. It was a false hope, he knew. Tracy was not the kind of girl to just let something like this go. As if she trying to prove his point, Tracy let loose a loud groan of disappointment. Man, I can't believe I missed it. Honestly, Harry looked over at the brunette. I'm very glad you and Blaise were not there. For multiple reasons, if he were honest. He didn't want any more people being exposed to the grisly scene that had been the troll's head exploding like an overripe G-fruit. The brown-haired girl gave him a curious look. Why not? Because if you two had been there, then I would have had 2 more people to worry about. The 5 who had been present during the troll incident flinched at the reminder. Harry closed his eyes, trying to stem the tide of guilt. Yes, his friends had been reckless, but he had been just as reckless, just as stupid. He could admit this. While he may have had a better chance at surviving an encounter with a troll than any other first year, it did not change the fact that he was still a first year. That troll was incredibly strong. Its hide was thick and had a lot of magical resistance. All but the most powerful of spells would not have worked on it, and even if you two had been there to combine spells with the others, we only know up to the first year defense spells, none of which pack enough power to do more than annoy it. That had been the main reason Harry had been at such a loss at what to do. Even when he had pumped as much power as possible into his spells, they hadn't even grazed its flesh. He probably could have shot it in the eye, that might have worked, but that could have also exacerbated the problem. The last thing he wanted to deal with was an extremely powerful magical creature in an enraged berserker state. We managed to escape that night with our lives due to luck and nothing else, Harry stated confidently. If another variable had been added, say, 2 more people to enrage the troll further, it's quite possible all of us would have died that night. He looked over at the now pale Tracy, his eyes unconsciously softening ever so slightly. And if that had happened, I would have never forgiven myself. You guys are my friends, and I don't want to see anything bad happen to you. It was almost amazing how quickly his feelings for these 7 came into being. Lisa had taken several months before his heart opened up to her, several months of following him around despite telling her to get lost, several months of talking to him like he was her best friend. Several months of him being a complete jerk and ignoring her. These 7 had done in 2 months what had taken Lisa more than twice that length of time to accomplish. Perhaps he shouldn't be so surprised. Unlike with Lisa, who he had patently ignored until he gave in to her demands, he had actually tried to befriend his friends at Hogwarts from the very start. This time it had not been them who initiated the relationship, but him. And maybe, just maybe, that made all the difference. Spending so much time with these people, getting to know them, letting them into his life in ways not even Lisa could, no matter how much he wished it could be otherwise. Was it any wonder he had come to like them so much? Ah, blood rushed to Tracy's face, turning it the same color as a Weasley's hair. She looked away and mumbled a soft, "Thank you," before trying to get back to work. Harry frowned, but guessed he couldn't rightly blame her for her sudden shyness. She was probably just embered. He decided to save her from emberment and change the subject. "Has Daphne given any thought on joining us during these study sessions?" Tracy shook her head, her shoulders slumping. "No," she sighed. "I've asked her if she wanted to come several times, and each time she says no each time." She shook her head. "I even tried pointing out how much her grades could improve if she came with us. She might be consistently near the top, especially in charms and potions, but some of her other grades are nowhere near as good as they could be." Yet she still refused. Harry frowned. He had hoped that Tracy would be able to convince her friend to come with her to at least one of these study sessions. It seemed the girl was adamant on being obstinate. And, most unfortunately, Harry did not know what to do to gain her friendship. "I suppose the only thing we can do is wait and hope." Harry paused, then cast Tracy a look. "And you won't tell me why she refuses to spend any time with us?" Tracy shook her head. "Can't, won't," Harry corrected with a smile. "You could tell me if you truly wished to, but won't because you'd be betraying your friend, and I respect that. I don't know anything about Daphne, but it's clear she doesn't trust easily. That she trusts you obviously means you're very important to her. It would incredibly cold-hearted to betray her trust, and I won't force you to do that." "Thank you," Tracy murmured softly, her smile much smaller than the normal ones she gave. More heartfelt. Harry offered her one last smile, before turning his attention to Lisa, who asked him to look over her Transfiguration essay. Harry leaned over Lisa's shoulder and began to carefully read over her work. Her writing was very meticulous and neat. Very small too. Much like he had expected from anyone in Ravenclaw, she tried to cram as much information as possible with the amount of length given for each essay. There are a few errors in this. Firstly, you need to remember that the transformation in any transfiguration is directly influenced by several factors. The weight of the item you are transfiguring, how many abnormalities its body has, the amount of power you place into your spell, how hard you concentrate on the spell, and a fifth unknown variable. He paused, allowing himself a breath and Lisa a moment to scribble down the corrections in her essay. Think of it like this: you need to know how much an item weighs compared to what you want to turn it into, and whether or not this item has any disfigurations or imperfections that may affect your transformation. These two factors will directly affect the other two. If the item you are using weighs more than the item you're trying to transform it into, then you need to use less power and more concentration. By that same token, if the item you are using weighs less than the item you are trying to transform it into, you will need to use more power and less concentration. "What do you mean concentrate less?" asked Lisa, frowning as she wrote a bit more. "I would think if you were using more power you'd want to concentrate on the transformation more. Most people would assume that. The thing about using magic is that when you use a lot of it, it's very hard to control. Many people believe that means you need to concentrate on your spell more, but the truth of the matter is that focusing on your magic too much is like lighting a bottle of nitrogen on fire. Magic is a very chaotic form of energy, very volatile. And the more you use, the harder it is for you to control. Think of it as trying to contain water in a cup. Your magic would be the water, the cup is the spell, and your wand is the faucet that opens the gates for the water to flow and directs it into the cup. Only instead of water we're dealing with a highly unstable power that could blow up in our face if we're not careful, Lisa caught on quickly. Exactly, Harry said with a smile. I think you believe that concentration is the same as imagery, that is to say, you believe that imagining what you're trying to transform your object into and the amount of detail you put into it is the concentration variable when it comes to transfiguration, yes. He waited for Lisa to nod before continuing. Which is not actually true. The variable known as concentration only constitutes the amount of concentration you place on the spell itself, the transformation, not the image you are picturing in your mind when you focus on the transformation. The image you conjure in your mind is actually the fifth variable. The concentration is merely the amount of effort you are placing into the spell. With a flick of his wrist, Harry summoned his wand. Another flick conjured a small red ball on the table in front of them. The best way I can think of it is will. How much of your will are you trying to enforce on the object you are transforming? In some cases, you may need to place more or less of your will, your focus, on the object. This is directly dependent on the weight. A flick of his wrist and the ball became a baseball bat of about the same size. Another flick and it was back to a ball, then broom, then a chair, all about the same size as the original ball. A bat, a broom, a chair, they all weigh more than a ball, even if they are the same size due to the materials they're made out of, so you need to focus less of your will on it. Magic generally has a will of its own, and it will change the weight of the object for you, therefore, you don't need to use as much of your own will to effect that change. You just need to add more power and gently coax the magic into doing what you want. But if the object weighs less, I need to use less power and enforce more of my will on it. Lisa showed that she belonged in Ravenclaw by catching on very quickly. Because I am not using as much magic, I need to enforce more of my will on it to direct it. In other words, concentration. Exactly. Harry beamed at the girl, causing her to flush. That makes a lot of sense. Lisa hurriedly turned back to her essay to get her blush under control. She scribbled in her neat, tidy scrawl for several seconds, before turning to Harry with a thankful smile. Thank you, that explanation is much better than the one my sister gave me when I tried asking for her help. Having family problems? Asked Harry, bemused. You don't know the half of it, Lisa groaned in response. Ever since she found out I'm friends with you, she's been bugging me to introduce her to you. She's a 7th year, right? Asked Harry. Yes, Lisa huffed, and she's really annoying. Always bothering me about something or other. Always complaining to our parents. I swear, sometimes it's like I'm the older sibling while she's the younger one. I think I understand how you feel, at least a little bit, Harry said sympathetically. My muggle friend, Lisa Croft, is older than me, but most of the time I feel like I'm the older one. Of course, our age isn't that far apart. A few months at most. Trust me, you may think the situation is similar, but it's really not, Lisa declared adamantly. Try imagining a 17-year-old girl whining to you about how you're friends with the boy who lived while she's not. Or having her complain to your parents about how they bought you a skirt she's been wanting for ages, and then throwing a fit when she doesn't get it. She shook her head. If she weren't so smart, I doubt she'd be in Ravenclaw. Harry nodded absently. So your sister is interested in seeing me. Obsessed is more like it, Lisa grumbled in complaint. Every time I see her these days it's always, I can't believe you're friends with the boy who lived, or, when are you going to introduce me to Harry Potter, or something equally annoying. A small grin crossed Harry's face. Is that why you spend so much time with us? He teased, to avoid your sister. Lisa smiled and held up her left hand, spacing her thumb and forefinger barely a centimeter apart from each other. Maybe a little. I personally think you're lucky that the only problem you have with your sister is that she is annoying, Blaise commented almost absently as he scratched a few notes on his parchment. My sister's a mental case. I swear, sometimes I really wonder about her. I didn't know you had a sister, Harry said with a frown. She's already graduated from Hogwarts, Blaise explained. Yeah, and now she's learning from his mum about how best to seduce a man, Tracy quipped glibly, earning her a small glare from her dark-skinned friend. The young brunette just responded with a dazzling smile. I do remember hearing something about that. Harry idly twirled his wand in his hand. Not about your sister of course, but about your mum. Didn't she earn the nickname, The Black Widow in certain pureblood circles due to her marrying several men and all of them dying under mysterious circumstances. Blaze shifted. Emotion finally played on his face. He shifted, clearly uncomfortable about where this conversation was going. Weren't we talking about Lisa's older sister? He asked, trying to redirect the subject. We were. Tracy nodded her head, the smile on her face still in place. But then, you mentioned your sister, so really, you only have yourself to blame. Besides, it's not like you really care what we say about her. You don't even like your sister anyway. You just admitted she's a mental case. It's not you talking about my sister that bothers me, Blaze mumbled just loud enough for Harry to hear. Perhaps it was time to change the subject. Turning to Lisa, Harry asked, so do you have any more questions about Transfiguration? I have one, Susan said. Harry turned to her and raised an eyebrow. The young redhead had been a bit more talkative since the troll incident. A bit more urtive. He wondered if it had something to do with her outburst the day after, but didn't think it mattered in the end. In his mind, this change could only be a good thing. Nodding, he gave her the go-ahead to continue. You mentioned a fifth unknown variable. Do you know what it is? Harry rubbed his chin for a second, pondering. The fifth variable is considered an unknown because the variable itself is always changing. He started with a small frown. Professor McGonagall showed us the basic arithmetic equation that all transfiguration uses. What she didn't mention was that the variable known as z is actually another arithmetic formula that is subject to change based on many different factors. Susan blinked. Oh, I wouldn't worry about the unknown variable right now, Harry said offhandedly. We won't need to start worrying about it until 4th or 5th year when we get into cross-species transfiguration. So how do you know about it? Terry asked, frowning as Susan went back to work on writing her potions essay. Easy. I studied ahead. Terry raised an eyebrow. Up to 4th year. Nothing wrong with looking ahead to see what will be coming up later on. Everyone looked at Harry for several more seconds before shaking their heads. How is that you're not in Ravenclaw again? Hannah asked curiously. What I want to know is where you find the time to read so far ahead, Tracy added. In all the time Blaze and I have started studying with you guys, we've never seen you so much as pick up a book. Come to think of it, she tapped a forefinger to her chin and looked up at the ceiling. I don't think I've ever seen you do your homework here either. She frowned. You're always helping us. That's because Harry gets his homework done the same day we get it, Neville said. He usually does it after CL is finished and we've all gone to our respective common rooms. After that he reads. Tracy gave Harry a deadpan look. So let me get this straight. You're on the Quidditch team as its new seeker, the youngest in centuries I might add. You always finish your homework the day it's due, then you read for the rest of that time, and this is on top of the time you spend helping us with our work and clues. She shook her head. Where do you find the time to do all this? Harry gave her a helpless shrug. I have a lot of energy. Tracy gave him a pout, completely unsatisfied by the answer. He almost chuckled at the sight, and couldn't help but wonder if she actually wanted him to extrapolate. He doubted it. The female Slytherin was not really into theory. She was intelligent, but preferred practical application over theoretical knowledge. Excuse me. Heads turned, Harry's included, toward the source of the new voice. He was not surprised to find Hermione Granger standing before him, looking incredibly nervous. In truth, he had been expecting her to speak with him for some time now. Several times during CL, he would see the bushy-haired witch looking at him, worrying her thumb and looking like she wanted to say something. He wondered if she had been gathering her courage to speak with him. Can we help you, Miss Granger? Asked Harry. Hermione winced at the very formal means to address her, but didn't protest. I was wondering if I could talk to you, Harry. Her eyes focused on his, then flickered to her left, away from him. I don't see why not. Harry stood up and gestured for the girl to follow. She did, trailing slightly behind him as his friends watched them leave. They walked through several aisles of bookcases in silence. Hermione fidgeted beside him, sending occasional glances his way, then turning her head. When they reached a more secluded spot, Harry turned to her. So, what did you want to talk about? I wanted to apologize, Hermione stuttered out nervously. Harry raised an eyebrow. I've been extremely rude to you when you've never done anything to earn my contempt. You always tried to be nice and help me, but I kept turning you away and trying to upstage you in CL. I'm sorry, she finished in a small voice. It's fine. Harry waved off her apology, causing the girl to look at him wide-eyed. Honestly, I'm not that surprised you acted like that. I get the feeling you're used to being at the top of your CL. Hermione blinked. Yes, that's right. How did you know? You mean aside from that fact that you're always carrying a book around? Harry asked dryly. Hermione had the good grace to blush. It's just how you act. You're very studious. Every time we're in CL you are the first one to raise your hand and you always have the correct answer. You're also one of the first to get the spell we're working on right. Not recently I'm not, Hermione muttered. Yes, but that's just because other people have accepted my help and you didn't, Harry said, earning a surprised look from Hermione. She probably thought he hadn't heard her last comment. I also get the feeling that the reason you try so hard to be the best is because you don't have a lot of friends. Hermione flinched. I imagine you were picked on for your intelligence as a child. You were probably very lonely, and so you found solace in books and getting good grades. They were your sanctuary, a place where you could immerse yourself in knowledge and forget about the world, for a little while at least. Am I right? Yes. Hermione's eyes, which already showed surprise, had gone almost impossibly wide during Harry's tirade. How could you know that? Harry gave her a mysterious smile and tapped his temple with his middle and index finger. Elementary, my dear. Hermione blinked, then blinked again. Then she gave another for good measure. Her expression soon shifted from stunned to amused, her lips twitching in a small smile. Sherlock Holmes fan, I take it. I am a fan of many stories, Harry informed her, but yes, Sherlock Holmes is one of my favorites. Harry paused, then smiled. In either event, thank you for the apology. I accept, and hope that you won't deny my help when I give it. I won't, Hermione determined, before her expression shifted into one of shyness. I also wanted to thank you for saving me from that troll the other day. Had you not found me, She trailed off, shuddering as the realization of just how close she had come to death hit her. You're most welcome, Harry said solemnly. An awkward silence ensued, for Hermione at least. The girl fidgeted, as if not sure whether to continue speaking or leave. Harry studied the girl intently as she looked down at her shoes, then back up at him, worrying her lower lip. Well, she started nervously, well, I guess I should be leaving then. Hermione, Harry said before she could turn around. The bushy-haired student looked at him, blinking. Would you like to join my friends and I during our study sessions? Hermione blinked several times in rapid succession, as if her mind was trying to process what he meant. Then she gave him what had to be the most grateful smile he had ever seen. I would like that, she said softly. Midnight arrived. The stars had come out, a sprinkling of tiny lights painted on a velvety black canvas overhead. Surrounded by the myriad of twinkling lights was the moon, whose beams of light shone through the many windows of the third-floor corridor that Harry found himself walking through well after curfew. Not that anyone could actually see him. He was currently invisible to the DI. Though perhaps invisible was an overstatement. It wasn't as if he had actually become invisible, merely used the disillusionment charm to blend in with his surroundings. His body had taken on the exact color as the stone walls and floor. His form was nothing more than a slight distortion only the keenest of eyes could spot. To further enhance the illusion of being invisible, as well as to make sure Ms. Norris couldn't sniff him out if she wandered near, he had added a scent-deadening charm. Truly, magic was a wonderful thing. It had taken him a while to find the spells needed to sneak around Hogwarts undetected, and a little longer still to actually learn said spells. He'd been forced to put his transfiguration studies on hold in order to learn them. Harry moved through the corridor silently, his feet making little noise as he walked. He stopped in front of the very first door on the right. Something lay beyond this door. Harry could hear what sounded like heavy panting coming from the other side along with growling and snuffling. It sounded like a dog, a very large dog. Or perhaps a really loud dog. What's more, the panting sounded like it was coming from more than one dog. Harry could make out 3 distinctly different pants, which he noticed due to how they were all slightly off rhythm with each other. Creaking the door open just a smidgen, Harry carefully peeked inside. The creature standing in the center of the room was definitely a dog, though perhaps in its barest classification. It was large, easily 10 times his size. Dark black fur covered its entire frame, blacker than the darkest of nights and blending in with the near-pitch black darkness of the room. Paws almost as tall as Harry and with claws that looked like they could cut through steel were attached to powerful front and hind legs. A large tail hovered behind its back. It also had 3 heads. Cerberus. That was the name of the creature. Harry had never seen a Cerberus before, though he knew about them. It was said that they were the guardians of the underworld, that all those trying to pee through Hade's realm would find themselves being viciously mauled and eaten by this creature. So this was what Dumbledore had hidden up here. A Cerberus of all things. Harry slowly closed the door before the creature could notice him and made his way back towards his dorm, silently contemplative. What could Dumbledore possibly be thinking in bringing such a powerful and dangerous creature to Hogwarts? Honestly, as if the troll hadn't been bad enough, now there was a large 3-headed dog hidden inside of the school. Rubbing his chin in thought, Harry contemplated this. There had to be a reason for Dumbledore allowing a Cerberus into Hogwarts. And he would bet all the money in his vaults that the reason had something to do with the trapdoor the beast was standing over. Now all he had to do was find out what was so important that Dumbledore felt the need to bring a 3-headed dog into a school full of children. Should be a simple enough task. Dinner at the Crofts was an interesting affair. After knocking on the door and being greeted by an overly enthusiastic Lisa, I was introduced to her parents. Mrs. Croft, an older, calmer, infinitely more mature version of her daughter, acted every bit the ideal mother. Her father, on the other hand, was a gruff businessman, a consummate professional. Where Mrs. Croft greeted me with the loveliest of smiles, Mr. Croft greeted me with a stiff, hello. We sat around the table, and I spoke with Mrs. Croft, who asked me a plethora of questions. How old was I? What did I like to do? Standard questions. I answered to the best of my ability. What are your intentions towards my daughter? Asked a gruff and, dare I say it, angry Mr. Croft. I wasn't sure how to answer him. Thankfully, I didn't have to. Now dear, Mrs. Croft gave her husband a smile laced with poisoned sweetness. I thought we already had this conversation. Harry and Lisa are quite young. I doubt he has any intentions toward our daughter. You promised me that you wouldn't harm him. Mr. Croft grunted, but remained silent and continued eating. I stared at the parents, confused, before leaning over to Lisa and whispering, do you know what they're talking about? Lisa cupped a hand to her mouth and whispered back. Not a clue. After dinner Lisa directed me to the living room, a spacious interior with a carpeted floor, a large sofa, 2 comfy chairs, a coffee table and a television. She bade me to sit on the couch and asked me what I wanted to watch. I chose Star Wars. We sat on the sofa, watching text roll down the screen as the opening theme to my favorite space opera blared in our ears. Hey, Harry? Lisa asked, her voice soft, almost unnoticeable over the din of music. Yes, Lisa. Lisa fidgeted in her seat. I wanted to thank you for coming over, I mean. Fidget. Her cheeks began burning red. It really means a lot to me. I turned to look at her. Upon being caught under my gaze, Lisa flushed and looked away. How odd. Normally she's determined and vent to the point of being pushy, yet now she's acting shy. Weird. I felt a smile crawl on my face, unbidden. You're welcome, I said softly, then looked away and added, thank you for inviting me over. This was fun. Lisa looked surprised for a moment, before a smile broke out on her face. You're welcome, she whispered, turning back to watch the movie. As November hit, the weather became incredibly cold. Frigid. Ice seemed to hang in the air and invade the lungs, causing not only mist to rise from each blown-out breath, but a sharp, minty coldness to seep into one's with each intake of breath. Windows fogged over. Not even the warming charms that kept most of the castle at a mild temperature could get rid of it. Harry wondered if perhaps they had been designed that way on purpose to give the school an authentic Scottish winter look, but disregarded the theory soon after. The ground had become covered in a thick sleet of frost. It wouldn't be long now before the snow started to fall. The first Quidditch game was only a few days away, on a Saturday. After a little over a month of training, Harry would be playing in his first ever Quidditch match, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. It was a much-anticipated game, perhaps more so than any other due to the animosity between the two houses. It could also have something to do with him being the youngest seeker in the past century and the boy who lived, but that was practically a given. There was only one problem: Harry's broom hadn't come in. He had sent the message to Andromeda the day after he had earned his place as the Gryffindor seeker, and had received a reply that she would do as he asked. Yet a month had gone by with no word from Andromeda. He was beginning to get worried. Oliver was also getting antsy, which made everyone else on the team paranoid. It was almost like a vicious circle. A frown crossed Harry's face as continued his training. Despite how Oliver had forced them to do extra training to prepare them for their first game, it did not mean he had slacked off in his own physical training regime. 200 push-ups with his feet planted against the wall so that he was working at a 45-degree angle, followed by 200 normal push-ups, then 200 more with his hands placed in a triangle directly in front of his face. After that he would do some core workouts, followed by stretches, then shadow sparring. That was probably the one downfall to being at a boarding school for magic for 9 months, Harry reflected ruefully. Much as he loved it here, none of the witches or wizards knew anything about hand-to-hand combat, thus he had no sparring partners to practice with. Shadow sparring only got you so far, and Harry had no doubt that when he got back home Master Wei was going to rip him apart the first chance he got. By the time he finished, Harry had worked up a decent sweat despite no longer being able to do his daily run. Even though he knew the warming charm to keep him warm when outside, he knew no spell that could get rid of the slippery sheet of ice that covered the ground. And he did not fancy falling on his rear end every time he tried to push himself to his limits during his runs. Heading up to his common room, Harry took a nice, long shower, got himself dressed to start the day, then pulled out a book on dueling and began reading as he waited for his friends to wake up. He had actually advanced decently far in his spell work as far as offensive spells went. He didn't know many true, but those few spells he did know had become second nature to cast. He was currently working on silent casting, which for some reason was a lot harder for combat magic than it was for other spells. Harry believed it had something to do with the spell's effect and how you had to make non-verbal verbalized commands. Whenever Harry cast a spell for a charm or a transfiguration, he just had to picture the effect in his mind and his magic took care of the rest. Combat spells were executed much differently. Rather than picture the effect, you had to make the verbal commands nonverbal and time your magic and wand motions with the command. This was because picturing the effect happening would just take too long. There was simply too much to detail. The spell as it was launched, hitting your enemy, and what effect it had on your opponent. Not even a computer capable of processing data at light speeds would be capable making that a viable means for combat. Which was why the caster had to non-verbalize verbal spells when dueling. It sounded easy in theory, but was intensely difficult in execution, requiring not only an incredible amount of mental discipline, but also a strong will and a lot of practice. Most adult witches and wizards couldn't cast non-verbal spells. So far, Harry only had one spell he could cast silently 5 out of 5 times, and that was after 2 weeks of practice. One of the many aspects of dueling Harry was interested in eventually mastering was spell chaining. As the name of the technique stated, it was the act of chaining a set of spells together in such a way that the caster did not have to pause in between spells each time he cast. In order to chain 2 spells together, it required the one casting the spells to cast a spell where the last wand motion of the first spell can flow into the second without the need for a pause in between. For example, one cannot chain the Expelliarmus, the disarming charm, and the Stupefy, a stunning charm, together, because both spells require the caster to point their wand at their target. On the other hand, the disarming charm can be combined with the Diffindo, the cutting curse, or the jelly legs jinx, locomotor wibbly, because the wand movements are not only different, but can flow into each other seamlessly. A point, and then a slash. Harry had yet to actually practice spell chaining because he only knew 6 offensive spells, but he at least knew of several ways to chain the spells together, and would begin practicing later on when he got more combative spells under his belt. The sound of footsteps let him know that someone was coming into the common room. He flipped a page of his book as he listened to the footsteps. They were light, steady and in slightly off rhythm. Harry quickly discovered who was walking towards him. "Good morning, Hermione," Harry greeted casually as he deliberately closed and shrunk the book before putting it away in his pocket. The walking stopped, and Harry turned to see Hermione blinking at him. "How did you know it was me?" she asked. Harry smiled. "You have a very distinctive walk." Hermione huffed and crossed her arms. "That doesn't tell me anything." "Of course it does." Harry stood up and stretched his arms above his head, the fabrics of his robes bunching around his shoulders. "You just haven't realized it yet." Hermione's lips became a thin line and her brows furrowed. No doubt she was trying to puzzle out how Harry knew it was her form, her walk. He wondered how long it would take her to figure out. A few seconds later Neville walked down the stairway. "Morning, you two," he gave his good morning as he walked up to them. "Morning, Neville," Hermione replied absently, still trying to figure out how Harry could tell who she was just from her footsteps. Harry chuckled. "Hello, Nev." The three made their way out of the Gryffindor common room and began walking down the many corridors towards the Great Hall, their feet making a dull thud against the stone floor. Several portraits greeted the trio, and Harry replied gaily with a wave and a good morning. Neville shook his head, amused. "Hey, Harry," he started, "I've been wondering this for a while now, but just what do you do so early in the morning? Surely you can't be reading the whole time." Harry smiled. He had wondered when someone would actually ask what he did in the mornings. Honesty though, he thought Hermione would be the one to ask him. "You're right, I don't read the whole time," the raven-haired boy admitted. "In fact, most of my time in the morning is spent exercising." Neville's look turned curious. "Exercising?" "Yes," Harry nodded. "Ever since I was 6, I've been learning martial arts from my teacher, Master Wei, and in order to learn properly I need to be in peak physical condition." "Martial arts?" Neville asked, blinking. "He means hand-to-hand combat," Hermione informed Neville, speaking up for the first time since Harry's comment about recognizing her via her footsteps. "It's a form of Muggle fighting using fists and feet. Many people believe it to be the first form of fighting conceived by man as it did not require a weapon to learn." Neville looked strangely at Hermione's dissertation, but eventually shrugged and looked back at Harry. "So you exercise because of your Muggle hand-to-hand fighting?" "Partially." Harry rubbed the left side of his neck. "But I also do it because I like to keep in shape. A healthy body is essential to a healthy life. It's also a well-founded theory that people who are healthier are generally happier and more self-assured. At least, that's what I've come to believe." There was actually an entire scientific theory that had been proposed on why healthy people who exercised and played sports were happier than others. Physical exertion released endorphins, and endorphins made people feel good, made them happy. So people who exercised and played sports on a regular basis had endorphins released more regularly and were therefore happier people. He didn't mention this, as it would likely fly over Neville's head, and he didn't want Hermione to begin discussing theory with him, interesting as that would be. Neville was silent for a moment, his look telling Harry that the boy was pondering his words. "Do you think," he paused, "do you think it would be all right if I joined you while you exercise?" "That would depend." Harry cast a glance over at Neville. "I get up awfully early. Do you think you would be willing to wake up to join me?" "I might need some help with that," Neville admitted, blushing. Harry nodded. Neville was a heavy sleeper. "Then so long as you are willing to put in the effort, I am willing to let you join me." Neville smiled gratefully as they entered the Great Hall. Already a number of students were sitting down for breakfast. Harry could see Lisa, Terry, Hannah, and Susan sitting down at the Hufflepuff table already. Another thing he noticed was that Professor Dumbledore was also sitting at the head table for breakfast. An odd thing, since Dumbledore had never been seen during breakfasts before. Dinner, yes, occasionally, but never breakfast. Harry wondered why the man was here, but figured he would learn eventually, so he put it out of his mind. He, along with Neville and a once again silent Hermione in tow, made their way to their friends. "Did you hear how Harry killed that troll? I heard he used a really powerful spell to blow it to pieces." "Really? I heard he threw it out of one of the second-story windows." Harry did not allow the conversations going on around him to bother him. They had been happening ever since he had killed that troll. The only thing he did do was take careful note to see which ones were continuing to look at him in fear. Thankfully, there were only a few left. Since there had been no perpetuation of violence on his part since the troll incident, most people had just decided that him killing a troll was some kind of noble act designed to protect the school. Harry had no intention of dissuading them of that illusion. As he sat down, greeting his friends and receiving greetings in turn, Harry let his eyes drift to the Slytherin table. He immediately locked onto the form of the 3 individuals that he had befriended. He had been hoping to convince his Slytherin friends to sit with them at breakfast, lunch and dinner, but so far had not been able to bring the subject up. The reason, of course, was due to how Daphne Greenger still refused to have anything to do with him. He wasn't sure why she was so adamant on keeping her distance, but it was very unfortunate, both because it hindered his plans and because he really did want his friends to sit with him. Looking at the trio of Slytherins, Harry saw that they were being very quiet. Even the normally talkative Tracy was silent. He frowned. It was not hard to see the worried look on Tracy's face. Blaise was harder to read, but by now Harry could claim to have gotten a decent enough grasp on how the boy worked to tell he was unnerved by something as well. And it was not hard to figure out why. Or more specifically, who. Daphne Greenger was not looking like her usual self. The cold indifference was still there. Her icy chips of blue were the same as always. The difference came in her posture. Her shoulders and back, normally set perfectly straight, were slumped. Harry even noticed the bags under her eyes. Hardly noticeable. He guessed she was covering them with makeup, but Harry could easily tell the difference between now and the first time they had met. She looked tired. He contemplated this new change. Had something happened to her recently? Was she under some kind of duress? Perhaps a family matter. Whatever it was, it must be a grave matter. The girl had an extraordinarily well-crafted mask. For something to be capable of putting a crack in it meant it had to be a monumentally stressful matter. With nary a sound or outward sign of his thoughts, Harry did his best to put the matter out of his mind. Until Daphne or one of her friends came to him for help, there was nothing he could do. Forcing the issue would only exacerbate the problem. Piling on some eggs and a few bagels, Harry began to focus on his food and the conversations going on between his friends. He found himself talking to Terry about his upcoming Quidditch match. "Are you worried?" "Not really." Harry shrugged and put a fork full of eggs into his mouth with a thoughtful expression. He swallowed, then looked at Terry. "Woods has been training us a lot, and we've gone over several plays. He's particularly focused on the Slytherin team, since they're well established as cheaters. A lot of what we've been focusing on recently are learning what kind of dirty tricks they'll attempt to pull. I don't think there's anything the Slytherin team can do that we haven't already covered. The Slytherin team has been known to cheat a lot," Terry allowed. "I've heard tell from some of the older years that that's the only reason they've won the Quidditch Cup several years in a row." He shook his head. "Personally, I think it's a disgrace to Quidditch to cheat your way to victory. There's no sportsmanship in that." Tracy certainly agrees with that sentiment. The two shared a bit of a chuckle over that. Tracy Davis's disgust with her own house team was well known to the friends. Several times already she had ranted about how repulsed she was that her own house team was being ruined by a bunch of overgrown trolls. Personally, Harry just thought she was upset that the Slytherin captain, Flint, didn't allow females on the team. She had complained many times about how east the Slytherin team was as well. "Still, you're not worried at all?" asked Terry, getting his 15 seconds of laughter under control. "You still haven't gotten a broom yet. Or have you?" Harry grimaced. "No, I still don't have a broom." He ran a hand through his hair. A nervous gesture. "To be honest, I would have thought that problem would have been solved by now, but I guess there are more problems than I thought." "What were you trying to do?" The question came from Susan, who was sitting on his left. She looked at him curiously, her head tilted to the side. Harry opened his mouth to answer, but didn't get the chance. A light sound, magnified by the acoustics of the hall and most likely some kind of sound-amplifying spell, sounded throughout the room. Everyone turned to Professor Dumbledore, who was tapping his spoon on a goblet. Professor Dumbledore stood up and smiled at the crowd of curious students that were obviously wondering why he was here, and why he had just interrupted breakfast. "Good morning to you all. I hope you have been enjoying your time here at Hogwarts. I do not normally do this, but as the situation has just come up last night, I have an important announcement to make, one that I think many of you will be elated to hear." There was a twinkle of amusement in Dumbledore's eyes as he spoke. "Before we begin, I would like to thank Mr. Potter for his efforts on this. Without him, none of what I have to say would have been possible." Harry blinked as all eyes turned towards him, his friends included. He wasn't aware of having done anything that would warrant such a commendation, unless... Harry's eyes widened in realization just as Dumbledore continued. "Thanks to his efforts, Nimbus Racing Broom Company has decided to donate 28 ND new Nimbus 2000s to our school for our 4 Quidditch teams to use." There was a moment of shocked silence. All eyes had gone wide as they stared at the raven-haired boy. Harry shifted a bit under the stairs, wondering if perhaps he had gone too far this time. Maybe he should have done something a bit more discreet. Then the applause began. It started with Dumbledore clapping most enthusiastically, a large smile on his face and a twinkle in his eyes. Harry wondered if the old man knew what he was trying to do and helped him along by making the announcement himself. Soon, more and more people began to clap. Students started standing up, cheering loudly. Even the older Slytherin students were cheering. Harry saw and heard the Weasley twins whistling over at the Gryffindor table. Tracy Davis was looking at him with a kind of worshipful glance that honestly had him disturbed. There were a few people here and there who were not cheering for him. He could see looks of jealousy from a few people at various tables. Draco and his ilk, the pug-faced Pansy and other Death Eater children were giving him hateful glances, and Daphne Greenger was frowning at him. A small amount of tension in his shoulders faded as he realized his gamble had paid off. He now had a broom to use, and no one could say anything about him getting preferential treatment because everyone else had the same broom he did. The plan had actually gone off even better than expected thanks to Dumbledore. He frowned again. How had Dumbledore known about this when he had not received a reply from Andromeda? That was something he wanted to know. Perhaps Andromeda had wanted to surprise him. He knew the woman had a bit of a mischievous streak that did not show very often hidden behind that professional demeanor. It did sound like something she would do, though it wasn't quite the kind of subtle act he would have expected from her. And she did know of his plan. Maybe she had contacted Dumbledore so he could make the announcement. He decided to ask Andromeda when he went home for Christmas. For now he would simply be thankful everything had turned out for the best. "I've finally figured it out." Silence descended upon the hall almost as quickly as it came. Everyone stared at Hermione Granger, who had suddenly jumped to her feet, a look of triumph on her face. The girl flushed as she realized she had just shouted out loud and, after quickly mumbling out an embered apology, sat back down and almost shrunk into her robes like some kind of turtle. Hannah, Lisa, Neville, Susan, and Terry all looked at each other, confused. "Figured what out?" Hannah asked cautiously, looking at the bushy-haired girl like she had gone insane. Hermione just blushed some more and tried to hide further in her robes. As the others looked at the girl in confusion, Harry hid his laughter by snorting into his goblet. "I can't believe you actually managed to buy everyone Nimbus 2000s, Angelina shook her head as she and the rest of the Gryffindor team sat in the locker rooms getting ready for their first game against Slytherin. Sitting by her side was Alicia on her left, and a grinning Katie on her right. The latter had the broom in her lap, the former was actually stroking the broom like it was some kind of cat. Harry found the sight disturbing, but at least it was better than seeing how Ms. Fig treated all of her cats. "Oh, you'd better believe it," George said with a grin, tossing an arm over Harry's shoulder. "Harry Potter does not do things halfway," added Fred, repeating the gesture on Harry's left. "Yes indeed, it's all or nothing with this lad. In his mind, there is no such thing as overboard. Yes, even overkill is a word that has no meaning in his vocabulary." "I am surprised," Harry interrupted in a dry voice, "that you even know what the word vocabulary means." Alicia, Angelina and Katie snickered, while Fred and George gave him mock-offended looks. "Oi, I will have you know that Gred and I are the very definition of sophistication and snobbery. Indeed, Forge and myself are so sophisticated that our vocabularium supersedes that of everyone else's." "Too right, we're blokes of higher education. And you can't tell us otherwise," they finished together, much to the amusement of those in the room. Well, those whose name wasn't Oliver Wood, who did not look very happy. "What I want to know," the surly captain began with a brooding glare, "is why you decided to buy all of the other team's Nimbus 2000s as well." "First of all, I didn't buy the brooms," Harry gave Oliver a blank stare until the older boy became uncomfortable. In fact, I didn't pay a single canute for these brooms. I merely convinced Nimbus Broom Racing Company that it would be in their best interest to donate the brooms to the school in order to promote their products. How did you do that? Katie asked curiously. Harry tilted his head. I'm not exactly sure I understand the question. Could you clarify? I mean, how did you convince the Nimbus Broom Company to give 28 Nimbus 2000s away for free? A mysterious smile graced Harry's lips. Ah, but I never did say they were free, did I? I just said that I didn't have to pay for them. Katie frowned. As to the how, let's just say there are many more ways to get what you want than simply tossing a bucket full of galleons around and leave it at that. Not wanting to go into details about how he, or more specifically Andromeda, had managed to convince Nimbus Broom Racing Company to donate 28 brooms on his behalf, Harry turned back to Oliver. As to your second question, I believe that answer should be obvious. It was to level the playing field. When we win, I don't want people to say it was because we had better brooms than everyone else. I want them to know that we won because we are more skilled, more talented, and just plain better than they are. Harry had always possessed a strong sense of fair play when it came to sports. To him, it should be the skill of the players that won the day, not the superior equipment they possessed. One of the things that had always disgusted him about professional sports in the Muggle world was how many athletes took steroids and other enhancement drugs to improve their performance. That same situation applied here, albeit in a different manner. Instead of drugs, people had superior brooms. It was also a matter of pride for him. Harry liked to be the best. He enjoyed proving to himself that he was the best. In his mind, he couldn't be the best if his side had an unfair advantage. By leveling the playing field, he was ensuring that no side was disadvantaged in any way. Victory would be determined by the skills of the players, not their brooms. Well, Oliver still looked a bit surly, but seemed somewhat mollified. I suppose that makes sense. You know, you're awfully noble for a first year, Katie said with a smile. Harry tilted his head to side in an endearing gesture of idle curiosity. You think so? I know so. Katie nodded. I don't think anyone else has ever thought about how unfair it is that some people have better brooms than others. I guess. Harry shrugged. He didn't think he was particularly noble. Harry was doing this for his own selfish reasons. It just so happened that those reasons benefited everyone else as a side effect and not just him. All right, enough of this, Oliver said, fed up with all this talk that had nothing to do with the coming game. This is the first game of the season and we're up against Slytherin. We need to win, we're going to win. He gave them all a stern glare, as if doing so would motivate them to do their best. This is the best team we've had in years. I know we can win this. Don't you worry, Ollie, Fred said cheerfully. Yeah, we've got this in the bag, George added. How could we possibly lose? We've got new brooms. We've got a new kick-ass seeker. Our victory is at hand. Oliver stared at them, the maniacal gleam in his eyes shining like a beacon. It was almost terrifying. Right. Good luck everyone. They all stood up and made their way onto the pitch. Harry walked behind Fred as the slightly cramped locker opened up into the wide Quidditch pitch. The stadium was abuzz with noise, the stands packed with students sitting in them, squashed together like a can of sardines. It looked like the entirety of Hogwarts had come to see this game. Harry's eyes zoomed in on one spot in particular. There, fluttering in the breeze, was a large banner that said, "Potter for the win." And would flash colors, changing from red and gold to silver and blue to black and yellow, then green and silver, every 5 seconds. Harry smiled when he realized his friends must have charmed that for him. It felt nice to know people were supporting him. In the middle of the pitch was Madame Hooch wearing the black and white robes of a referee. The Slytherin team was already on the pitch, carrying their ND new Nimbus 2000s. Harry almost laughed when he saw several eyes travel to him, confusion warring on their faces. It was amusing to see their reactions, though he hoped it would further help breach the gap that divided Gryffindor and Slytherin. Standing right next to Madame Hooch was the Slytherin captain, an ugly-looking 6th year by the name Marcus Flint. He was big and gangly and his body looked disproportionate to his head. His facial features were distorted, with his mouth being bigger than everything else and his teeth being exceptionally large. The boy looked like someone had tried to crossbreed a human with a troll. Harry and the rest of the Gryffindor team made their way to the center of the field. With everyone now around her, Madame Hooch gave a nod. "Now I want a nice, clean game, all of you." Madame Hooch looked at them all with a stern expression, made all the sharper by her hawk-like eyes. Harry noticed that her gaze lingered on Flint's longer than anyone else. It merely served to confirm what everyone said about the Slytherin team cheating. "Now, mount your brooms." Harry mounted his broom, smiling as he felt the familiar thrill of adrenaline that came whenever he was in competition. Madame Hooch brought the whistle to her mouth and gave it a hard blow, the small silver device emitting a fierce noise that belied its tiny size. 15 brooms rose up, high into the air. They were off, and the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Harry had to withhold a smile at Lee Jordan's commentary, as well as Professor McGonagall's outburst. If this was how he was for all of the games, these matches would prove to be very interesting. Everyone had quickly gone to their positions. Adrian Pusey had the quaffle and was being guarded on either side by Marcus Flint and Graham Montague. The 3 chasers from his team, Alicia, Angelina, and Katie, were all trying to break through their play to get the quaffle. Several meters away, Fred and George were smacking the bludgers toward the trio of Slytherin chasers, but their efforts were stymied by Slytherin's own beaters. High above them all, Terence Higgs, Slytherin's seeker, searched for the snitch. Harry ignored Terence and drove towards Adrian, pushing to his top speed within a few seconds. For a moment, Harry reveled in the feeling of being in the air, the wind as it whipped about his face, the way the broom seemed to respond to his slightest touch, as if it knew exactly what he wanted it to do before he did it. This feeling, it was unlike anything he had ever felt before. The joy he felt flying on those school brooms paled comparison to what he felt now. Then the moment was over. Adrian threw the quaffle towards Marcus, and Harry twitched his broom in this new direction. Before Flint even had a clue on what was happening, Harry was there, diving right by him. With a sharp twist, the broom under his legs flipped end over end. His left leg extended outwards as his body and broom corkscrewed through the hair. A grin crossed his face as his foot connected with the quaffle, not only launching it out of Marcus's path, but into Katie's. "Unbelievable," came the shout from Lee Jordan. "Harry Potter pulls of a miraculous stunt worthy of the professional leagues and breaks up the Slytherin's play. It looks like Wood made a great move when he placed Potter on the team." Flint glared at Harry with a look of absolute loathing. He tried to knock the boy off his broom, but by that time Harry was already moving away. Katie has the quaffle, pays it to Angeline, who pays it to Alicia. Marcus is closing in, boy does he look mad. And once again he's blocked by Potter. Alicia's going in for the shot. No. She pays it back to Katie, who tosses it in and scores. A fabulous play by Potter and the Flying Foxes. Flying Foxes. Professor McGonagall's dry voice comes out sounding confused. Of course, foxes, because of how damn foxy they are, and how lovely their backsides look on a broom. Enough of this, Jordan. Either you cease this irresponsible commentary, or so help me I will see you out of this box this instant. Quote. Sorry, Professor. Harry's eyes constantly scanned the pitch, even as he gestured to Fred and George. The Slytherins were making another play. It looked like Higgs was even trying to get in on it in order to help, but was rebuffed by Flint. As the angry Terence Higgs flew up high again, the 3 Slytherin chasers tried to maneuver themselves around each other to present a difficult target. The beaters were on either side, prepared to defend the trio, while Gryffindor's own trio split up to wait for a moment of opportunity. That moment came when Harry dove at the nearest Slytherin beater. Fred followed behind him, prepping for a shot, while George harried Higgs to keep him occupied. The Slytherin boy's eyes widened as Harry played a game of chicken. At the last second Harry pulled up while the Slytherin beater pulled down, not only allowing Harry to pee but also running face first into a bludger that came from Fred. The beater almost fell off his broom and was forced to hold his stomach tightly from the pain. The youngest of the Gryffindor team sped straight through the center of the Slytherin formation. And it looks like another brilliant interference from Potter. These Slytherins really need to step up their game if they want to get anywhere. Montague drops the quaffle, which is picked up by Alicia. She's driving towards the goal posts. Angelina and Potter are playing interference. Alicia pays to Katie, who fakes and score another point for Gryffindor. It's 20 Gryffindor. Zilch Slytherin. That's showing those dirty SS who's boss. Lee Jordan. The game continued to progress. Harry would help the chasers while keeping his eyes open for the snitch. He would occasionally team up with Fred and George, either to har Higgs or the Slytherin chasers. Play after play was made with the Gryffindor team slowly rapidly gaining points. They made sure to keep the Slytherin team off guard as much as possible, leaving them no time to react. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep ahead of the game forever. Eventually the other team began to wise up. Harry moved in, once more flying interference so Katie or Angelina could get the ball. He closed in on the Slytherin chasers, who flew in a tight arrow formation. Before he could properly interrupt the play, his instincts screamed at him to move. Not one to ignore such a blatant warning, he did, and just narrowly dodged the bludger that came close to colliding with his back. For a moment, he thought that was the last of the problems, but then another bludger came screaming at him from the front, and Harry was forced to corkscrew out of the way. He yanked on his broom, hurtling himself above the bludgers as Fred and George moved in to intercept. With his ability to interfere with the play broken, the Slytherin chasers, led by Marcus Flint, made it to the goal posts guarded by Oliver Wood. Flint pays to Pusey, who pays to Montague and back to Flint. The shots lined up and blocked. Oliver Wood has blocked the shot. Alicia has the quaffle. She pays to Angelina. Angelina fakes AP back to Alicia, then pays to Katie. Katie's moving in towards the goal and, what kind of foul move is that? Marcy's Flint rams into Katie Bell and almost knocks her off her broom. What the hell are you think you foul, loathsome S. Jordan? I'm not sorry, Professor. He deserves to be called worse. Things continued to even out, with the Slytherin team resorting to cheating to keep up with the Gryffindor team. Marcus Flint got a blatching foul called on him when he tried to knock Angelina off her broom. Adrian Pusey was called on account of flacking, the beaters each got a call on cobbing, Graham Montague got 3 fouls for blurting, and Slytherin's keeper got 7 fouls for flacking. The Gryffindor team got many penalty shots due to the other team's excessive cheating, and made sure each one counted. Despite the use of fouling to get even, the Slytherin team continued to have a tough time of actually scoring. Harry, Fred and George, when not keeping Terrence Higgs busy, did their best to team up with the chasers and keep the Slytherins from scoring. When Flint and the others did make it past the group, they had to contend with Oliver, who took each shot fired at him as a personal insult and did his best to keep the quaffle out of his goals. Very few shots ever made it through his guard. By this point Harry felt pretty good about their chances to win. They were ahead by 100 points, and despite Slytherin scoring a few goals, Gryffindor climbed steadily ahead. If the opposition wanted to have any hope of winning, they would need to find the snitch quickly. Which was why Harry decided it was time to end the game on his terms. He flew high into the air to scan the surrounding pitch. The snitch had chosen a great place to hide as he had not seen it appear at all since the game started. Higgs hadn't had much luck either, though that may have had something to do with how the Weasley twins kept him occupied when not helping Harry. A quick glance around the pitch showed him that the snitch still had yet to show up. He wondered where it could have hidden itself. There weren't a lot of places. The goal posts, behind the stands, and possibly inside of the stands. Perhaps that's where it was. Harry pondered whether he should check the stands out or wait for the snitch to appear. And that's when it happened. His broom gave a violent lurch, forcing Harry to keep a firm grip with both hands. It shuddered, then stopped. Harry frowned. What was that? He had never heard of a broom doing that before. Even the school brooms hadn't done anything like this. And this was not just any broom, but a ND new Nimbus 2000. There was simply no way it could be any kind of malfunction. Perhaps a small mistake in the manufacturing process then. The broom jerked to the left and all thoughts left Harry's mind as he quickly locked his arms in place. His Nimbus jerked to the right, then up, then down. Back and forth, left and right, up and down, the broom began to buck and shudder and kick like a bull at a rodeo, and all Harry could do was hang on for dear life. I say, what the blood hell is wrong with Harry's broom? Lee Jor, oh my. What's going on with Harry's broom? Tracy Davis was scared sick. And to think, the day had been going so well, too. It was the first match of the season. All of the teams had new brooms, and her newest and, quite possibly, coolest friend, Harry Potter, was making his debut entrance as Gryffindor's Star Seeker. Better still, she had managed to finally drag her friend Daphne with her to sit with the others. The blonde had not been pleased, but considering it was either sit alone in the common room or sit with Malfoy and his ilk, she had not had much of a choice in the matter. One might wonder why Tracy was not supporting her house when they were faced off against their most bitter rivals. The reasons were quite simple. Tracy hated her Quidditch team, bunch of East jerks that they were, and liked Harry Potter, who had not only befriended her despite their houses being bitter rivals, but supported her. It was only right she support him. The game had been going so well in her mind. Harry had proven himself to be an incredible seeker, not just trying to find the snitch, but actually helping break up plays and work with the chasers and beaters so well that the Slytherin team had been caught completely off guard. Even with them resorting to dirty cheating, the Gryffindor team remained strong and ahead of the game. Now it looked like all that was about to fall apart as Harry Potter was forced to hang on his broom for dear life as it did its utmost to toss him off. All around her everyone else was pointing and whispering at Harry as he clung to the broom like a leech, his teeth grit. Gasps were heard as each jerk threatened to unseat the boy. Sitting on all sides of her, Harry's other friends were anxious with worry. Susan and Lisa covered their mouths with their hands, eyes wide. Hannah looked pale and frightened. She was actually beginning to shake. Both Neville and Hermione almost looked sick with worry, with the bushy-haired witch gnawing at her thumb like she was trying to chew it off. Tracy could see Terry narrowing his eyes and furrowing his brow. She wondered what he was thinking. And even Blaise seemed to be worried, though the only way she could tell was because his left foot had begun incessantly tapping the floorboard beneath them like a hummingbird's wings. His broom is cursed. 8 sets of eyes turned to look at Daphne. The golden-haired blonde word her lower lip. Tracy didn't know if the girl was worried or simply thinking. Even she, Daphne's best friend since childhood, sometimes had a hard time reading the pureblood. "What do you mean his broom is cursed?" asked Hermione, almost shrieking with worry. Tracy winced. She didn't dislike the girl, but sometimes that voice of hers was just too much. "It means exactly what I said." Daphne rolled her eyes. "Someone is cursing his broom." "But who would do such a thing?" asked Susan, her eyes impossibly wide and scared. Tracy wondered the same thing. Harry was a pretty likable bloke. Why would anyone want to curse his broom? Unless they were jealous, which was a distinct possibility. But then, the only person who would have had the gall to do something so stupid was that git, Draco Malfoy, and he simply wasn't smart enough to curse a broom. "I don't know," Daphne snapped. "In order to curse a broom, not only do you have to be incredibly skilled at dark magic, you also have to maintain eye contact for the spell to work. No one here should be capable of such a feat except for A. Tracy became worried as her friend trailed off and the blonde's eyes widened slightly. It was almost imperceptible, but she had known Daphne for a long time, and could pick up some of the more obvious nuances in the girl. She was surprised. That scared Tracy more than she cared to admit. "Daphne, a teacher," her friend murmured, her eyes going up to the teacher's viewing booth. Tracy's eyes widened. Daphne couldn't be serious. A teacher cursing a student's broom. A teacher cursing Harry frickin' Potter's broom. The very thought was absurd. No teacher would be stupid enough to commit political suicide like that. Would they? "How could you possibly think that?" asked Hermione, appalled, like the very thought that a teacher would willingly try to harm or kill a student was an impossibility. "There is no way a teacher would possibly curse a student's broom. It's against the rules." Again, Daphne rolled her eyes. "Think whatever you want, Granger. I'm simply going to inform you that you're wrong." Hermione huffed, arms crossing over her. She looked like she was about to retort. "It's Snape." The gasp came from Hannah. Tracy turned to look at twin-tailed girl with a frown on her pretty face. "Now look," she started, a bit peeved that this girl was accusing her head of house. "Just because Professor Snape was a bit of a jerk to Harry during our first CL, doesn't mean he's responsible for trying to kill him." "No," Blaise swallowed, eyes pointed the same place Hannah's had been. "He is responsible." "What?" Tracy whipped her head around to look at Blaise. Both he and Daphne were staring at the teacher's viewing booth. Her head snapped towards the booth so quickly she was surprised she didn't hear a snap. There, her eyes scanned the booth and found Professor Snape. A Professor Snape maintaining complete eye contact with Harry Potter's broom. A Professor Snape who was muttering what looked like some kind of incantation under his breath. Tracy paled. Crap, it is Professor Snape doing this. She looked at the rest of her friends. Most of them were pale, except Susan, who was red-faced and glaring in Professor Snape's direction. Tracy was not only shocked to see the sweet girl actually glaring at anything. The brunette honestly believed she didn't have it in her. What do? We need to get Professor Snape to break eye contact. Hermione stood up. Were the situation not so grave, Tracy would have laughed at how the girl was still calling Snape Professor when he was trying to kill her friend. I can do that, but I'll need someone to come with me just in case. I'll go, Blaise said, also standing up. Hermione gave him a nod and the two quickly set off. Tracy found herself sitting in between Daphne and Susan, the redhead gripping her and she gripping Daphne's as the two snuck off. She craned her neck to look back up at Harry's, whose broom was still trying to throw him off. She really hoped that Hermione and Blaise broke Snape's spell soon, or there might not be any Harry left to save. This, Harry decided, was not a good situation. His broom was cursed to try and kill him, and he was currently being forced to hold on for dear life as it bucked and jerked and spasmed all over the air. Below him, Fred and George Weasley had actually stopped taunting the Slytherins in order to hang under him in case he should fall. A few times one of them would try to get to him so he could jump on their broom, but then his broomstick would just take him out of their reach, or begin bucking more wildly. Surprisingly, a few on the Slytherin team actually looked worried as they gazed at him. At least he could not be sure that they were not involved, and that they were beginning to like him. Well, except for Flint, who hated him simply because he was better. But, you can't win them all. Harry growled in frustration as he channeled magic through his hands, forcing them to stick to the broom's handle. He could feel the foreign magic invading his broom. Magic that did not belong to him or the broom. What made it that much worse was that there was nothing he could do to stop whoever was cursing his broom. Unfortunately, he did not have any knowledge of counter curses. Once again, Harry had to curse himself for his short-sightedness. When he began looking up offensive magic, all he had focused on were the offensive spells. Now he was suffering for his lack of forethought. Another wild jerk had him unseated from his broom. Loud screams came from the crowd of onlookers as Harry found himself hanging off his nimbus handle by his hands. His lips peeled back in a snarl. He hoped whoever was trying to kill him had health insurance, because they were going to suffer when he got through with them. The broom stopped bucking. The act was so sudden that Harry had to blink in confusion. Out of the corner of his eyes he caught fire in the teacher's booth. Snape's robes were on fire, to be exact. He blinked again, then saw Hermione and Blaise crawling back down to the stands from in between the small gaps in the viewing booth. He smiled. It was good to have friends willing to look out for him. Hands firmly on his broom, Harry used the impressive strength in his arms to twist himself up in a spin worthy of an Olympic athlete using the horizontal bar. He twisted his body 90 degrees, and landed firmly back on the cushioning charms of his broom. Then he was off. It looks like Potter's back on his broom. What the bloody hell happened to it, I wonder? Looks like Professor McGonagall was too shocked to comment on Lee's commentary, Harry mused. He drove towards the ground, where he could see a small glint of gold hovering in the air. Terence had seen it too, for he was dive-bombing towards it as quickly as he could. Harry urged his broom faster, coaxing every bit of speed he could from the newest and fastest broom on the market. He and Higgs were on opposite sides, each closing the distance fast. The snitch must have realized it was being chased, for it quickly darted away. Harry nudged the broom towards it, and he and Higgs from themselves side by side. The much larger boy tried to ram Harry out of the way, using his body weight to knock the raven-haired boy off course. It would have worked, had he actually hit Harry. The youngest of the Quidditch players twisted his broom up, barreled rolled over the boy's head, and landed on Higgs' left. They were still neck and neck, but the small stunt had cost Higgs some speed while Harry had lost none. And that was all the lead Harry needed to win. He shot forward, his hand flashing out with enough speed that his hand almost blurred. His fingers curled around the snitch as he made a fist. With a grin, he brought his hand up above his head and showed his catch to the crowd. Harry Potter's got the snitch. Gryffindor wins 250-80. That's the way it should be. Show those slimy, ill-begotten, filthy, loathsome. Lee Jordan, quote. Sorry professor. After winning the first game of the season, Harry had sat down and found himself engulfed by his team. Angelina and Alicia gave him a on the cheek. Katie had hugged him tightly and told him he was the most amazing flyer she had ever seen, Fred. And George had laughed and joked and congratulated him on kicking ass and taking names, as the Muggle saying went, and Oliver had cried. Cried tears of manly pride at their victory. That had been all kinds of disturbing. Then the crowd had come. Not just students from his house, but from a number of houses. They had surged forward and Harry had found himself being hoisted into the air as people laughed and cheered in congratulations. The jubilation had lasted until the Gryffindor team managed to escape the crowd and get into the locker rooms where they could take a shower and put on some clean clothes before heading back to the Gryffindor common room. By the time they had actually arrived at the tower, the party had been in full swing. It looked like the rest of the house had been waiting for them. The 7 players had entered the common room to once more be overcome by raucous applause. A few of the students who knew where the kitchens were had managed to procure food, and Lee Jordan had even managed to get some butterbeer, though how he had done so when there was no butterbeer at Hogwarts, Harry didn't know. He suspected it had something to do with the Weasley twins when he saw them ping Lee some money. Out of the 7 players, Harry had gotten the most attention. This he had expected. It was partly to do with being the boy who lived, but mostly because he was not only the Seeker, oftentimes considered the most prestigious position on the Quidditch team, but also the youngest one in the century and had just won them the first game of the year. That it was against Slytherin, who despite his best efforts was still considered their most bitter rival, was only the icing on the cake. He took their congratulations with a smile and humility that he had most decidedly not shown during the actual game itself. He spoke with Seamus and Dean, both of whom had been psyched that they had won their first game and even more that it was because of him. Then Dean had made a comment about football and the two got into an argument about whether or not Quidditch was better. Harry had let them argue and moved around to mingle with the rest of the students. He had spoken with Faye Dunbar a bit, who had just blushed bright red when he talked to her. Then moved on to Parvati and Lavender. They had just giggled at him so he moved on quickly. He and Hermione had spoken some, but the girl seemed preoccupied while they spoke, as if she were struggling with something. Harry was tempted to ask her what was wrong, and if it had anything to do with her setting Snape's robes on fire, but decided now was not the time. She had congratulated him and then moved off to sit on the couch, where she would remain until bed. Harry mostly spoke with Neville and his team, joking, laughing, and sharing tales of their exploits to a crowd even though everyone already knew what had happened during the game. The round-faced boy had been incredibly excited that they had won. While Neville was no Quidditch fanatic like Tracy, that did not mean he didn't enjoy the sport. It was even better when they won because of his friend. The party had gone perfectly. Well, almost perfectly. If he could just get the older girls to stop pinching his cheeks it would be perfect. Of course, if something is perfect, or as close to perfect as something could get, it was almost a sure thing that someone would come along to ruin it. That someone, in this instance, just so happened to be none other than Cormac McLaggen. The burly second year had not been partying with everyone else, and instead he'd chosen to sit on one of the plush chairs and glare at Harry from his spot. Most everyone had ignored him for the most part, Harry included, but it seemed the boy had finally had enough. After Harry received a on the cheek from a madly blushing Katie Bell. With a scowl, the second-year student stood up and stomped his way over to Harry. "I bet you think you're so great, don't you, Potter?" McLaggen gave an almost Snape-worthy sneer that, unfortunately for him, did not work on his face because he was still a child, and instead of being frightening or the like, merely looked comical. The common room had grown silent as he glared at Harry, who merely raised an eyebrow. "I bet you think you're so clever, buying your way on the team with those new brooms." Harry tilted his head to the side, then closed his eyes. "What are you on about now, McLaggen?" He opened his killing curse green eyes and stared at McLaggen with a blank look that had the boy shifting uncomfortably. Surprisingly, the second year did not back down. "You know as well as I that I made the team after I beat you at tryouts. The brooms came in long after I made Seeker." I bet that's just what you want us to think. McLagan's sneer was back in place. I bet you made a secret deal with Wood before tryouts to buy your way onto the team. You may have everyone else fooled, but not me. I know the truth. The truth, Harry murmured thoughtfully. You, Cormac McLagan, are an idiot. McLagan's eyes widened as several gasps came from those watching. Off to the side, Harry could see the Gryffindor team glaring almost hatefully at Cormac. Neville was looking a bit worried and Hermione was biting her lip. Oliver was glaring at McLagan with a particularly scornful look. What? Asked McLagan, as if he had not heard what Harry said. Do you need me to repeat myself for you? Harry gave the boy a mocking smile. Very well, McLagan, you are very stupid. McLagan's gaping turned into an ineffective glare. How dare you? If you had any ins in that empty head of yours, you would have realized that I could not have possibly bought my way onto the team. Oliver would have never agreed to let me get brooms for all 4 Hogwarts house teams. Harry shook his head. You really should learn to face the facts, Cormac. I am simply more skilled on a broom than you are. It wasn't his most intelligent move ever. Mocking someone. Normally, he would have never done such a thing, as it would most definitely alienate whoever he was taunting and ensured that he could never gain them as an ally. He didn't particularly care about that right now. Cormac McLagan was a bully and a GG art, someone who was more than willing to put down others if it made him feel better. And if there was one thing on this good green earth that he hated more than anything else, it was bullies. Cormac's face twisted into a truly hideous expression of rage. The boy's face was redder than a boiled-over lobster, and his scowling, hateful expression made him look like an angry troll. Why you? He surged forward, hands in front of him, as if to shove or strangle Harry. It was hard to tell. Not that it mattered in any case. Harry had no intention of letting the older boy actually do anything. Gasps and screams were heard as their peers watched what was happening. Oliver made to move forward, intent on stopping any harm from coming to his new seeker. There was no need. As McLagan came forward with the intent to hurt, Harry moved a single step forward, followed by bringing his hands up and in between McLagan's. He spread his arms apart, forcing the second-year boy's hands to move wide. It left his guard open. Wide open. Harry darted in quickly, moving past McLagan's guard like greased lightning. A speedy jab to the solar plexus was followed by an elbow under the jaw, then a knuckle punch to the throat. Cormac nearly doubled over when the first punch hit as all the air came out of his lungs in a loud whoosh. His head snapped up and his back arched most painfully as the elbow found its place under his jaw, smacking so hard his teeth chattered together loudly. He grasped at his throat, gagging and choking as the knuckle from Harry's index and middle finger found purchase on his throat. All of this was followed up by Harry grabbing a fistful of McLagan's hair on the back of his head, and bringing the boy's nose onto his knee. In the already deafening silence, the loud crunch of McLagan's nose breaking was almost overpowering. Cormac McLagan's head was snapped back up from the force of Harry's attack. Blood poured out of his now broken nose. His eyes were dulling, losing their focus. He blinked several times. Then he fell backwards, toppling over like a house of cards that had been knocked down as he lost his grip on consciousness. Harry sighed as he turned his eyes to the many wide-eyed stares he was receiving. The members of his Quidditch team were looking at him in shock. They also seemed amused, but that was mostly the grinning twins. Oliver did look rather proud too. Neville was gaping at him. Hermione was too, but her wide-eyed, jaw-dropping look was much more comical. Most facial expressions seemed to be somewhere in between Hermione's and Neville's. Maybe he had gone a bit overboard. He didn't regret his actions, that is, he didn't regret putting McLagan in his place because, really, the boy was a jerk and an idiot and someone needed to knock him from his self-placed pedestal. But perhaps he shouldn't have been so violent. Well, Harry started slowly, I hope this didn't ruin the party. There was silence for only a few seconds, then a shout of, that was awesome, came from the twins and the rest of the Gryffindors began to cheer. Harry found himself surrounded by boys asking him how he managed to take out McLagan, and girls telling him how cool what he had done was while they giggled. Everyone ignored McLagan where he was laid out on the floor. They should probably have someone take him to the hospital wing. Eventually, Harry smiled. He didn't know what he had been worried about. I woke up feeling unusually comfortable, which was odd because judging by the feel underneath my back, I was clearly lying on a couch. I opened my eyes to gaze upon a ceiling, white and bumpy. It possessed a number of familiar patterns that I recognized. This was the ceiling to Lisa's living room. Last night I had spent the night at Lisa's house. I actually meant to head home but became so caught up watching movies with Lisa that I must have fallen asleep. Ah well, it's no skin off my bones. A night at the Crofts sounded infinitely more pleasant than a night with my relatives. Something shifted against and I suddenly became aware of the weight on top of me. I looked down and blinked several times upon being met with of brown hair. Lisa was lying on top of me, holding me close like a life-sized plush toy. She was also drooling all over my shirt. I twitched. The flash of a camera went off, spots appearing before my vision. I blinked several times to rid myself of the white flares behind my eyes. I then focused on where the flash came from. "Good morning, Harry," a smiling Mrs. Croft greeted me. "I hope you slept well." I blinked some more, thinking about her question. You know, surprisingly, I did actually sleep pretty well. "Oh my, Mrs. Croft said, putting her hands to her cheeks, "really?" She had an odd smile that I didn't like, but ignored as best I could. I nodded. "Really? Though I don't really know why. I guessed it was just because I wasn't sleeping at the Dursleys." Mrs. Croft hummed. I got the feeling she had her own theories, but didn't want to know what they were. For some reason, I was afraid of learning them. "That's just lovely," she said, before holding up her camera some more. "Now then, I think I'm going to take some more pictures of you too. Hope that's all right." I shrugged, or tried to shrug. It was hard when someone had you in a grip of Titan-level strength. "I don't really mind. Not sure why you want to take pictures, though." Mrs. Croft smiled as she held the camera to her face. "Don't worry, you will eventually." It would be half an hour later that Lisa woke up. I would then learn exactly why Mrs. Croft had been so keen on taking pictures when my only friend began chasing her mum around the house, screaming in outrage and emberment. On a side note, Mr. Croft would be very displeased when he woke up and learned his daughter and I fell asleep together on the couch. Go figure. Is he all right? That was the very first question Hannah asked as she and Susan sat down next to Harry, Hermione, Neville, Lisa and Terry at the Gryffindor table. She was, of course, referring to none other than Neville Longbottom, who looked like he'd been shoved through a metaphorical meat grinder. The boy's head had fallen onto the table, large bags hung under his slightly bloodshot eyes and low, piteous s escaped his mouth every few seconds. If weren't for the fact that he was sitting and not standing, the term, dead on his feet, would be a most apt description of how terrible the boy appeared. "He's fine." Harry smiled as he patted Neville on the back, earning a small whimper for the action. "He just got through his first day of my exercise routine." "Exercise?" Lisa said, eyeing the Longbottom heir with a mixture of fascination, horror and pity. "And just what kind of exercise makes someone look half dead?" "Ah, well," Harry started, "he's only like this because he's just not used to exercising. I'm sure that it will eventually become as easy as breathing for him." Everyone looked from Harry to Neville, then back to Harry. As one they gulped. "I don't think I even want to know what you consider exercise." Terry gestured towards Neville, "if this is the end result." For a single second, Harry actually felt like pouting. Of course, he didn't, because that was something Lisa would have done, not him. Harry never pouted, but the urge was there. How strange. Still, it was a bit depressing that none of them could see how this would benefit Neville in the long run. Granted, the boy really did look pretty horrible. Maybe he should have gone easier on boy. As breakfast continued, Neville eventually managed to drag himself into a half-conscious state. At the very least he was conscious enough to sit up and begin eating his meal. He still looked like he might pee out at any second, though. During this time many owls came swooping into the Great Hall. Several family owls came toward them. Lisa got a letter from her parents. Terry got the script for a new book that his dad had written and wanted his opinion about. Hannah got some sugar quills, and Susan got a letter as well as more ink and quills. Over at the Slytherin table, Harry saw Draco's owl swoop down with more sweets for the spoiled boy. Draco hadn't looked too pleased when Harry walked in that morning, and it seemed as if not even getting to Lord how rich his parents were over everyone else could bring his mood back. He was still glaring at Harry. Not that Harry particularly cared. While the chance to gain an ally in what he had taken to calling the Death Eater camp could prove useful, it was not worth the trouble that would come with such an alliance. And while he would have liked to be able to use the old adage, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, in this instance, felt that doing such would not benefit his situation right now. Besides, he could just ask Blaze and Tracy to keep their ears to the ground for him when they were in the Slytherin common room. Draco wasn't the only one who got something from parents at the Slytherin table. Harry saw that Blaze received a letter of some kind and Tracy managed to snatch one of the licorice wands that had come with it. The dark-skinned boy sent her an exasperated look, but then offered one to Daphne, who absently poked at her eggs, barely paying any attention to what was going on around her. A soft hoot alerted him to Hedwig landing directly in front of him. Her amber eyes burned into his as she showed him all of the mail attached to her leg. It was quite a bit. Not only had he received a number of letters, Hedwig was also carrying the Daily Prophet, which he now had a subscription for. "Thanks, Hed," Harry said as he fed her some bacon and took the items from her. Hedwig gave a hoot as she gobbled up the bacon, and Harry began going over what she'd brought to him. "What do you have there, Harry?" Lisa asked, curiosity dotting her fair features. "A letter from Lisa, a bank statement with information about my investments, and the Daily Prophet newspaper." Harry tucked the letter from Lisa in his robe pocket as he spoke. He would read that in the privacy of his room after Cleese ended so he could write a reply right away. After a moment's thought, the bank statement went in with it, and Harry began looking through the newspaper to see what the latest news in the wizarding world was. It looks like Nimbus Racing Broom Company's decision to donate brooms to Hogwarts made headlines. Susan, who was not only the closest to him but also not dead tired like Neville, leaned over his shoulder to see what the article said. There, in big bold print was the title, "Harry Potter convinces Nimbus Racing Broom Company to donate 28 ND new Nimbus 2000s to Hogwarts. It may have something to do with the fact that your name is also written in this," Susan said softly as she read article, which spoke about how Harry convinced the CEO of Nimbus Broom Racing Company to part with 28 ND new top-of-the-line brooms. The article didn't say much, which was good because Harry had asked Andromeda to make sure the company remained quiet on what happened behind closed doors during their deal-making discussion. It pleased Harry to see that the man had been very tight-lipped about what really went down, especially since they had not signed a magically binding contract. It said a lot about the CEO's integrity. That could have something to do with it. Yes, Harry admitted with a mysterious smile, "I guess it can't be helped. This kind of publicity stunt is very big, especially in a community as small as Magical Britain. And I don't doubt that many students wrote home about what happened as soon as breakfast was over. I wouldn't be surprised if the school's entire Ollery had been emptied out that day." "I wouldn't either," the redhead admitted, smiling. Harry nodded, even as he continued looking through the paper. There wasn't much, just a few articles about what was happening in the wizarding world, which seemed to be very little. The most exciting thing to have happened in the magical community in a long time was the Gringotts break-in. Most of the stories now were simple affairs, new policies on certain magical items, a few incidents where a muggle had their mind wiped because they accidentally discovered magic. The most interesting thing to have happened recently was how several magical items had found their way into a muggle novelty shop and ended up cursing a fair number of customers. Aurors had been called onto the scene and all the muggles had their minds obliviated. A dull thud alerted everyone to the fact that Neville had fallen asleep. All of Harry's friends gave the boy whose face was now laying in his food sympathetic to pitying looks. "Don't worry about him," Harry said, withholding a small chuckle. Okay, so he was definitely going to have to give the boy an easier exercise routine. It was still pretty funny to see someone like this, though. He hoped that didn't mean he was turning into a sadist. "I'll give him a pepper-up potion after breakfast. He'll be right as rain." His friends took one look at his smiling face, then quickly went back to their food and conversation, only occasionally glancing at Neville as he snored away in his porridge. It was Professor Snape. A small blink was the only sign of Harry's surprise. Neither he nor his friends had ever brought up what had happened during the Quidditch match with his broom being cursed. Hermione looked like she wanted to bring it up once or twice, but with all that was going on, and Harry not having much free time, she had kept her mouth shut. And none of the others looked like they wanted to speak of the incident at all. In fact, if one didn't know any better, he would say they were all trying to forget the incident. Harry was not sure what his friends' reasons for not talking were, but his were quite simple. He didn't want his friends to get involved. Whatever was going on, it was something serious. Something dangerous. He was sure that the person who had cursed his broom and the person who had released the troll in Hogwarts were one and the same. Anyone who could accomplish one of those tasks was dangerous. Someone who could do both was incredibly dangerous. Capital on the D. And he didn't want his friends getting hurt, or worse, dead, because they tried to help him. He had, of course, been looking into the incident on his own time, but so far it had led to nothing but dead ends. The problem was that Harry wasn't even sure how to go about getting the information he needed. He couldn't ask a teacher. They probably wouldn't answer him anyways. None of the other students knew anything either, not even the famed Hogwarts rumor mill knew about the person who tried to kill him. And so he was left trying to figure things out on his own. Unfortunately, using common sense, logic and deduction only worked when you had clues to go off of, and he had none of those. It was a very frustrating situation, to say the least. Knowledge was power, and without a means of gaining that knowledge, Harry couldn't even begin looking into who had set the troll loose and cursed his broom, nor their reasons for doing so. He hated to admit it, but at this point he could do very little but keep his eyes open and his ears to the ground. He looked at Tracy from where he was helping Hannah with her transfiguration essay. The blonde pig-tailed girl was good at charms and astronomy, but transfiguration and potions were difficult for her. Tracy Davis bit her lower lip, an uncertain look in her eyes. Everyone else stared at her in surprise and a bit of resignation. It seemed they all had an unspoken agreement not to talk about what happened. Snape. Harry tasted the word with a frown. You think it was Snape who cursed my broom? Well, yeah. Tracy shifted uncomfortably in her seat. I mean, he was the only one who could have done it. In order to curse your broom, whoever did it would have to maintain eye contact and, well, I don't like admitting it, but my head of house didn't look away from you since the start of your game, as far as I could see. Harry frowned. He had not known that. It was one of the unfortunate side effects of eidetic memory. He could remember everything he laid eyes on, everything he ever smelled, every sight, sound, touch, or taste, yet if his eyes didn't see something, if his ears didn't hear something, if he didn't feel something, then it wouldn't be there in his memory. Like a gap in his mind where his memories were stored, there was always something going on around him that his eyes didn't see because he wasn't looking at it at the time. It was hands down the most frustrating part of having eidetic memory. During the Quidditch game, Harry's eyes had not strayed towards the stands or teacher's viewing booth very often. He had only looked there on occasion when searching for the snitch, and while Snape had indeed been staring at him every time he had looked over, that didn't give any conclusive evidence that Snape was the one who had cast the curse. After all, the ornery potions professor wasn't the only one that had been staring at him during the match. Is that why Hermione and Blaise set his robes on fire? Asked Harry. Hermione blushed while Blaise settled for a nod. Tracy also nodded her head. Hannah was the one who first noticed him, Tracy said helpfully. Harry turned to Hannah, who blushed under his intense gaze. We also saw him mumbling an incantation under his breath. Harry leaned back in his chair, his face gaining a thoughtful look. His brows furrowed and his lips turned downwards in a frown. Everyone looked at him, worry etched on their faces, all except Blaise, who seemed more curious than perturbed. I do not believe that Snape is the one responsible for cursing my broom. What? The word came from several people. Hannah, Hermione, Lisa and Tracy, while Susan's unmistakably soft voice exclaimed, "Why?" Harry smiled at the redhead, who blushed something fierce, then looked at everyone else. The reason is quite simple, he began slowly, he's too obvious a suspect. It took several moments for anyone to respond, most simply seemed too shocked that Harry didn't think Snape had been the one to curse his broom. It would be Blaise who finally broke the silence. What do you mean he's too obvious a suspect? How many of you know of Snape's history as a student here? Harry asked. None of them knew anything, of course, how could they? Snape never spoke of his past, and even if he were inclined to do so, Harry doubted he would tell a student. The question was purely rhetorical. Snape was a student in the same year as both my mother and father, and in fact, he was actually my mother's best friend before they first came to Hogwarts. He smiled at the stunned faces all around him. Even Blaise was gaping at him. I know. Shocking. In any event, he and my mother were best friends. Then my father came along and, from the very first moment he laid eyes on Mum, became smitten with her. Harry's eyes almost unconsciously softened as he recalled the words written in his mother's journal. From my understanding, he tried to earn her affection ever since their first year at Hogwarts, but was rebuffed each and every time. His eyes surveyed each of his friends. They were staring at him with a kind of hungry intensity that made him uncomfortable. He knew why, of course. Harry never spoke about anything related to his past or family. Granted, most people knew about the Potters, but few knew of the details like this. He wasn't even sure why he was telling them this, but that did not stop him. It's easy to see, then, why Snape and my father became rivals, he continued softly. My father saw Snape as an obstacle on his path to gain Mum's affection. He and his friends began picking on Snape, playing pranks and making his life miserable. In return, Snape would retaliate. Their rivalry soon became one of the most bitter in the history of Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalries. They hated each other throughout school, and I imagine that, when Mum chose my father over Snape, his hatred only grew. Is that why he was so horrible to you during our first potions CL? Tracy asked in a small voice, a rare event indeed, as her tone could usually be ascribed as rambunctious glee. Yes, said Harry, I'm pretty sure that Snape's hatred of my father was so great that he took out his frustration on me, his rival's son. That's horrible, muttered Lisa, frowning. Teachers are supposed to be unbiased and helpful toward students. How could Professor Dumbledore allow someone like him to work here? I'm sure the headmaster has his reasons, Harry said with a shrug. He just had no clue what those reasons were. Perhaps Dumbledore was keeping the man close to make sure he couldn't do anything harmful, keeping your enemies closer and all that. Though that did not explain why he allowed a man like Snape to teach children. Whatever the case, there wasn't much anyone could do about Snape right now. Not unless wanted to fight Dumbledore. But surely Professor Snape isn't that petty, Hermione argued. I mean, it's been years, and he hasn't bothered you since our first CL. And Professor Dumbledore wouldn't hire someone if they were willing to hurt the child of their school rival. No one's ever claimed Snape wasn't petty, Blaise retorted, even us in Slytherin know that Snape's petty and biased. We just don't say anything because oftentimes he's the only person standing between us and persecution from the other three houses due to being in Slytherin. Many of the others looked down at that. It was true. A lot of people in the other three houses distrusted people in Slytherin simply because they were in Slytherin. Those who were pureblood and half-blood had been told ever since they were old enough to comprehend complex issues on morality and propriety that people who went into Slytherin became evil, even if that wasn't actually true. Once again, Harry found himself laying the blame for people's views about those sorted into Slytherin at Voldemort's feet. Thanks to him and his Death Eaters, the once noble house of Salazar had become tainted, slandered. Its very name had become synonymous with evil. Thankfully, Harry was working to change that. Even if he was not in the House of S's, he would do what he could to bring it back to its former glory. That was part of the reason he had befriended Blaise and Tracy. Well, Snape's not the only one standing up for you now. Everyone looked over at Harry as he gave Tracy and Blaise a determined look. You have us now, and while we may not be able to protect everyone in Slytherin at the moment, I can at least guarantee that no one will say anything bad about you two. Thank you, Tracy said softly, a grateful smile on her face. You're not so bad, her face gained a sly expression, for a Gryffindor. Harry found himself giving Tracy a half grin. And you're not too bad yourself, for a Slytherin. I believe we are getting off topic, Blaise interrupted, though his voice contained a minor tremor of gratitude. I believe you were about to tell us why you don't think Snape was the one who cursed your broom. So far, from what you've told us, it seems like he has every reason to do so. Which is exactly why it couldn't be him. Harry got back on track with their original topic. Snape would be the number one suspect. While none of the students know of his rivalry with my father, all of the teachers who were old enough to teach here when they went to school, or the teachers who shared school with them, do. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, Madame Pomfrey, they all knew of the rivalry those two had. Snape isn't stupid. He may be arrogant and petty, but no one who goes into Slytherin lacks cunning. He trailed off, his head tilting to the side, except for Malfoy, but he's an idiot. There were several snickers all around. Harry was glad he'd had the forethought to set up a silencing charm around their table, otherwise Madame Pants would have kicked them out due to Tracy's loud fits of laughter. She really didn't like Malfoy. My point is, Snape wouldn't be stupid enough to put a curse on my broom when he would obviously be the first suspect. But maybe that's what he wants us to think, Hermione blurted out. I mean, what if he knows that he's such an obvious suspect that he realized no one would suspect him because of how obvious he was? That is entirely possible, but not very probable, Harry informed her. If that were the case, then he would have also realized that we would know it was him, or at least suspect it was him because he's so obvious a suspect that no one would suspect him. But if he knew that we would suspect him because he was such an obvious suspect that no one else would suspect him, then he probably knows that we can't do anything because even if we suspect him no one else does. That's true, but even if he did it because there was no way anyone would suspect him even if we told others we suspected he was behind it, it's still too obvious. Why go through all the trouble of doing something that puts you on someone's suspect list, especially when several of those people have parents with heavy political sway, or is a national wizarding celebrity? We may be kids, but we do have a good deal of power, by proxy if nothing else, and even an ant can topple a giant if enough ants are involved. Neville rubbed his forehead as he listened to the two go back and forth. They're beginning to give me a headache with all this suspecting. You're not the only one, Tracy mumbled in complaint. Sitting in between Susan and Lisa, Hannah huffed and crossed her arms over her. I hope they don't keep going at this for too long. I need someone to help me with my homework. I could probably give you a hand, Terry offered. Granted, transfiguration isn't my strong point, but I've already got my essay done. Hannah looked over at Terry, then at Harry and Hermione, then back to Terry. She sighed. I think I'll take you up on that. Thanks. No problem. November soon became December. Snow began to fall, and with it, a layer of white covered the Hogwarts grounds outside of the castle. It was a very beautiful sight. The way the sun reflected against the soft, white pelt of snow in the morning light, causing the ground to shine and sparkle with a life of its own. The trees whose NCHES were covered in a layer of thick snow that occasionally blew down in a light sprinkling of snowflakes from a stiff breeze, creating a phantasmagorical shimmer in the air. Hogwarts Castle appeared reminiscent of a winter wonderland, an effervescent fantasy that Harry had only read about in fiction novels. There had only been one Quidditch game during that time, Hufflepuff vs. Ravenclaw. It was not as highly anticipated as Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, nor was the game as intense. There had been no cheating, no spectacular plays, and the two seekers hadn't been as involved in the plays as Harry had been. They had tried, but after the Ravenclaw seeker got hit hard by a bludger trying to break up one of the Hufflepuff plays and was nearly knocked unconscious, both had decided they were better off staying out of the way until they could get more practice. The two teams had been fairly evenly matched throughout the game. With no one possessing any broom superiority, it had come down to the players' individual skills and merits. Hufflepuff had better chasers and a better seeker, but Ravenclaw's keeper and beaters were superior to their opponents. In the end, Hufflepuff won thanks to the skills of their seeker, Cedric Diggory. The fourth year possessed incredible talent, Harry had noted during the game. True, Terrence Higgs was no slouch on a broom either, but he had been completely unprepared for the plays Gryffindor had cooked up, and thus hadn't been at the top of his game. When Harry faced Cedric, the boy would already know what to expect. Harry was looking forward to testing his skills against those of the Hufflepuff's seeker. Students would soon be boarding the Hogwarts Express to head back home for the holidays. Harry was looking forward to going back as well. Even though he'd been having fun at school, despite the dangers he found himself in, and in spite of having found people he liked, he still missed Lisa terribly and couldn't wait to spend Christmas with her. I won't be doing much over the holidays, Neville admitted as they all sat at the Hufflepuff table eating breakfast. I'll probably spend most of my time in my greenhouse, then I'll spend Christmas with my uncles, aunts and cousins. They're not going to be a problem for you, are they, Nev? Asked Harry. He knew the boy's relatives had not been good to Neville, due to how they thought him a squib because he hadn't done any accidental magic until he was 8. He wondered how they would react when they discovered that he was getting mostly E's in all of his clees except for herbology and potions, which he had an O in both. I don't think so. Neville shook his head. While Gran was pleased I had done magic, she was pretty angry with Great Uncle Algy for dropping me off a balcony. I don't even know if she'll let him come to our Christmas solution. Yeah, if my uncle had dropped me off a balcony my mum would probably murder him, Terry said, but then, Mum's always been pretty overprotective of me. So what are you doing for Christmas then? Terry shrugged. I'll probably just spend Christmas with Mum and Dad. We're not a very big family, and only have a few distant relatives that I've never met before, so there's not going to be a big solution or anything. We'll probably just have a quiet dinner and open presents the next day. At least you're going to have a quiet dinner, Lisa huffed, arms crossed over her, face tightened in annoyance. She sounded jealous of her fellow Ravenclaw. I'm going to be stuck with my sister for the next 2 weeks with no escape. Not only will I have to hear her complain about how I'm friends with Harry and she has yet to even meet him, but I'm going to have to listen to her complain about the presents she gets, since nothing Mum and Dad buy is ever good enough. No offense, Lisa, but your sister sounds like A.T., Hannah quipped. Lisa edged piteously, shoulders slumped in faux depression. You don't know the half of it. So wait, Neville started, what are you doing for the holidays, Hannah? The first week my dad's taking me and Mum to Italy, Hannah exclaimed excitedly. He's got some business there but didn't want to be away from us, so he's taking us with him. It's going to be so exciting. I'm hoping Mum and I can go shopping for some clothes. Magical Italy has some to die for clothing stores. After that she'll probably spend Christmas at my house, Susan said, smiling as she tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear. The Bones and Abbotts have been allies for a while now, and it's become tradition for Hannah to spend the night with me, or I with her, every Christmas. We usually switch off years, and last year I spent the night at her house. Harry smiled as he let the conversation wash over him. It was interesting to hear what some of his friends would be doing. They were so different, so very diverse. What are you doing for Christmas, Harry? Asked Hannah. Everyone looked at the raven-haired boy, who blinked several times before shrugging. I'm going to be spending the holidays with Lisa Croft and her family. Your Muggle friend, right? Susan asked. Yes, I've spent every Christmas with Lisa and her family since I was 8. I suppose you could say it's tradition. Everyone there frowned. What about your family? Asked Lisa. Harry gave her a frown. What about them? Aren't you going to spend time with them too? No. The tone he spoke in was so cold that his friends flinched. Harry sighed. He felt guilt creep into his stomach for being so short-fused with them, but he really didn't want to talk about his relatives. He didn't even want to think about his relatives. They weren't his family. They never had been. They were related to him by blood, nothing more, nothing less. Contrary to popular belief, blood was not always thicker than water. The mixed group of lions, badgers and ravens stared at Harry, a combination of wariness and inquisitiveness, blatantly shown in the furrowing of their brows and the frowns touching their lips. They were clearly curious about why he wouldn't spend time with his relatives for Christmas, and worried about what that might imply. They fortunately dropped the subject, however, and went back to their regular conversation, albeit, their manners were a bit more subdued. Harry was thankful they weren't willing to pry into his personal life. It wasn't that he cared if they knew about his past, but he knew how the human mind worked, and he knew how they would react if they knew how his relatives treated him. He didn't want their pity. I'm going skiing in the French Alps, Hermione told them as Lisa asked what she would doing for Christmas. Isn't that a Muggle sport? Hannah asked, who was the only half-blood besides Harry in the group. Naturally, she knew a bit more about Muggles and the non-magical community as a whole, though considering both her parents were magical that wasn't saying much. Her mum might be a Muggle-born, but she had not stepped foot into the Muggle world since graduating Hogwarts. I've heard of it, but don't actually know what it is. It's where people attached a pair of skis, which is a narrow strip of wood, metal, plastic, or a combination of all three, to their boots, and use them to travel across the snow. Recently it's become very popular as a recreational sport, and my parents have decided to try it out. Sounds kind of weird, Neville said, and everyone else seemed to agree. That's just because you've never tried it before, Hermione argued, crossing her arms defensively. For all you know, it could be quite fun. I'm very excited to try it myself. Conversation would have probably continued along that vein, with the others debating the veracity of how fun sliding down a snow-covered mountain could be, when Tracy Davis walked up to their table. "Harry," she greeted, looking a tad nervous, though whether that was because of the people pointing at her and whispering or something else, Harry couldn't say. "What's wrong?" he asked, worry creeping into his gut. Something definitely had her nervous. The way she shuffled her feet and light wringing of her hands informed him of her disposition. But she was also worried. Her face was paler than normal, and her eyes weren't anywhere near as vint as they usually were. "Can I talk to you?" Her eyes scanned the table of friends, then flickered over to the other students watching the spectacle and whispering. Only a few people actually knew that Harry and the others were friends with people from Slytherin because neither she nor Blaise had ever eaten with them in the Great Hall, where the vast majority of students could see them. They were no doubt wondering what AS was doing in their presence. Alone, Harry tilted his head, frowning. His eyes scanned the Slytherin table, and immediately noted something missing. Or more accurately, someone missing. He looked back at Tracy, nodded, and stood up. "Come on," he said, grabbing her hand and leading her out of the Great Hall. Whispers erupted from behind him, but Harry ignored them in favor of finding a quiet place they could talk. They traveled through several corridors, taking a number of twists and turns that no one but a person with eidetic memory would have any hope of figuring out. It was clear Tracy wanted this conversation to be private, and he was not going to disrespect her desire. They entered a small, unused CL room. When Harry shut the door, his wand came out and he cast several privacy spells that he had learned, then turned back to Tracy, who eyed him curiously. He eased her mind with a smile. "Now we can talk without anybody ping by overhearing." Tracy nodded. She looked curious about his spell knowledge, but was obviously too worried to ask him about them. "I need your help," she said slowly. "Is this about Daphne?" Tracy's eyes widened. "How did you kn? No, never mind. I should have suspected you would know that's what this is about. You always seem to know." "Not always." Harry smiled, but it quickly dropped when he saw how worried Tracy was. "However, I did notice that she was not at the Great Hall during breakfast, and that she has been looking very haggard lately. I suspect she's not been getting much sleep." He looked at Tracy wringing her hands together nervously. "What's the problem, exactly?" I'm not sure," she said slowly, softly, as if afraid of actually speaking about this to anyone for fear that something bad would happen. "For the past month or so, I've noticed that Daphne's been sneaking out of our dorm. She comes back very early in the morning looking extremely pale and hurt. Not physically hurt," she was quick to add when she realized how her sentence could be construed, but more like emotionally hurt. "I've tried confronting her about it, but she just gives me the cold shoulder and tells me to mind my own business." Harry frowned. This did sound like a serious issue. From what little he knew of Daphne, she had always been cold to most people she knew, even Blaise had been snubbed by her several times. But not Tracy. Never Tracy. She was the one person Daphne had never been cold to, from what Harry had seen. In fact, Tracy was the only person he had ever seen who could make the blonde pureblood smile. That she was snubbing the girl's friendship now was worrisome, and Harry could not even begin to guess why. "Several times I woke up when she came in to see her in tears," Tracy said quietly, the hurt and worry in her voice obvious. "Each day she looks worse and worse, like she's wasting away. I don't know what to do anymore. And you think I can help?" It wasn't a question. "You do know that Daphne hates me, right? What makes you think I can help where her best friend couldn't?" "She doesn't hate you." Tracy seemed adamant on this point. She always had been, and Harry couldn't begin to guess why. She doesn't like getting close to others. I got lucky. I was her friend before she became like this, and by the time she became cold she simply couldn't push me away. But now," she trailed off and shook her head. The girl looked close to tears. That was how worried she was for her friend. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I'll see what I can do," he began. Tracy gave him a hopeful look, and he quickly made to say something before she could get too happy. Don't get your hopes up. Honestly, I don't know if I can do any good. She may just rebuff me like she did you. All I'm saying is that I'll try and help your friend. I believe in you, Tracy told him. If anyone can help her, it's you. You have a way with people that I've not seen in anyone else. It's hard to describe, but I just know that if anyone can get Daphne to open up, it will you. Harry didn't say anything. What she said held a modicum of truth. He had always been good at persuading people to see his way of thinking, even if they didn't necessarily agree with it. It was a skill he had gained through reading books on psychology and practicing on the people around. His peers, Lisa's father, the Dursleys, Lisa's father, his teachers, Lisa's father, and let's not forget, Lisa's father. In fact, it was partially because of his skills in persuasion that Mr. Croft continued to let him see Lisa, even when the man clearly wanted to never let him see his daughter again. Well, that, and the fact that his wife would be cross with him if he stopped letting Harry come over. That woman was more frightening than Voldemort when mad. Still, he didn't know if that talent would be of any help here. It only worked if the other person was willing to listen. If Daphne just rebuffed his attempts and ignored him, there wasn't much he could do. And yet, Harry felt he had to do something. He had to at least try, and not just because Tracy asked for his help. This could be the only chance he would get to bring Daphne to his side, and he needed to take it. An alliance with the House of Greenger would benefit him greatly for when he graduated Hogwarts. Don't worry, Harry said, I'll do everything I can to help your friend. The smile Tracy gave him could have put the sun to shame. Many people would think that tracking someone in a castle as large as Hogwarts would be impossible. Hogwarts played host to hundreds of rooms, many of which were unused. Finding one person in the many hundreds of rooms was like trying to find a wand at Ollivander's, a long and arduous process indeed. Many of those people were not Harry Potter. Harry walked with quiet, confident footsteps down one of the many corridors. It was late at night and no one was around. He knew that Filch and his cat were currently prowling around the Leary at the moment, and several students and teachers were on this floor in the West Wing. No one else was anywhere near his current position. No one else except for one person. Harry stopped in front of a partially opened door. All the other doors were closed shut. Whoever had opened it had been in a rush, or was just not very thorough at covering their tracks. Harry believed it to be the former. Sniffling came from the other end, soft, almost silent crying that contained a distinctly feminine quality. He recognized the voice, even if it possessed none of the cold, aristocratic tones he'd grown used to. As silently as he could, Harry pushed the door partway open and peered inside. Daphne Greenger was there, sitting in front of a mirror, knees drawn up to her and arms wrapped tightly around them, as she stared into a mirror with a look of so much pain and longing that Harry actually hesitated with his plan. How could he even think of strong-arming this girl into revealing her secrets? How could he so selfishly use her for his own purposes when she was clearly hurting? But then, this wasn't just about his alliance with the House of Greenger, was it? This was about Tracy's worry for her friend as well. And besides, the girl needed help. That much was clear to him. Anything that could crack her mask of ice was obviously serious. Harry didn't know this girl, but a part of him, the part he often suppressed, didn't like seeing her suffer. He opened the door a little more and silently slipped inside. Apparently not silent enough. Daphne heard his footsteps, or perhaps the door opening. It didn't matter. Either way she jumped to her feet, a startled expression on her face. That expression faded into one of animosity when her eyes landed on Harry. Potter, she said coldly, or tried to. Her voice cracked halfway through, containing within it a raw emotion that she couldn't hide. It was a testimony to how horrible she must be feeling that her emotions were so easily visible. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing, Harry replied somewhat dryly. Daphne tried to sneer, but the effect was ruined by her bloodshot eyes and the tear tracks staining her cheeks. But I suspect you are here for the same reason I am, exploring the castle. Though, he tilted his head toward the mirror, it looks like you've found something interesting to hold your attention. Have you been coming here often? Bugger off, Potter. Daphne's voice still hadn't managed to retain its normal coldness. In fact, it sounded more frightened. Discover. Or was it something else? Normally I would, Harry walked further into the room. I know you don't like me, and I try to respect your desire not to get close because of that, but unfortunately, I can't keep away this time. You see, I've noticed that you haven't been looking very well for a while now and, well, I've been a bit worried, to be honest. You've been worried about me? Daphne blinked in confusion several times. She shook her head. The sneer tried to find its place on her features again but failed. I don't believe you. Why would you be worried about me? Because you're Tracy's friend, was the answer she got, and she's been worried about you. Did Tracy set you up to this? Daphne's voice suddenly grew rigid and a bit shrill. I told her to mind her own business, and instead she goes behind my back and asks you to help me. Don't you think this is her business? Asked Harry, interrupting Daphne and taking another step forward. The blonde pureblood took a step back. You're her friend, and she's incredibly worried about you. Besides, what makes you think she asked me for help? She knows that if you won't talk to her, it's very unlikely you'll talk to me. He took another step toward Daphne and she took another step back, eyeing him warily. He noticed she had tightened her hand around her wand. Why else would you be here if not because of Tracy? Asked Daphne. Their fear in her voice rang clearly this time. She wasn't even trying to mask it anymore. She's the only one who could have told you that I've been sneaking out at night. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that you haven't been getting much sleep. Harry walked toward Daphne, who lifted her wand and pointed it at him. Stay back, she shouted, her voice now terrified. Of what? Harry didn't know. Perhaps of him finding out her secrets, or maybe anyone finding out her secrets. He didn't have enough information to actually make an accurate guess. Harry didn't heed her words and kept walking towards her. She wouldn't fire, couldn't bring herself to curse him. He could see it in her eyes and the way her wand arm shook. Harry kept walking forward, closing in on the girl who had backed up against the wall. I said stay back. Harry stopped right in front of her. The shaking wand poked against his. She looked absolutely petrified. Her eyes were wide and frightened, and the redness in her bloodshot eyes only worsened the expression. It made her face look like something out of a horror movie. Her lips trembled as she tried to put on a V front and failed. Her breathing grew heavy. She looked close to hyperventilating. Harry felt a stab of something, he couldn't tell what. The emotion eluded him, but he felt something powerful for the girl before him, something he had never felt for anyone else, not even Lisa. What must she be suffering through to be like this? How much had she endured that her carefully crafted mask could be shattered so easily? What kind of terrible secrets did she have that forced that mask to be crafted in the first place? He lifted his arm and grabbed Daphne's shaking hand in his own and pushed it down. With it, the girl seemed to lose all of strength. Her knees gave out and her back slid down the wall. No longer did Daphne hold any resemblance to the icy cold Slytherin he was so used to seeing. Now she just looked like a lost little girl who no longer had the strength to carry on. Why are you doing this? Asked Daphne, her voice cracking. There were no tears, but it looked like there might be soon. What do you want? Harry knelt down so he could look the girl in the eye. There was no need to fake the look of warmth this time. It came to him naturally, even if Harry did not realize it. To help. Daphne stared at him for the longest time, her mouth parted slightly and her eyes wide and searching. Seconds that seemed like hours passed as she studied him in a way she had never done before. Harry did not dare look away from her for even a second. He kept his gaze on hers, his killing curse green irises locked onto her icy blues, letting her search for whatever she was hoping to see. You're not going to leave me alone until I tell you, are you? She asked, her tone resigned. Probably not, Harry agreed. Daphne sighed softly, then went silent. Harry let the silence stretch out. He couldn't force her to say anything. It had to come from her on her own time. For a long time, my family had always been a very happy one, Daphne started. My mother was incredibly kind and sweet and gentle. She would always tuck me in and tell me a story before I went to bed, and would leave me with a good night. And my father would always spoil me whenever he had the chance, taking me out, buying me gifts, and getting me out of trouble with Mum when I got caught doing something I shouldn't have. Even when my sister came into the picture, they still made time for me. Harry remained silent. In his mind he could almost picture the scene she painted for him. A mother that looked like an adult version of the girl before him, beautiful and kind, a father who was nice and mischievous, acting stern in front of his wife when she told him what their little girl had been doing, then giving the girl a thumbs up behind the wife's back. And a little sister, probably similar to the mother as well, acting much like Lisa did with him. It was beautiful scene, exactly what a family should be. We were very happy, the three of us. Even though our mother had only produced girls, my father didn't care, and he would always gee about us to the company he often entertained and when he went out to ministry functions. At least, that's what Mum always told me. Harry frowned. Pureblood houses were patriarchal in nature, he knew. It was an old, outdated tradition, one that the pureblood community had fought very hard to keep even as the rest of world moved forward. To have a daughter and no sons was a problem for any house. Her father sounded like a good man. It was a few years after Astoria was born, when I was 5 years old, that Mum became pregnant again. This is very rare for wizarding families. Most purebloods only have 1 or 2 children because of how stressful birthing a magical baby is on the wife. It's not unusual for the 3rd or sometimes even the 2nd child to be born a squib because of it. Harry knew about the low magical childbirth rates among wizarding families. According to Andromeda, there was a debate going on about inbreeding among purebloods being the cause. Naturally, most of those debates were stamped out before they could gain momentum, but they did crop up from time to time. On a side note, the Weasley family seemed exempt from this rule. Daphne smiled, a soft smile of someone reminiscing about better times. None of us cared, though. We were just so happy to have another person coming into the family. He didn't say anything, but I know Father was hoping to have a son, someone to take over for him when he grew too old to be the head of the family. I didn't care about that, I just wanted a little brother to spoil and tease like I did my sister. Harry almost chuckled, but didn't for fear that it would make Daphne lose her nerve. I remember the night Mum's water broke well, she said softly. We were having dinner when she started having contractions. I had been too young to remember when Astoria was born, but I remembered this time. She grimaced. They looked painful. My mum was hurting and there was nothing I could do to help. She was rushed to St. Mungo's by our father while I had to stay home and look after Astoria with our house elf. She took a shuddering breath, and Harry realized they were coming to the hard part of her story. He thought about holding her hand to comfort her, but didn't think she would appreciate it. Dad came back the next morning. Daphne shivered and it wasn't from the cold. He looked so dead. Like all the life had been ed out of him. I remember asking what was wrong and where Mum was and he told me to go to my room. Her voice cracked. I had never seen him act so cold before then. Daphne stopped talking then. A few tears tried to escape her eyes. But she stubbornly refused to let them fall. As the silence stretched out, Harry wasn't sure if she was going to continue. I later found out that Mother had a miscarriage, she said at last, her voice cracking. And the strain from trying to birth another magical child had killed her. The tears that had refused to leak were coming out now. Daphne wiped at them futilely. Harry conjured a small handkerchief and gave it to her. She did not thank him, but she didn't turn it away either. There's more to it than that, isn't there? There was no questioning tone in Harry's voice. From what he had seen so far, something like this would not have been enough to hurt Daphne, not permanently, not enough to make her create that cold mask he had always seen her wearing. There had to be something else. Figured that on your own, did you? The tone was probably meant to be biting, but Daphne was too emotional to accomplish it. She sighed. You're right, there is more to it than that. What happened? Daphne looked at Harry again, searching. Then her eyes closed and she leaned her head back against the cold stone wall. I didn't just lose my mum and soon-to-be little brother that day, she said, her voice exhausted. I also lost my dad. From that day on, Father became cold, unfeeling, he no longer cared for me or my sister. It was like a part of him had died that day with Mum, and all that was left was this cold, bitter and resentful man. Did he take his loss out on you? Asked Harry. He knew that there were cases where a parent would blame their child for their spouse's death. It was wrong, but it did happen. And child abuse was not as uncommon as most people might think. Not in the way you might be thinking, and he didn't take it out on my sister, she said bitterly. With his wife gone, There was no chance for him to gain a son. He could have married another woman, of course, but he wouldn't. And I don't think any woman would have wanted to marry the person he became. She shook her head, realizing she was getting off topic. That made me the heiress of House Greenger. And so he began to train me, at the tender age of 5, on how to be a proper pureblood woman. Harry noted the disdain she said pureblood with. This, he decided, was where her most bitter memories lay. He was a harsh teacher. Almost. She paused, her eyes dulling as she remembered those obviously horrible times. He always expected perfection in everything I did. If I got something wrong, or if I did something incorrectly, he would have me write lines. Harry frowned when Daphne shuddered. He wasn't sure what to think, but he had a feeling there was a hidden meaning when she mentioned her father making her write lines. But I was never good enough for him. No matter how hard I tried or how much I worked, it was never enough to earn his praise or recognition. Every time I got something right, every time I perfected what he taught me, it was always, if you were a boy this wouldn't be necessary, or, if only I had a son, or even, why couldn't you be born male? She gave a bitter laugh that sounded harsh and brittle to his ears. No child should be capable of producing such a defeated tone. For years I would try so hard to gain his approval, his praise, but I could never get it. I could never be good enough for him because I'm not a boy. The scorn in her voice became mixed with indefinable sadness, and Harry could see why. He couldn't imagine what it must be like to have a father who hated him simply because of his gender. Worse still, for that father to be the same man who had shown her love and kindness before, the man who hadn't cared that she was female, probably made it that much more heartbreaking. He could see why she had grown so cold. Why she wore a mask. Harry's eyes softened into one of pain and regret as he looked at her. I'm sorry. Daphne's eyes flashed, her gaze sharpened, and suddenly she was on her feet, forcing Harry to jump back. I don't need your pity, Potter. She snarled. Don't think for one second that I need your sympathy or pity. I've been dealing with this for 7 years without pity, and I don't need it now. Especially not from you. Pity. Harry's voice rose and his expression turned thunderous. Is that what you think? You think I pity you? If so, then you're a fool. What did you call me? Daphne hissed, her tone seething at his audacity. You heard me. Harry's tone was cold. You're a fool if you think I would pity you in any way. I don't like receiving pity from others, and I certainly wouldn't give it to anyone else, especially when they neither want nor need it. Oh, well, you certainly could have fooled me, Daphne bit out sarcastically. If you don't feel pity for me, then what do you feel? Sympathy, clemency, philanthropy. It's all the same in my eyes, and I don't need them either. How about my respect? Whatever cutting remark Daphne may have said died in her throat. For the first time since they had met she looked surprised. Not frightened surprised, just surprised. Like what Harry just said was the last thing she had ever expected to hear from him or anyone else. You, respect me, she blinked. The words sounded unfamiliar to her, as if she had never had anyone respect her before. Yes, Harry said. Daphne suddenly looked uncertain, lost. She shuffled her feet, her gaze flickering to the side. I don't understand, she said in a low tone. Why would you respect me? And after all I've done and said to you, how could you possibly respect me after that? Because you're strong. Daphne's eyes snapped back to him, widening. Harry walked back over to her, stopping just a foot from where she stood. The blonde pureblood didn't move from her spot, so great was her shock. You've been through a horrible experience, Harry continued, his voice soft as he let his honest respect for her shine through. Something no child should ever experience. You've suffered in ways I can't even comprehend, that I don't want to comprehend. Yet you can still function as if you were normal. Well, almost normal. She hid her damage well, but she was still damaged. It was clear to him that this wound she suffered from had never really healed. But that just made him respect her more. You managed to suffer through an abusive father and come out stronger for it. And you think I would pity you? No, Daphne, I admire you. Daphne's eyes had gone impossibly wide. The once icy blue chips that looked at him as if he were dirt to be wiped off her shoes disappeared. Her eyes, so blue, and clearer than the sky itself on a bright summer day, now looked vulnerable. To be honest, Harry continued, stepping forward just a bit more. Daphne didn't take a step back from him. I don't know if I could be as strong as you. Daphne shook her head. I don't understand. Not many people know this. Harry sighed. In fact, I'm sure that no one in the wizarding world except a select few know what I am about to tell you, but I did not grow up in the wizarding world. All those stories of me living in a grand, magical castle and being taught by some of the most powerful witches and wizards are a lie. I've never gone on any of the adventures that have been written in those stories you've seen in Flourish and Blots, never slain dragons or fought trolls, never traveled to Africa to kill a Noondu or Ireland to battle against banshees. I grew up in the Muggle world, not even knowing of my fame, never suspecting that people everywhere were proclaiming me the boy who lived. Daphne stared at him like she had never seen him before. Her nose scrunched up cutely and she seemed to struggle with what she had been told. Finally, her face cleared up and she looked at him. You grew up in the Muggle world. Harry nodded. I did. With Muggles. Well, I don't think any witches and wizards would willingly live in the Muggle world, and my relatives certainly displayed no aptitude for magic. How come no one knew this? Daphne asked, her brows crinkling in thought. And why are you telling me this? I can't answer the first question. Harry shrugged helplessly. I have no clue why no one knew where I lived myself. As to the second, that is much easier to answer. Everyone thinks I'm some pampered prince raised in loving home and trained by a multitude of powerful witches and wizards. They also seem to be under the impression that I have an ego the size of Draco Malfoy's. Daphne's lips twitched into a smile. She schooled herself, albeit much more slowly than normal, but Harry had seen it. A real, honest-to-God smile. And in spite of the tear tracks on her cheeks, the redness in her eyes, and the small amount of fluids that had dried under her nose, he couldn't help but think that he rather liked her smile. A lot of people have this common misconception of me, of how I grew up, when they couldn't be more wrong. The truth is that I never grew up loved and pampered. My relatives were horrible. They hated magic in every form. To them, it was unnatural, something to be hated and shunned, and because they shunned me. They wanted to, in their words, stamp the magic out of me. Daphne's eyes grew wide again, and he gave her a mirthless smile that made her flinch. And they tried so hard to stamp it out. When I was younger, I used to live in a small broom cupboard under the stairs. And when I got old enough, they made me do all of their chores. I cooked, I cleaned, I did the gardening, I mowed the lawn, I washed the car, I did the laundry, and when I didn't perform up to their expectations, they made sure to let their displeasure known. Harry closed his eyes and heaved a deep sigh. When they weren't forcing me to work for them, they made me stay inside of my broom cupboard and tried to pretend I didn't exist. I was isolated, alone and hated. Many times I wished someone would come and take me away, but I eventually learned it was a pipe dream, and that if I wanted things to change, I would have to make that change happen myself. Harry's eyelids opened again. Green met blue. He studied Daphne as she looked at him, worrying her lower lip between her teeth. I see, she said softly at last. I guess we're not so different, you and I. Not very different at all, Harry agreed, except you're stronger. Daphne looked down at her shoes, her face uncertain, shy almost. I'm not that strong. I beg to differ. Her eyes peered at him from beneath golden strands of hair. He smiled at her. I may have suffered, but at least I hold the knowledge that those people, my relatives, have always hated me. I never knew their love. To them I was just burden, something they had to take in for fear they were being watched. But you're different. It's much easier to grow up with something you never had than it is to grow up when something you cherish is taken away from you. You knew the love of your father, knew what it felt like to have his love, his affection, his understanding and compassion. And you had that love, along with your father and mother ripped away in a single night. I don't know if I could have survived after having the love of my parents suddenly taken away from me. He did not mention that, in a way, that did happen to him. But the loss of his parents was much easier to digest. He might have lost his mother and father, but he had not lost his parents' love. They had loved him enough to die for him, and he was sure they still loved him even from beyond the grave. If there was such a thing as heaven, he believed quite firmly that they were watching him right now, looking over him wherever they were. Daphne was silent, contemplative. She looked at him, studying him with keen eyes, and Harry couldn't help but wonder about what she was thinking. What was going through her mind? Perhaps, she began. A soft smile lit her face and, surprisingly, it stayed there, but then, perhaps not. No one can really know how they would react if they were in a similar situation. You can never know what would have happened if you had been in my shoes. Who knows? Maybe you would have come out stronger than me. She looked back down at her shoes. Maybe you wouldn't have become as cold as me. Harry didn't think so, not with the way his memory worked. It had been hard on Daphne, but had their situation been reversed, it would have been much worse for him. He knew he wouldn't have survived wholly intact if he had to relive what she had every single night he went to bed, if he was forced to watch his father grow harsh and bitter, to turn from the man who once loved him into a man whose only concern seemed to be molding him into the perfect pureblood, the perfect tool. Maybe, he said at last, though he didn't sound convinced. Daphne's smile grew just a little wider. Definitely. They stood there for a moment. Daphne's smile was infectious, and Harry soon found himself offering her a small smile in return. So, she started curiously, just what were you apologizing to me for? Harry watched Daphne leave the room in lighter spirits. When he asked if she needed someone to walk her back to her dorm, she had scoffed and told him she would be fine. Her smile had belied her words. However, while he seemed to have helped the blonde pureblood with her problem, he was having his own problems now. Why had he been so open with her? He didn't understand. Why had he told her about his first 5 years with the Dursleys? What possessed him to even mention them? Harry rarely ever did something without a higher purpose. Even when he had first started gathering friends, they had not been friends, but allies he needed to create his power base at Hogwarts. Them becoming friends was merely a side effect of being in such close proximity and learning about them as people. It hadn't been intentional, it just happened. But there was no purpose to this. No purpose in revealing one of his secrets, much less something so personal. Not even Lisa knew just how poorly he had been treated for the first 5 years of his life at the Dursleys' residence. Yet he had told Daphne in spite of the fact that they didn't even know each other. Despite how the few times they had spoken, she had been cold and unfeeling and uncaring and rude. So why? He closed his eyes, deliberating. Could it have been because she understood him? He had seen the look in her eyes. There had been no pity, no sympathy when he spoke of his past, only understanding. It was the kind of understanding one could only gain from having undergone a similar hardship. Harry wouldn't deny that after hearing her story he felt some form of kinship with her. While their pasts may not necessarily be similar, they had both suffered in their own way and come out stronger for it. Could that be it? Could he have revealed a piece of his past, something he had kept to himself for so long, because she could understand what he went through? It was one possibility, and just as likely as any other theory his overly analytical mind might conceive, but it still didn't make sense. Harry took in a deep breath and blew it out as he decided not to think about it. Or at least, not let it control him. He knew that this would bother him until he could figure it out, but there were other things that needed to be done, and he couldn't stay in this room forever. Opening his eyes, Harry found himself looking at the mirror. It was very beautiful, with an ornate golden frame adorned with sparkling gems embedded along its length, elegant motifs creating intricate and beautiful patterns, and clawed feet holding it up. At the top was an inscription, written backwards. "I show not your face but your heart's desire," Harry read out loud. He snorted. How quaint. Deciding to see what the words meant, Harry stepped up to the mirror. A sharp intake of breath was the only sound he made as he stared at what lay before him. Was this what Daphne saw when she looked into the mirror? No, of course not. Her heart's desire was not his heart's desire. What she saw would be different. He could already imagine what she must have seen in this mirror, and knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it was this mirror which had caused her so much grief. First the Cerberus guarding a valuable object on the 3rd-floor corridor, and now this. What was Dumbledore thinking? Putting something like this in a place it could be so easily found. He took a step away from the mirror. The image before him vanished and the mirror became just a mirror. Woodenly, he walked toward the door and stepped out. After closing the door behind him, he cast a locking charm and an overpowered Notice Me Not charm. The locking charm would keep those above 3rd year out, and the Notice Me Not was powerful enough to keep anyone whose will was weaker than his own from noticing it. That mirror was dangerous, he decided, and should not be found by anyone. As he walked back to his dormitory, Harry's mind raced with possibilities as he tried to discern the reason Dumbledore would leave such a dangerous artifact out in the open. The morning when students would be going home for the holidays soon arrived. Harry, Hermione and Neville made it to the Great Hall, where they would have breakfast with their friends before boarding the Hogwarts Express. Harry hadn't really packed much to return home with, he only planned on bringing his wands plus a few books for light reading. Since this would be the first time since he and Lisa had seen each other in several months, he had decided that he would spend the majority of his time with her, thus there wasn't really a need for him to bring much. They were sitting at the Hufflepuff table today. As always, Neville sat on Harry's left, and was joined by Susan sitting on his right, while Lisa sat next to the red-haired Hufflepuff. On the other side Hannah sat directly across from Susan, with Hermione on her left and Terry on her right, completing the group of 7. Conversation flowed all around them. The Great Hall appeared filled to capacity, something that only happened during the beginning of the year feast and holidays. Harry could see many students talking, and while he could not hear them, managed to correctly presume they were discussing what they would be doing over the holidays, much like the group he sat with were doing. He went back to his food, taking a bite of his eggs and sighed. While a lot of the food made at Hogwarts tasted very good, especially breakfasts, which consisted of French toast, bacon, sausage, pancakes and hash browns, he didn't really have any desire to eat this kind of food. It had been something he put up with because, in the end, it was a very minor problem and he wanted to complete his politically oriented goals before worrying about what he ate for breakfast. But that was no longer the case now, and he planned on finding the kitchens when he came back to see if he couldn't convince the chef to cook a larger variety of foods, preferably the healthier kind of variety. Near the end of breakfast, Albus Dumbledore stood from his seat and moved to stand in front of the staff table. The students quieted down quite quickly, many wondering what Dumbledore had to say. "I just have a few last-minute instructions to all those who are heading home for the holidays. When you are finished with your meal, please head into the entrance hall where Mr. Filch will begin directing you to the carriages. I hope you have enjoyed the year so far, and that you have a happy Christmas and New Year." Soon after the headmaster's speech, the students stood up and began leaving. Harry made his way to the entrance hall with his friends. It was crowded and there was a lot of bumping and jostling as some of the older students tried pushing their way through the throng of people, as if getting on a carriage faster would help them get home faster. Somehow, Harry and his friends managed to keep themselves from getting separated. Harry, at the sound of his name being called, Harry turned along with the others to see Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini and Daphne Greenger making a beeline to them. They carefully waded through several groups, using their smaller size to their advantage in order to continue moving closer to him. "Hi," Tracy greeted brightly as she and the other two stopped in front of them. Harry saw that she seemed much happier now than she a few days ago, perhaps even happier than she had been since the start of the school year. At her left stood Blaise, who looked the same as always, taciturn and mostly silent. The stoic boy offered him a nod, which Harry returned a little absent-mindedly. His eyes only spared them a flicker before focusing on the last member of their group. Daphne looked a lot better than she had been the last time he saw her. Of course, better was a very relative term. She still looked exhausted. Harry could see the slight bags under her eyes, even though she tried hiding them with a well-crafted charm. Still, while clearly still suffering from exhaustion, she did look better. Her eyes no longer held the haunted look they held before their confrontation, and her face didn't seem like a sleet of ice, cold and unforgiving. It looked softer now, warmer. His preliminary observation complete, Harry smiled at the three before they could take notice of his staring. "Morning, Trace. Why, Blaise, Daphne," he greeted, his head tilting, looking forward to heading home for the holidays. "You bet I am," was Tracy's exuberant declaration. Harry was quite sure that her excitement had less to do with returning home for Christmas and more to do with her blonde friend. Her happiness was proof the two had made up and that Daphne was on the mend. "I wonder what she's so excited about," Hannah whispered into Lisa's ear as the group now consisting of 9 continued moving forward. "I mean, she looked really depressed just a few days ago. Now she looks like she can take on the whole world." "Who knows," was Lisa's response. Harry shook his head as the two spoke. His other friends also seemed a bit perplexed by Tracy's strange attitude reversal. Well, he wouldn't be the one to tell them anything. Whatever happened between Tracy and Daphne was nobody's business but their own. With the trio of Slytherins in tow, Harry and the others made it outside of Hogwarts and descended down the small path toward the carriages. "This Christmas is going to be totally awesome," Tracy said to them as they descended the small sloped, dirt path. The carriages were closer to the gates that kept Hogwarts separated from Hogsmeade. "I think I might finally have worn my parents down enough for them to buy me a new broom. My old clean sweep is nice and all, but it's so, old. I doubt I'll get a Nimbus 2000 or anything like that, but I'm at least hoping to get a 1700. That's still a pretty expensive broom," Terry pointed out. "Don't the Nimbus 1700s sell for something like 2,500 galleons? I don't even think all the presents I'll be getting combined would equal that." "Yeah, but my parents are probably better off than yours," Tracy started, before she realized how insulting her words sounded. She quickly began to backtrack. "What I mean is my parents are pretty successful and make a lot of money." "Of course, I don't know how much money your parents make, so maybe they're richer than mine." "Must you always put your foot in your mouth, Tracy?" asked Daphne, her tone still somewhat cool, but nowhere near as bad as before. If there was a temperature that could be used to describe her tone, Harry would say it was lukewarm, though the added sarcasm made it hard to tell. Still, the mere fact that she was now speaking could only mean she was beginning to warm up to Harry and everyone else. At least he hoped so. The mild glare Tracy sent was ruined by her pout. "So this is something she does a lot then?" Hannah asked a tad uncertainly. She seemed slightly wary of Daphne, not that Harry could really blame her, given how the pureblood Slytherin acted before. "She's been like this almost as long as I can remember," Daphne said dryly, completely ignoring the betrayed look her friend sent her. "I think she picked it up from her father. He has a rather bad habit of saying stupid things in front of his wife and getting into trouble for it." "Revealing my bad habits like that is so not cool, Daphne," Tracy muttered with a small glare, cheeks puffed up indignantly. Daphne merely eyed her brunette friend with a blank look, though Harry thought he detected a hint of teasing warmth in her eyes. "It could be genetic," Harry commented, causing all eyes to turn his what. "Genetic?" Susan asked, curious about the unfamiliar term. "It means hereditary," Hermione started before Harry could begin to explain. "It's a trait that's passed down from parent to child. A good example would be a person's eye or hair color. You wouldn't normally see a child with blonde hair if both of their parents had brown hair, or blue eyes if neither parent possessed blue eyes. Some people even think that certain personality traits are passed on through genetics, though that hasn't been proven yet." Daphne frowned at the Muggle-born witch, before leaning over so she could whisper into Tracy's ear. "Does she always do that?" "Sometimes," Tracy answered. Daphne gave an almost silent grunt. "It's kind of annoying. You'll get used to it." Daphne's friend smiled. "At least she's smart. We could have picked worse people to spend time with." She paused, then added, "And Harry says crap like that just as much, if not more than Hermione does anyway." Daphne's eyes caught Harry's. He tilted his head for a moment, then smiled at her, causing the blonde pureblood to offer a small, uncertain smile in return. It only lasted on her face for a second, not long enough for anybody but Harry to notice. "Yes," she said softly, "I suppose you're right." They soon reached the carriages, and Harry found himself staring at what were quite possibly the strangest creatures he had ever seen. A pair of strange winged horses, their hooves stomping lightly against the ground, their leathery skin brown and coarse. They possessed a skeletal body that made them look anorexic, as if they'd not eaten for months. Large wings protruded from their back, currently folded. If Harry had to guess, he would say they had at least a 10-foot wingspan. Their faces did not look like a horse's, but appeared reptilian in nature. Curiosity overcoming him, Harry changed direction and headed toward the creatures. What were these strange horses? Having not really looked up anything on magical creatures, Harry did not have the foggiest idea of what these things were. They seemed to sense his presence as he neared them. The one closest to him turned its head and looked at him with strangely placid eyes. Harry raised a hand over the winged horse's snout slowly, letting it know he wasn't a threat. It nudged his hand, letting Harry know that he could pet it, he guessed. He slowly ran his hand over its rough, leathery skin. It definitely felt nothing like petting a horse, he mused. What are you doing, Potter? Turning his head, Harry saw Daphne and the others staring at him with a concerned expression. Well, the others looked concerned. It was hard to tell with her, as aside from the slight downturning of her lips, her face remained completely neutral. Harry tilted his head in confusion. Just petting these strange horses. Horses. Daphne's frown deepened as she looked at him. Behind her, the other members of their group grew even more concerned. Harry frowned. The ones pulling the carriage. Harry, Hermione said uncertainly, there's nothing pulling the carriages. Nothing. Harry looked at the group, then back at the horse he was petting. He tried discerning what this meant, but came up blank. He looked over at the group again. Are you telling me none of you can see them? See what? Blaise asked, eyes narrowing slightly at the raven-haired boy. Harry wondered what the Italian pureblood was thinking about, but figured he was trying to decide whether Harry was actually looking at something they couldn't see or simply hallucinating. He wondered, if they couldn't see them, did that mean they couldn't feel them either? There was only one way to find out. Here, Harry took Daphne's hand in his own, eliciting the first true showing of emotion from her, surprise, and walked back up to the front of the carriage. What are you doing? Daphne asked, shocked by the act of him grabbing her hand so casually. He wondered if this was the first bit of human contact she'd had with anyone aside from Tracy and Blaise in a while, but dismissed the thought and put her hand on the winged horse's snout. Daphne's eyes widened. You feel it, yes? Asked Harry. Daphne nodded slowly as she let Harry move her hand up and down the creature's snout. What is it? She asked, her voice a soft whisper. There was emotion in that voice. Wonder. I don't know. Harry shrugged helplessly. It looks like a skeletal winged horse with leathery skin. I've never seen anything like it, and I haven't looked up anything on magical creatures. Except for trolls, because, well, when one almost kills you it's only natural to study the thing, just in case you have to face one again. Thestrals, Lisa said, her eyes widening. You can see Thestrals. And they're pulling the carriage. Thestrals? Harry inquired, removing his hand from Daphne's. The blonde blinked for a moment, frowned, then removed her hand from the Thestral's snout. It's a breed of winged horse, Lisa explained. They're very rare, and are considered dangerous by the ministry. I think it's because a lot of people consider them a bad omen. Why are they a bad omen? Asked Hannah, eyeing the front of the carriage with curiosity and uncertainty. Because only those who have seen death can see them. All eyes turned to Harry, who suddenly felt uncomfortable under the stairs. Of course he would be the only one to see something like that, seeing as he had been forced to watch Voldemort kill his mother. And naturally he would discover a breed of horse that only people who had seen someone die could see, while everyone else in the vicinity and heard the explanation as well. Honestly, first the troll, then a cursed broom, followed by a Cerberus at school, then the Mirror of Erised and its dark secret, and that's not even going into everything that happened before going to Hogwarts. It was enough to make him wonder if he'd accrued some really bad karma, and if so, wonder what he'd done to deserve it. I'm surprised you know that, Harry said, hoping to bring the attention off him. It didn't quite work, but at least it got Lisa talking again. Back in ancient times, Roman battle mages used Thestrals for aerial bombardment against invading armies and storming castles. Ah, Harry nodded, noticing that most of his friends were still looking at him. And that a lot of them were pitying. Hannah, Susan and Tracy seemed especially compassionate, with teary eyes and everything. Neville looked a tad faint. Terry seemed a bit more composed, but still gave him a sad look, and Blaise shifted to study Harry better. The only one not giving him pity was Daphne, who simply looked curious and maybe a bit remorseful, as if she had misjudged him in some way. He shifted again, fighting against the scowl threatening to creep on his face. Well, he said with forced cheerfulness, why don't we get on the carriages, It wasn't the best subtle maneuvering he'd ever done. It wasn't even subtle at all. But if nothing else, it worked. Harry and his friends boarded 2 carriages. They weren't that large, and would only fit about 2 to a seat. Somehow, the one Harry ended up in managed to fit 3, with Tracy and Daphne squeezing in next to him, while Terry and Neville sat opposite of them. The carriage began moving. Harry was very grateful that Daphne sat next to him. Out of all his friends, only she hadn't looked at him with pity, and she neatly blocked the view of Tracy, who kept sending him the occasional sad glance. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything about the looks Terry and Neville sent, but it was better than having all three of them staring at him. By the time they arrived at Hogsmeade, where the Hogwarts Express sat waiting, smoke billowing from the front, the sad and pitying stares ceased, for the most part. He knew they were probably curious about who he had seen die, since they most likely believed he'd been too young to remember his parents' death. They could keep thinking that. He wouldn't be telling them that he could see Thestrals because he did, in fact, remember the death of his mum and dad. The group of 9 moved with the flow of students and entered the golden steam engine. It wasn't until they started looking for an empty compartment that Hannah pointed out the problem. Who's going to sit with who? We can't all sit in the same compartment. There's not enough room. Don't worry about that, Harry replied confidently. I figured this would be a problem, so I did some reading ahead in charms and found a spell that will help us. Everyone shared a curious glance, all of them wondering the same thing. Just when did Harry look up this spell? What exactly was this spell? And, of course, what did this mystery spell do and how would it help them fit into one compartment? There were 9 people, and compartments could only carry, at most, 6. They may be able to squeeze 8 people in since they were first years and pretty small compared to the older students, but it would be a tight fit and one of them would be left out. They found out exactly what the spell did after running across an empty compartment. With a flick of his wrist, Harry summoned his wand to his hand and waved it in precise strokes. He muttered a spell under his breath, too soft for them to hear over the noise of the other students chattering and laughing. What happened next shocked the group. The small compartment began to expand. The floor, ceiling and walls grew wider and higher. The window at the other end of the compartment, the 2 benches attached lower to the floor, and the alcove for trunks overhead all began to stretch like a rubber band as it was pulled to match the new proportions of the room. By the time the compartment finished expanding, it looked large enough to fit 10 people. Wow, Hannah muttered in awe, her eyes wide. What kind of spell was that? Asked a curious Terry. The others perked up at his question and looked at Harry. Blaise, Daphne and Hermione seemed especially interested in his answer. The expansion charm, or dilato, is a charm that causes an enclosed space to expand in proportion to the amount of magic pumped into the charm, Harry explained, absently using his wand to conjure a small rag so he could wipe the sweat off his brow. That spell was more difficult than he thought. Even after using the wand movements and incantation, it took more effort than any other spells he'd cast thus far. Then again, he had only tried the spell on a small shoes box before now. That's such a cool spell. As was the case in most instances, Tracy seemed to be the only one capable of speech after seeing Harry's admittedly impressive display of magic. How come I've never heard of that spell before? Asked the ever-curious and inquisitive Hermione. Because it's not in any of your Hogwarts spell books, Harry informed her. I found it in a book called Charms for the Seriously Charmed. He shrugged. It was one of the books I bought during my last visit to Diagon Alley over the summer. And now that the questions are out of the way, perhaps we could sit down before people start complaining about us obstructing the hall. The words snapped everyone out of their stupor, and the group walked into the newly expanded compartment. Daphne sat next to the window and Harry, who correctly assumed she wanted to be isolated from everyone else due to not being comfortable with them, sat next to her. Tracy sat on the other side of the compartment, opposite Daphne, leaning against the wall while Neville sat next to her. The Slytherin offered the boy her usual bright smile, getting a somewhat less sure one from Neville. The boy may be gaining confidence, but he still wasn't quite used to breaking long-standing Gryffindor tradition by being so friendly with a Slytherin. Blaise ended up sitting beside Neville, and in turn, sat with Hermione on his other side, who was closest to the door. The bushy-haired brunette gave the dark-skinned Slytherin an uncertain look. Blaise looked down at her and offered a small nod of acknowledgement, which seemed to put her a little more at ease. At least enough to give him a smile. On Harry's side, Lisa placed herself next to him. The girl was still casting curious glances around the enlarged compartment. Meanwhile, Hannah, Susan and Terry sat to her left, with Hannah sitting next to Lisa, Susan next to Hannah, and Terry near the compartment door. Harry thought they all made a rather interesting sight, and a number of wide-eyed students who peeked into the room while ping by apparently agreed. Not long after sitting down, the group made conversation. The compartment became filled with chatter as they broke off into individual discussions. Tracy spoke to Neville about Quidditch, said Boy, nodding his head and agreeing with everything she said because he knew very little about the sport. Hannah and Susan spoke quietly amongst themselves, though Terry interjected occasionally. It took a while for them to start speaking, but eventually Hermione and Blaise struck up a small debate about whether the spells in defense against the dark arts could be classified as charms or not. "I'm really impressed that you can actually do this spell," Lisa said to Harry as she finished her examination of the room and started up her own conversation with the raven-haired boy. "A lot of stores and shops in Diagon Alley have an expansion charm on them, so I always figured it was a complicated piece of magic that most people don't learn until after they graduate." "It's not actually that complicated," Harry informed her. "The spell itself is actually simple as far as the mechanics go. The hard part is putting enough magic into the spell to actually make it work, and then there's the fact that the larger the space you're trying to expand is, the harder using the spell becomes. When I first learned the spell I tried it on a shoebox, and it was much easier than what I did here." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Daphne listening to his conversation intently. He wondered if she was interested in magic theory or just curious. "In any case, I'm not entirely sure the magic used in the shops are the same as what I used here. The expansion charm is a temporary spell. Depending on how much magic is put into the spell and the size the enclosed space has been expanded to will determine how long the spell lasts. I only put enough magic for it to last until we reach platform 9 3/4, maybe a little longer. The magics used in the shops, on the other hand, are permanent, from what I can see. I mean, it would be a pain if someone had to keep applying the charm every single hour, and that says nothing about how difficult it would be to rearrange the items they're selling every time they need to reapply the charm when they open shop." He smiled as Lisa giggled, no doubt imagining frustrated store owners having to move all their wares because the magic used to expand their shops wore out. Daphne, he noticed, had also quirked her lips at the undoubtedly humorous scenario. "I suspect the rooms might actually be enchanted to remain that size, though I know next to nothing about enchantments other than that it being a combination of charms and runes used to cast a spell on an item permanently." "You know more than I do," Lisa said. "I don't know what enchanting is. At least, I didn't until now. Glad to be of service." Individual conversations eventually ceased when Tracy brought out some cards and they played a game of Exploding Snap. It was a very interesting game. The rules were simple enough. When someone sees two cards with identical picture, they tap their wand on the card and gain a point. The one with the most points wins. It was similar Go Fish, sort of, only you're not given a hand, you don't ask others if they have a certain card, and if you're not fast enough with your wand, the cards explode in your face. Both Hermione and Neville almost had their eyebrows burnt off when they were too slow to act. The only one who did not play with them was, naturally, Daphne. Harry peered at the girl out of his peripheral with a bit of worry. While she seemed to be mostly fine, she appeared to still be very tired. Occasionally, she would nod off, only to discreetly pinch herself to keep awake. Summoning his wand, Harry discreetly waved it over himself and Daphne. The sound of the others talking soon became soft, muffled, as if coming from a great distance. The blonde girl blinked several times, then lifted a single, elegant eyebrow at him. "It's a spell I modified," Harry answered her silent question. "A combination of the inverted silencing charm and a basic muffling charm." "What do you mean inverted?" asked Daphne in a soft whisper. "I mean we can hear them but they can't hear us." Harry discreetly waved at the others as they continued chattering. "What I essentially did was create a bubble with my magic over us. The inside of the bubble contains the silencing spell, so anything we say cannot be overheard by the others. And the outside would contain the muffling charm, right?" Daphne received a nod from her guess and raised the other eyebrow. "I'm impressed. I don't know how much about charms beyond the few used in defense against the dark arts, but modifying a spell like that can't be easy." "Easier than you may think," Harry said. "Charms like this are always simple to modify, though I will admit this took more effort than I originally assumed it would." "And how do you know so many spells?" inquired Daphne. "Before I started Hogwarts, I skimmed through a lot of the books I bought and made a list of all the spells I thought would prove useful to learn. What he didn't say was that each of the spells he chose to learn would prove beneficial toward his goals. He also didn't mention that the spell he just cast was something he had thought up on the spot. And when school started I would choose a spell to learn and practice it until I had it down. That's not a half-bad idea, actually, Daphne said, for a Gryffindor. Harry rolled his eyes, but didn't respond to her jibe. So, as interesting as this is, I suspect you have another reason for casting this spell other than to show off to me. Harry nodded, then glanced around the compartment. No one had noticed they weren't paying attention to what was going on around them. Good. I wanted to ask if you were okay, Harry admitted. Daphne frowned at him, making him hasten to clarify. What I mean is you look tired. A few good nights of sleep can't fix a month or so of hardly sleeping at all. There was no physical change in Daphne's expression. Her face still remained carefully neutral, save for the raised eyebrows. However, while her face remained unchanged, her eyes were another matter. The slightly cool chips of icy blue seemed to melt a bit. The change in her eyes made her entire countenance seem different than before, warmer somehow, though Harry did not fully understand how a pair of eyes could be so expressive. I am fine, Daphne replied softly, just a little tired. If you'd like, I could put up a silencing spell around you so you can get some sleep, Harry offered. Daphne tilted her head for a second, studying him. After a moment, her lips turned upwards ever so slightly. Most people wouldn't notice. Harry was not most people. I would like that. Harry nodded, his wand back in hand. He cancelled the modified charm, returning the compartment to its normal volume. Everyone was still talking. Pointing his wand at Daphne and muttering under his breath, he cast a silencing charm. The only indication it worked was the blonde's nod. Deciding to go just one step further, Harry pointed his wand at the wall and the back of the bench where Daphne sat. The girl blinked as the area around her became soft like a marshmallow or a pillow. She looked over at Harry, who merely shrugged. Giving him an almost unnoticeable smile of gratitude, Daphne leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. It was almost fascinating to watch the girl fall asleep. Her lips parted slightly and her breathing evened out. Her face became relaxed, tranquil, the neutral expression gone. She looked like a completely different person when sleeping. When awake, her appearance was guarded and cold. Asleep, she looked peaceful, content almost. It made Harry wonder how different he looked when sleeping. Feeling a set of eyes on him, Harry turned his head and saw Tracy staring at him. She was smiling, and when their eyes met she mouthed, "Thank you," right before one of the cards she was shuffling exploded in her face. Tracy blinked in surprise as everyone laughed at her. A number of black spots marred her face from the explosion, soot stains that gave her the appearance of a mad scientist whose experiment just exploded in her face. Tracy tried to scowl at everyone, but was unsuccessful because she seemed incapable of doing anything other than smiling sheepishly. Sighing, Harry waved his wand at her and the soot stains disappeared. "Thanks. You're welcome." Just then the compartment door opened and in walked Malfoy alongside his two gorilla bodyguards. As the compartment went silent, the heir to the Malfoy family looked at everyone present. Then his eyes focused on Blaise, Daphne and Tracy, a sneer slowly forming on his face. So, he looked at Harry, eyes narrowing to match his sneer. "You've decided to ally yourself with lesser families, I see. I should have known this would happen. The Potters have always been too stupid for their own good." Harry frowned. He had suspected this would happen for a while now, as Draco struck him as the type who would see his befriending other people in his house but not him as an insult, but had not realized it would be so soon. "Bugger off, Malfoy," came the twin shouts of Hannah and Tracy, the two who seemed to dislike Malfoy most. Malfoy's sneer grew. It was almost Snape-worthy, if it were not coming from an 11-year-old boy. "How dare you speak to me that way, dirty half-bloods?" The glares intensified, not just Tracy's and Hannah's, but everyone's. "I would watch what you say, Draco," Blaise said coolly. "Do not forget that while your father may have the ears of the minister, the Zabini family is far richer than you will ever be." Malfoy's ears turned pink. "Only because your mother whored herself out like a common peasant and then killed her husbands." Blaise scowled and sent the boy a fierce stare, his eyes possessing an unearthly fire that hid a quiet rage. It was the first time Harry had seen him angry. He had to admit, it was impressive. I dare you to say that again, the dark-skinned boy hissed. Through clenched teeth. Insulting his mother seemed to be the one way to get Blaise angry. Oh, did you not hear me the first time? Malfoy seemed rather pleased to have elicited such a reaction in the taller boy. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You Zabinis always did have a problem with. Is there a reason you're here, Malfoy? Asked Harry, heading off any argument before it could get ugly. It has nothing to do with you, Potter, Malfoy said snottily. I just came to warn these three about fraternizing with our enemies. He gestured to the three Slytherins sitting in the compartment. You'd better think twice about where your loyalties lie. Those of us in Slytherin will not tolerate betrayal lightly. Your concern has been duly noted, Tracy said with a surprisingly cold glare for someone who usually acted so bright and cheerful. Now leave. Malfoy scowled at the girl. He looked like he might say something else, but a quick look around at all the others glaring at him seemed to change his mind. Giving them one last sneer, he left, his hulking brutes for bodyguards cracking their knuckles in what Harry Umed was them trying to be menacing, before following the boy out. Grr, Tracy growled as she glared at the now closed door. I can't believe that stupid, arrogant, sodding jerk actually had the nerve to come in here and say all that. What do you expect? Blaise said. Malfoy's a spoiled tea who's always used to getting his way. He's not going to be a problem for you, is he? Harry asked, a little worried. This had always been one of the greatest flaws in his plan. Slytherin House contained a lot of Death Eater children, and Draco Malfoy was the most influential thanks to his father. If he used his father's power wisely enough, he could cause problems for Blaise, Daphne and Tracy. Not really, Blaise shrugged. Malfoy may think he's all-powerful because his daddy's rich and a lot of people in the Ministry owe him favors, but the truth is he only really controls the Death Eater children, and they're actually a minority since a lot of Death Eaters never had children. Besides, after you bought brooms for all 4 houses, very few students in our house actually dislike you, Blaise added, almost as an afterthought. Most are confused about you, but a good deal of them respect you. Malfoy won't be finding any support from them. Still, I wouldn't worry too much, Tracy butt in before Harry could say anything. If Draco is actually stupid enough to try anything, Daphne's got a list of imaginative and painful curses she can use to keep him in line. Oh, Harry looked at Daphne, who slept peacefully under the silencing charm. He wondered what curses she knew, who had taught them to her, and if she'd be willing to teach them to him. So, Tracy started shuffling the cards in her hand again, grinning widely. Who's up for another game of exploding snap? Hermione and Neville both groaned and shook their heads negatively, causing the others in the compartment to laugh. By the time the Hogwarts Express reached platform 9 3/4, several of those in the group decided to follow Daphne's example and fell asleep during the transition from Scotland countryside to London cityscape. Hannah, having talked and laughed for nearly 2 hours, eventually ended up falling asleep on her best friend's shoulder, her energy spent. Surprisingly, Susan wasn't asleep, but did not seem to mind the blonde pig-tailed girl using her as a pillow. Harry figured she must be used to her friend's antics. On Susan's right, Terry had also decided to get some shut-eye. He leaned against the wall, his mouth hanging part way open, snoring. Thankfully, it wasn't very loud, so no one was actually bothered by the sound. On the other side of the compartment, Tracy Davis slept like a log, or a rock. Much like her friend Daphne, she, too, was leaning against the wall. Also much like her friend, she appeared so much more peaceful when sleeping. Or at least, that was Harry's perception of her. It may have had something to do with the fact that she wasn't talking anymore. The girl was very boisterous when awake. The others had managed to stay awake for the whole train ride. Lisa had pulled out a book on the history of an ancient group of witches and wizards that used to live in Samaria. Much like the raven-haired girl, Hermione also decided to do some reading. The large tome she perused through let him know her choice in reading material was Hogwarts, a history. Next to her, Blaise and Neville were having a quiet conversation with each other, something about plants and potions. For his part, Harry took to reading Self-Defense Spellwork, a book containing a list of spells used in self-defense, both of the offensive and defensive variety. Most of the spells listed were moderately difficult, such as the Protega, a shield charm that created a magical barrier that could block both physical entities and spells. Personally, Harry didn't see himself using the Protega very much. It just didn't fit his style. But it would probably be good to learn nonetheless, if for no other reason than he may end up needing to protect someone else with it in the future. Harry felt the train finally slow to a stop. Turning a little to look at Daphne, he cancelled the silencing charm around her, and began carefully shaking her awake. Daphne, Daphne, we're here. The blonde pureblood stirred. An almost inaudible groan escaped her lips as startling blue eyes blinked open. She looked around the compartment, her icy irises appearing just a tad groggy, before they settled on him. Are we there already? Harry's lips twitched into a small, amused smile. Already? Daphne, you've been asleep for 5 hours. Oh, can it, Potter? Directly opposite Daphne, the now awake Tracy Davis tiredly snickered at her friend, which ended with her receiving a small glare from the now fully awake blonde. You too, Tracy. Is it just me? Started Hannah as she stretched her hands above her head and yawned loudly, or do these short naps just make you more tired than you were before falling asleep? I think it may just be you, Tracy teased with a smile, though she seemed even groggier than the other two. And Daphne? Her friend rolled her eyes. Personally, I feel great. Liar, Daphne said. She seemed more alert now that she'd had time to regain her bearings. Tracy's always had a problem getting up. I often have to shove her off her bed just to make her wake up. If it weren't for me, she would probably sleep until noon. That's not true, Tracy complained. Isn't it? Asked Daphne, the dry tone in her voice making it evident that the question was rhetorical. Name one time you've gotten up before 10 that didn't involve either myself or your parents waking you. Tracy opened her mouth to speak, then promptly shut it. Her face scrunched up as she tried to think of something to say, but slowly began to turn red when she realized that Daphne was right. And now you have just proven my point. Tracy flushed. Shut up, Daphne. Harry found the interaction between Daphne and Tracy absolutely fascinating. It was so different than what he was used to seeing when dealing with the oftentimes cold pureblood girl. Were it not for the evidence in front of his eyes, he would have never believed she was the person speaking. A part of him had to wonder if this was how they always acted when not around others. He hoped so, because it meant Daphne was comfortable enough with them to be herself, even if she still downplayed her emotions. The group soon left the compartment, which shrunk back to its original size as they left, and exited the Hogwarts Express. Much like when Harry had first arrived at platform 9 3/4 at the start of the term, the place was a bustling zoo of people. Children were being hugged by their parents, siblings too young to go to Hogwarts greeted their brothers and or sisters enthusiastically, and the students in question were telling their families of their time at Hogwarts. It was all very lively. Hermione turned to them, her face uncertain as she bit her lip. I should probably get going. My parents are on the other side of the barrier. All right, Harry and the others, minus a few like Blaise and Daphne who merely nodded, offered the girl a smile, putting whatever worries she had at ease and causing her to smile back. Have fun on your family trip. I will. The others said their goodbyes to the girl as well. Hermione offered them one final wave before making her way toward the barrier. A few seconds later she disappeared within the crowd of bodies. I should probably get going as well, Daphne started. My father is probably looking for me within this crowd. There was a small pause in her voice, Harry noticed, as if she had been about to say one thing and quickly changed it to something else. He wondered what she had been going to say originally, but felt he already had a good idea. Bye, Daphne. Tracy gave her best friend a big hug, which was returned much more hesitantly and with far less force. The blonde then turned to Harry, biting her lip. After a single moment's hesitation she held out her hand towards him. It only took Harry a moment to realize what she was doing. But when he did, he recovered from his surprise admirably. He took her hand in one of his and brought it to his lips. I'll see you after the holidays, she said softly. Of course. He smiled at her, causing another hesitant one to be given in return. She took a step back after another moment, nodded at the others, then turned on her heel and left. Wow, Tracy said after a moment. She turned to look at Harry, her eyes appraising. I don't know what you did, but whatever it was, it must have really gotten through to her. Harry tilted his head to the side in a curiously endearing gesture. You mean she didn't tell you? No, Tracy pouted, cheeks puffing up like a squirrel with acorns stuffed into its mouth. I've been asking her since she apologized to me, but she refuses to say a thing. So, he suddenly looked at him with a sly smile. Perhaps you can tell me what happened between the two of you. Sorry, Harry shrugged, but it's not my secret to tell. Tracy crossed her arms, huffing at being rebuffed. There she is, Mum. Look at who she's with. Oh no, Lisa said as she buried her face into her hands and gave a long-suffering sigh. Your sister, Harry guessed. Yes. Lisa turned with the others, a cheesy and obviously forced smile on her face. Harry peered at where she was looking to see 3 people, 2 women and 1 man. The youngest of the 3, Lisa's sister, Harry guessed, looked a lot like Lisa, except instead of raven-colored hair she had light brown hair with honey-colored streaks running through it. The woman next to her was what he suspected his Ravenclaw friend would look like in the next few years, a beautiful woman with lustrous black hair and a warm smile. Standing beside the older woman was a man of fairly average height and build, with swept-back light brown hair tinged gray, a small goatee, and gray eyes. Mum, Lisa greeted, or tried to greet. She was interrupted by her sister. See, the older sibling was saying as she pointed at Harry. It's Harry Potter. She's friends with Harry Potter. Harry actually felt his eye twitching in minor annoyance. It was one thing to stare at him like he was the second coming of Merlin. He could ignore that. It was quite another to be so blatant and loud when pointing him out so everyone in the vicinity could hear it. This girl clearly didn't know the meaning of discretion. Wow, Lisa, Tracy said, not even bothering to whisper. You were right, she really is annoying. Lisa's older sister glared at the brunette. And who are you? A friend of mine, Harry said before Tracy could say something that would likely end with the older girl arguing. Just like Lisa is. He then purposefully ignored Lisa's sister and turned his attention to the parents. The first thing he noticed was they were looking at his scar. He expected that. It seemed to be the standard reaction most people had when first meeting him. Even Daphne's eyes had gone to his scar when they first met. It's a pleasure to meet you too. As your eldest daughter said, I'm Harry Potter. Ah, nice to meet you. Mr. Turpin enthusiastically shook Harry's offered hand. The name's Michael Turpin, and it's truly an honor to meet you at last, Mr. Potter. That was a standard reaction as well. At least it was only one person this time and he wasn't being mobbed by a horde of overly enthusiastic fans. Oh, let go of the boy, Mike, Ms. Turpin chided. You look like you're about to rip his arm off with your enthusiasm. Ah, ahem, yes, of course. Sorry. The now thoroughly abashed man let go of Harry's hand, allowing him to greet Lisa's mom in the standard customs dictated by pureblood etiquette. Ms. Turpin smiled beatifically as Harry eyed her knuckles. By her side, Lisa's sister, whose name he had not yet learned and didn't particularly care to learn, growled at her mom. As I have already introduced myself, may I know the name of the young lady? Julie. A pleasure to meet you. It's clear to me who Lisa gets her beauty from. Pay the lady of the house a compliment. That was one of the first lessons Andromeda taught him. It was very important because you were not only complimenting the female on their looks, but the husband on their taste in women. Harry didn't really get why it was a compliment to the men, but he definitely understood the benefit of endearing himself to the female of any marriage. After all, if Mrs. Croft's relationship with her husband was any indication, it was more often than not the woman who was truly in charge of the house. Julie Turpin smiled at the compliment while Lisa's face, for perhaps the first time since they had met, took on the same shade as Susan's hair. Beside the girl, Tracy snickered into her hand as the others showed varying degrees of amusement. Lisa soon left with her family, her older sister complaining to the younger girl very loudly about how it wasn't fair that she was friends with a magical celebrity. Harry hoped to never see that girl again, but knew it to be a false hope, unless he wanted to stop being friends with Lisa, which he didn't. Terry left next. The group was introduced to the boy's parents who, much like Lisa's father, had been ecstatic to meet the boy who lived. Harry allowed the man his enthusiasm and greeted him and his wife cordially. They left a short while later, leaving only Blaise, Hannah, Neville, Susan and Tracy left. The crowd began to thin as more people left. That made it much easier to see several people converging on their location. "Mum, Dad," Tracy's shout directed Harry to the first group he observed. A pretty young woman who could only be Tracy's mother bent down to give her daughter a fierce hug. She, like her daughter, had brown hair, brown eyes, and a slightly mischievous smile warmed by motherly affection. The man Harry could only assume was her father had black hair, dark eyes and an easygoing smile as he watched his wife's reunion with her daughter. "Ooh, I've missed you so much, Trace," the woman exclaimed. Tracy looked mildly embered by her mother's open display of affection. Her face had taken on the same hue as a tomato. Mum. While Tracy was being smothered with motherly affection, 2 other meetings took place. "Susan," greeted a somewhat stern voice that did little to hide the warmth behind it. Harry turned to see a square-jawed witch with close-cropped gray hair and a monocle. "This," he concluded, "must be Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." She reminded him of Professor McGonagall, in a way. The way she held herself, appearing stern, but fair, and not afraid to get her hands dirty should the situation require it, reminded him greatly of his head of house. "Auntie." Susan moved toward her aunt and said the much older witch. The expression on Madame Bones' face softened and a smile etched itself onto her stern features as she hugged her niece. "Gran," Neville greeted his grandmother. Augusta Longbottom was a very formidable-looking witch despite her obviously old age. She was tall, thin and bony, but held herself with the kind of strength that many others would feel envious of. Harry noticed immediately the red handbag held in her left hand, and the stuffed vulture hat she wore. "Neville," she greeted, "it is good to see you are well. I trust you've been having a good time at school and studying hard." "Neville is in the top 10 of the school rankings for first years," Harry told her, causing the woman to look his way. He flashed her a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dowager Longbottom. My name is Harry Potter." "Mr. Potter." The Dowager Longbottom looked Harry up and down before nodding approvingly. "Neville has told me quite a bit about you in his letters, and I must say, if even half of it is true then I am impressed. Your father and grandfather, Charles, would be quite proud of you." Harry inclined his head politely. "Thank you, ma'am." "Susan said quite a bit about you as well," Amelia said as she and Susan finished hugging. The girl in question started to flush as she looked from Harry to her aunt, then at the ground, seeming more interested in counting the cracks on the platform. "In fact, every letter I've gotten from her has been about you. And my daughter can't shut up about you, Mr. Davis said, stepping into the conversation as well. "Dad," Tracy complained in what sounded like emberment or humiliation. Maybe even a mixture of both. "What? It's true," her father said. "Every letter I've received from you is always, Harry this, or Harry did that, or Harry is so cool. I don't even think you've mentioned anything else in your letters." Tracy sent her father a glare worthy of her head of house. Unfortunately, because she was so young, it didn't have the affect she was probably hoping for, and her father easily ignored it. Fortunately for her, her mother had no compunctions when it came to giving her husband a playful swat to the back of the head and telling him to behave, which earned her a sheepish look. Perhaps his earlier thoughts on woman wearing the figurative pants in the relationship held some truth to them, after all. Greetings were soon exchanged as Harry introduced himself and his friends to everyone else's friends' respective parents and/or guardians. The only 2 who did not need to be introduced were Madame Bones and the Dowager Longbottom, who ran in the same social circles. "Oh my, what an eclectic group we have here," a voice spoke from Harry's left. Everyone turned around to see a woman walking up to them, a darkly mysterious yet elegant beauty with light olive-colored skin, dark raven hair that shone lustrously in the light and traveled down her back in gentle waves, and light blue eyes set on a regal face with dark red, cupid bow lips. Both her smile and her eyes shone with an air of amusement as she stopped in front of them. "Mother," Blaise greeted. Harry nearly choked on his own spit. This was Blaise's mother. The woman walked over to her son and gave him a gentle hug. "Blaise, I see you have been making friends," she said, dark, playful eyes roving over the many faces before landing on Harry. Her eyes went to his forehead, where she saw his scar on prominent display. "Harry Potter." Her lips curved into an even wider smile. Harry felt himself skip a beat. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise, ma'am." Harry quickly remembered his manners and suavely took the hand offered, letting his lips graze against her knuckles. "Such a gentleman too, Miss Zabini cooed. You know, I would love to introduce you to my daughter." For some reason he could not discern, Harry felt like he had suddenly been dropped into a pool with a shark. It was a slightly mentally exhausted Harry that walked through the front yard of the Crofts' residence. Dealing with Ms. Zabini had been difficult. Dealing with Ms. Zabini, Madame Bones and the Dowager Longbottom, who seemed to bear some hostility toward Blaze's mother, made him want to crawl into his bed and hide. Nothing, not his reading, nor his experiences with life, could have prepared him for that precarious predicament. Sighing, exhaustion seeping into his bones, Harry stopped in front of the white-painted door, knocked twice, then waited. It wasn't very long before the sound of footsteps reached him. The door opened, and Harry found Mrs. Croft standing before him. The woman looked at him for a second, blinking, before a smile spread across her face. Harry, with surprising suddenness, Ms. Croft knelt down and emceed the young boy in a motherly hug. Harry surprised himself by returning the hug without reservation. He was even more surprised to discover just how much he had missed her hugs. "You should have told me you would be arriving today," the woman exclaimed, holding the hug a few moments longer before releasing him. She did not let him go, however, and instead placed her hands on his shoulder and held him at arm's length to give him a stern look that was broken by how happy she was to see him. "I would have come and picked you up. I wanted to surprise Lisa," Harry admitted before yawning. Ms. Croft gave him a slightly worried look. "Are you all right, dear?" "Just a bit tired, Ms. Croft. The ride over was long." "Oh, well, Scotland is quite a ways from here." The woman's expression changed and she smiled at him again. Harry soon discovered that he had missed her smiles, too. "And I believe Lisa will most definitely be surprised to see you. She has been awfully depressed ever since you left. It will be nice to see her happy again." The news that Lisa was depressed caused Harry's face to adopt a worried look. "Is she all right?" "She's fine," Mrs. Croft said dismissively. She cast him a mischievous smile and a wink. "She's just been sulking a bit since you left. Now." She stood back up. "Lisa's in her room. I suggest you go see her." Of course, Harry really was in a hurry to see his friend. He paused, however, and turned to look at the woman who had treated him as her own for the past 5 years. He smiled. "It's good to see you again, Anastasia." He left the surprised woman with a smile on his face. Walking down the hall he could hear the television on in the living room. It was on the news channel, which meant Lisa's father was probably watching it. Mrs. Croft had no interest in watching the news, except to find out what the weather would be like. Stopping in front of the door he knew to be Lisa's, Harry wondered how he should approach this. Should he knock, or should he just walk in? He wanted to surprise her, but it was incredibly rude not to knock. Sighing, Harry knocked on the door and waited. Coming. There was a thump, followed by the scraping of a chair. Lisa had been sitting at her desk then. The sound of padded footsteps soon followed, getting ever closer before they stopped. The door opened. As dinner ready, Lisa Croft trailed off and her eyes widened as she stared into familiar emerald green orbs. "Harry," she breathed, too shocked by his presence to move. That was okay, though, as Harry moved for her. Stepping forward, he closed the distance between them and wrapped his arms around the girl in a fierce embrace. "I missed you." 3 words that seemed so small, but meant so much. They had been together for a little over 5 years now, and had never strayed far from each other until he left for Hogwarts. He had never truly realized just how big a role Lisa had played in his life until she'd all but disappeared from it, albeit temporarily. Suddenly, everything seemed right again. He forgot about how tired he felt. Thoughts of school fled like the last snow of winter melting in the spring sun. All that mattered was the girl in his arms. His dearest friend, his sister in all but blood. Lisa returned his hug. Her arms wound themselves tightly around his waist, and her face pressed into his shoulder. Harry was not surprised to feel the wetness of tears beginning to stain his shirt. "I missed you, too." They would remain that way for nearly half an hour, until Mr. Croft found them and nearly threw a fit at seeing his daughter being hugged by the boy he had hoped not to see for another several months. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.